Chapter 1, East Blue Island. East Blue Island. The wind is calm and the waves are calm, and the breeze is blowing slowly. Over the island with an area of less than 1 square kilometer, the sun is shining brightly, the hot rays of light illuminate the earth, and the refraction of the light at the sea level reflects the colorful magnificent picture of Madara. Suddenly, the azure blue sky seemed to be torn apart, a small crack spread quickly to cut the sky, and the pitch-black crack ruthlessly swallowed everything around. Light, sea water, trees, sand, and rocks are greedy like a gluttonous behemoth. Suddenly, a touch of bright white appeared from the depths of the crack. Unlike the attracted object, it ran counter to the difficulty, and the effort of a cup of tea had reached the edge and broke free. At this moment, the brilliance of the sun was covered, and the pure white light pierced through everything like a pike, landing on the unknown island. The cracks in the sky closed quickly, and everything that was attracted to the sky crashed down. It fell on the ocean and set off turbulent waves. It fell on the island and caused the aftermath to rippling. At the center of the white light, a handsome man of about 16 or 17 years old, with broken black hair, sharp facial contour lines, dazzling starry eyes, slightly raised corners of his mouth, wearing a short casual outfit of a certain brand. The light dissipated, and the man widened his eyes and looked at everything around him. The view that caught him was disappointing. Suddenly, the man went crazy, clutching his hair indiscriminately with both hands, and said, "FK, what a place to cheat. Protest, the birds don't shit here, how can the young master go down? You made a mistake, change the place, I'm going to a place where beautiful women are like clouds and automatically posted upside down." The man began to meditate and talked about a lot, making people want to slap him to death and restore peace to the world. As the saying goes, there are 3 women in one play, and he alone can definitely act in one play. At this time, a somewhat helpless voice sounded in his mind, "Candidate, choosing to enter the One Piece world is voluntary, not mandatory by the system. It is now 6 years before Luffy goes to sea. I hope you will work hard and strive for success. Create your own brilliance here. There will be beautiful women, and they will automatically look at your own ability." The candidate is depressed. Miss Ximenqing, his biggest dream is to be like his ancestor, Ximenqing, to play with beauties and be happy and happy. How can you stay in a place where moss can grow after 1 minute? System, why didn't you get me to the town? It's too inconsistent with the magnificent image of this young master. The system said, "Candidate, you just need to adapt to the world of One Piece, and you also need to improve your strength. This world is very dangerous, and you may lose your life at any time." Ximenqing was upset, and said, "What do you mean by this? How come this young master is not strong? You must be mistaken." Shamelessly refuted, this made the system angry, and said, "Candidate, please recognize the reality, and Rory will cancel your special way of gaining power. I was wrong, please forgive me." Ximenqing said very seriously and sincerely, the system was refreshed, and the other party spoke again just as the offer was about to be given. "In other words, since I am a candidate, you have to listen to me in Pirate World, protect me, and give me preferential treatment. Otherwise, you come to this world by yourself, come and come, you will do what you do." The system ran in tears, "BCH, this guy is definitely a BCH, why is he so shrewd? In this regard, it can only be softened. Go on, I won't participate. You are the uncle, listen to you." Ximenqing was relieved, he laughed, "That's right, why did you go early? It's not that I said you, now that I have come to the dimensional space, it's not that I'm here to seduce and change something. What are you doing then? It's really stupid." Disgusted, this guy began to dislike the system's IQ and choice. This disgusting expression on his face makes people speechless. The system is no longer able to care about it, saying, "Candidate, Please choose your ability. The ability given by the system is gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. What kind of ability are you going to choose? The several abilities given make Ximenqin very entangled. Can I only choose one? With so many powerful guys in this world, if you don't make a good choice, you may have to tears in the future. Each ability is very attractive, and it can be said that it contains all the abilities of the One Piece world in his impression. Ximenqin suddenly remembered a question, and asked, "The system, you won't choose the ability and just eat devil fruit? If you encounter sea water, you will be sad, right?" The system said, "The ability selected this time is the candidate's own attribute ability. Although it has the same ability as devil fruit, it does not have the negative effects of devil fruit. If the candidate eats devil fruit in the future, then they cannot enter the water." Oh. Still have this discount? Ximenqin is coming. If he becomes a land duck, then it's better to die. Tenten can't prevent falling into the sea all day when he is at sea. Which ability is better? Ximenqin pondered carefully, recalling the characteristics of these abilities, such as Maramara fruit. Isn't it boring to meet water fruits? If you meet marsh fruit, you won't have fun, right? For basically every ability, there will be another one that can be restrained. So, which one is better? Suddenly, there was such a scene in his mind, a figure with a taiko drum on his back, a scepter in his hand, a wild smile, and thunder and lightning all over his body. Enel, thunder fruit capable person. But it seems to be killed by Luffy. Thunder fruit is restrained by rubber fruit. The rubber man Luffy is an insulator, and Enel's 200 million volt attack can't do anything to him. But what if the attack method of thunder and lightning is changed? Ximenqin showed a meaningful smile on his face, and said, "System, can I choose one to get one free? I choose the lightning ability, and another fire ability. Candidates can only choose one ability as your final ability in this system." The system rejected it, without giving any face. Ximenqin snorted and said, "Then I don't believe in the ability of lightning. Thunder and lightning are really useless to rubber people. Electricity won't kill you. I will burn you to death. Thunder and lightning can generate high temperatures, which can cause flames to burn." As a great young man in the 21st century, he still understands. The system was silent for a while, and said, "Congratulations to the candidate for choosing the lightning ability. The lightning ability is being granted. Please wait." As soon as the words of the system were finished, a purple thunder and lightning flashed over the island, which penetrated through the top of Ximenqin's head in the blink of an eye and merged into his body. "Humph, just don't give you another ability, Yeti, be polite to the system." Ximenqin fell in the pain, but the system was very proud of it. Sure enough, the biggest black belly is the system. Chapter 2, Lightning Ability. On the nameless island of East Blue, a white casual short-clothed figure lay on the ground, with purple electric lights radiating all over his body, and the electric lights were spinning, and the sound of pops continued to be heard. Ximenqin let out a long and comfortable moan, his eyes opened, and the electric light in his eyes flickered, filled with purple. The awkward carp turned over and stood up, and the electric light on his body instantly gathered and merged into his body. Looking at his hands, Ximenqin suddenly burst out laughing, "System, I love you to death. The power of thunder and lightning is in the body, and the feeling of wishing to go straight into the sky makes him feel surging. It's just that he didn't know whether his definition of power at the moment was relative to the world before he crossed. In the world of pirates, it was still a bit inadequate." The system's voice followed, "Candidate, just love me, don't love it to death." Perhaps it was because someone had taken away someone's privilege to add an ability, and a system was in a good mood. Its complaint made Ximenqin smile and said, "System, hurry up, get more abilities, don't be so stingy." The system continues to complain, being greedy for not enough snakes to swallow elephants, be careful of thunder and strikes. Ximenqin was angry, his eyes were filled with purple thunder, and said, "System, it's wrong to bully candidates. Besides, brother is now controlling the thunder and lightning, you hack, come on. Dies is definitely in dies. The power of getting thunder and lightning is indeed very powerful. The reason for choosing this ability is because of the powerful destructive power of thunder and lightning, which can soar in the sky even more after elementalization. Flying, that is a great dream of mankind. The system is well aware of the opponent's temperament and does not care about him, and said, "Candidate, please adapt to the strength you have gained. There are still 6 years from the beginning of the plot, please cherish it." In addition, the system is very compassionate and presents Dugu 9 swords. Set. A huge amount of information poured into his mind. Ximenqin cried out in pain, clenching his teeth, knowing that the system must be revenge. Absolutely, there is no other possibility. There are 9 styles of solitary 9 swords, which are divided into final style, sword breaking style, knife breaking style, gun breaking style, whip breaking style, rope breaking style, palm breaking style, arrow breaking style, and air breaking style. Of course, this is not a fixed sword move, but a kind of sword intent. Dugu 9 swords, around the sword intent, evolved 360 kinds of changes. Pay attention to the integration of human swords. No sword in the hand, there is a sword in the heart. When you practice ultimate, everything in the world is a sword. Every grass and tree can rely on the sword mind breaking the enemy. This is the realm of no sword, and the realm of using chi to defend the sword. Top swordsmen have been pursuing the pinnacle of kendo all their lives. How many people can reach such a realm? Undoubtedly, Ximenqin was already very happy when he heard Dugujijian. Although the system took a small revenge, it was still tolerating. Since the other party has given such a big discount, then I can barely forgive it this time. Receiving the sword intent of Dugu 9 swords, his mind fell into deep learning. The island is rugged with rugged rocks, the path is unknown, and the sky is covered by old trees. The sunset is sinking, and the first night in this world has arrived. The protest of the Gugu belly made someone wake up from the practice and touched the empty belly. Ximenqin sighed and had to find something to eat. The life in the past was so good, it was good to be a young master obediently. The BD of the system has to make himself a candidate. Okay, now I have to find something to eat myself. On the gloomy island, it is no longer realistic to find fruit to level up at night, it is better to find some game or something. Seeing the direction, Ximenqin suddenly turned into a purple thunder and rushed out, making cracking noises all the way. Elementalization, a major feature of Logia. Thunder has the ability to soar in the sky and cut the sky. The speed of thunder and lightning is indeed fast enough to fly, but... Wow, break, break. A deafening exclamation came. Ximenqin was very sad to find that he could hardly stop. The speed was too fast. The first time I used elementalization, I was not too familiar with it. Bang, hitting a tree and the elementalization was lifted. Ximenqin breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the non-existent sweat. Hey, practice more. In front of him, the tree hugged by the two had fallen, and the tree body had a scorching smell, and there were more black burn marks at the break. Unable to control his speed, he was destined to miss his prey. The purple thunder and lightning that appeared suddenly caused the beasts on the island to flee. On the beach, a bonfire was rising, and an animal resembling a hare was roasting above it. Ximenqin swallowed, drooling at the food. Hungry all day, rabbit, brother prayed for you, you can go with peace of mind. The first bite is so light, the second bite is so terrible. Without the seasoning, plus over roasting, Ximenqin almost vomited and finally ate it with tears. System, is there anything about life skills? The best person to ask for help. The system said, Yes. Ximenqin stared, and said angrily, then you didn't say it earlier. You didn't ask. The system knows that you can't be too polite to deal with this BD. This guy is the best at hitting snakes and sticks. Give him a chance and it's over. Ximenqin knew that he was wrong, so he complained and said, System, I want to learn life skills. Activate life skills, cooking, tailoring, gathering. The system eloquently introduces a bunch of life skills, which makes someone feel dizzy. How come there are so many? Take a closer look, they are all in a junior state, and what proficiency is there? In an instant, I felt that the sky was rolling, and I was fooled. Enduring aggrieved, Ximenqin simply ignored these skills and began to study his lightning ability. The lightning ability at this moment can be said to be the most basic lightning ability. The current situation can release about 10,000 volts. This current may be very powerful in the past, but compared to this world, it is still a lot worse. To improve the ability of lightning, only through training. In memory, Enel can release 200 million volts of lightning, and can even rely on the thundercloud created by the Ark's proverbs to trigger a wide range of devastating attacks through its own thunder and lightning. His attack style is changeable, such as Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, Thunder Dragon, etc. It can also be seen from this that, in fact, there are many ways to attack thunder and lightning. It can release thunder and lightning from the most direct body, and can also rely on external forces to strengthen its attack ability. So, what about thunder and lightning in nature? Can you use it for yourself? Ximenqin fell into deep thinking. Chapter 3, Training Ability Seeking Flowers Collection. On the beach, a sturdy man went into battle shirtless, holding a 1-meter-long tree branch in his hand and hitting the sea. The water had already flowed over his chest, and the waves came in one after another. The power of the sea water is unpredictable, and the man's body is swaying with the arrival of the waves. Although in the icy ocean, sweat can't stop flowing down. The sword intent of Dugu 9 swords is incomparable. Although Ximenqin has systematic assistance, it can't ascend to the sky in one step, directly reaching the level of the swordless heart in the hands of Dugujijian. The branch replaced the sword at this moment. Although it was not good at hand, it could also temporarily grasp a little bit of sword intent. Life skills are temporarily abandoned. Although a handsome costume can attract crushes and cooking skills can lock crushes' appetite, now, there are no materials on this broken island, and you can only wait to become proficient in the future. 3,000 sword swings are over. The next step is to run for 10 kilometers to adjust your body. Ximenqin exhaled and swung the sword 3,000 times, intending to become familiar with the use of the sword. The system gave him a set of training methods, generally speaking, to increase physical strength. This time made him protest. If he became a muscular man, how would he hook up with beautiful women in the future? Fortunately, the system gives a guarantee that it will control his body shape to the maximum, otherwise someone should quit. Running around the coastline, leaving footprints on the beach. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashed, and deafening thunder came after the lightning. The weather on the sea is the most bizarre and varied, and it is often sunny just now, and thundercloud storms may condense in the next second, making people unpredictable. Ximenqin stopped and watched the thundercloud slowly drifting towards the island. Joy, extreme joy appeared in his eyes. God, let's be more violent, hack, hack. Ximenqin was crazy, shaking his hands against the thundercloud. At first glance it seemed a bit the neurotic behavior in the eyes of others, but in his heart there is another kind of care. Thundercloud, the thunder and lightning ability in nature, is the time to confirm one's thoughts at this moment. Absorb the energy of thunder and lightning in nature to strengthen yourself and temper your body. If this method is feasible, it is undoubtedly a shortcut for yourself. Liun moved slowly, and when he reached the sky above the island, Xiamen suddenly spread his hands to face Liun. 50,000 volts, razor. The hands were elementalized, and two finger-thin thunders shot out toward the thunder clouds in the sky, but they slowly disappeared after they had risen more than 30 meters. This momentarily made him dumbfounded. This is different from what he imagined. Why didn't Liun get some thunder down to replenish his body? Is it that I can only use thunder light to illuminate? Should I go to the circus? The ability of this thunder and lightning is not in line with science. However, the next moment's events excited him. Lightning is very easy to conduct and be dragged. Even though razor does not rise to the height of the thunder cloud, it acts as a lightning rod and attracts the lightning in the sky. How fast is the lightning? That is the speed of light. In an instant, a ball of thunderball was attracted, and Xiamen was caught off guard. Ah! Yo-yo la, the continuous thunder and lightning paralyzed his body, and he instinctively shouted. The thunder and lightning energy he possesses blends with the energy of nature, absorbs each other, and arbitrarily transforms his bones, muscles, and skin. This seems to be a good sign. But, unexpectedly powerful, Liun's power was much stronger than he expected, almost beyond the endurance of his body. In the current physical condition, there is only a small amount that can be modified, and the lightning cannot be completely absorbed. The excess energy is no longer transformation, but destruction. FK, Raiden was killed by thunder and lightning. This young master is definitely the saddest one. Xiamen wants to cry without tears. Without such a bully, why Enel Tenton discharges such a horny fork, and creates thunder clouds? Was he almost killed by this little thunder cloud? It is true that he did not expect his physical fitness to directly equate with Enel. The lightning energy in his body was so huge that he almost burst his body, while the thunder clouds in the sky were still raging. Candidate, quickly release the lightning, discharge, discharge. The system hurriedly came out to help. Xiamen was grateful and angry, and the razor quickly and continuously released and continued to discharge. The thunder and lightning was released to the earth through his body and was broken down, finally maintaining a delicate balance. His body is now like a transit station. In half an hour, the thunder clouds gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to a clear sky. Xiamen was so tired that he was lying on the ground, physically and mentally exhausted, and had no extra energy to care about the system not telling himself in advance. All I think about now is just a good night's sleep. The power of lightning, in the world of One Piece, Enel is absolutely superb. Thunder is like his mistress, it can be destroyed as much as love is. Compared with Xiamen, the rookie who has just gained the ability to thunder and lightning is delusional to contend with the thunder clouds of nature, and it is indeed a little suspicion of short-circuiting his head. Lucky, in the end, she barely passed this thunder cloud test, allowing nature to crush her body fiercely, tempering her physical strength. Congratulations, candidates, for passing the thunder cloud test. Your physical strength has been further improved, and I hope you will continue to work hard to maximize the ability of thunder cloud. Xiamen narrowed her mouth and whispered, System, if you are a beautiful woman, I will press you to the ground and kill you severely. If you continue to work harder, why don't you go on your own? Now he was still numb, his muscles were beating irregularly, and his liver trembled when he saw his liver tremble. If he jumped down again, these two pieces of flesh would be cracked. The system went silent and didn't want to care about this candidate. After all, it was a candidate of his own choice. Beginning the next day, I was still training in the sea, and the branches slammed into the water, as if the water had a grudge against me. The sword intent of Dugu 9 swords needs time to experience, and the ability of thunder and lightning also needs time to refine. Starting from the third day, it was still in the sea, the fourth day, the fifth day. I'm not tired, I repeat the same training every day, and the time passes tenton. P.S. The new book is uploaded, and I beg your brothers for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Fleet. 3 years have passed, and the time has come 3 years before Luffy went to sea. On the island of East Blue, Zymanchin is dressed in ragged clothes, sitting on the reef by the sea and sighing. On a tree by the sea, countless traces were painted by him. There are evidences of the passage of time. Life on the island, the edible birds and beasts were basically eaten by him in half a year. This is an island with less than 1 square kilometer, and supplies are scarce. After eating the food on the ground and eating in the sea, every day after training, I dived into the sea to catch some fish and get some seafood, which finally made him survive. However, for such a long time, he hasn't seen a single figure, which makes him unbearable. This place really doesn't even shit the birds. He was originally a man of active nature, and he was controlled in a small space, enough for him to be crazy. System, will I be here forever? Asked the system depressedly. Don't be that kind of answer. The system was silent for a while, and said, Candidate, if this goes on, you may really have to live here for a lifetime. Hey, I want to start something. Look, you are also a landlord now, this island belongs to you. N.S. Zymanchin was embarrassed, and said angrily, System, what do you want me to do in this world? You are so bored that you don't go to the waste recycling station to wait, come here to find me trouble, right? This broken island, before Laozi have a lot. He could be said to be a local tyrant before. The Zyman family's business covers the whole world and they have bought a lot of private islands. The system hurriedly said, Candidate, you're kidding, how can you stay here forever? Soon, you can leave. Zymanchin is unable to complain, so can't you stop scaring people with the system? Just as he was about to say something, the system suddenly said, Candidate, boat, boat, boat. Where is the bed? Haven't slept before, the boat? Where's the boat? He understood halfway through, standing on the rock and looking out. At the sea level where the sea and the sky meet, a few black spots seem to approach slowly, and they are thousands of miles away in a flash. The fleet, it's the fleet. Zymanchin yelled excitedly, staring at the fleet with piercing eyes. A white cloth swayed in his hand, a traditional distress signal. On the main ship of the fleet, a plain-looking middle-aged man looked through the telescope, inspecting every move at sea, and commanding the fleet to move forward. Suddenly, a white dot appeared in the lens, adjust the focus, and scout carefully. Someone called for help on the islands and reefs in front, and the fleet marched to the islands and reefs. Following his words, the entire fleet departed from the original sailing path and set off for the island. In the rescue of maritime duty, basically every fleet will lend a helping hand to these matters. Even the pirate group, except for a few, are very happy to help those who are in trouble at sea. This is the definition of pirate world, and it is also the righteous act of pirate world. As the fleet approached, Zymanchin waved his arm sour before putting down the white cloth. The anchor was dropped, a small boat was lowered from the main ship, and 2 young men, one tall and one thin, rowed the boat close. From a distance, the tall man said, Friends in front, please wait a moment, we will come soon. At this moment, Zymanchin's eyes were full of tears. After 3 years of living on this deserted island, the first person he met was a heart-warming shout, which moved him slightly. The pirate's world, as expected, everything is moving. The boat stopped, Zymanchin quickly jumped on the boat, and the boat returned the same way. The fleet sailed again and continued on the established route. While driving, the man on the main ship who looked at with the telescope said, Zyman boy, why did you live on this island? This person is not only the navigator of the entire fleet, but also the leader of the entire fleet. Kobo Bridge. Zymanchin has a preliminary understanding of this fleet, which is a fleet of caravans engaged in maritime trade and owns 4 merchant ships. In East Blue, it can be regarded as a large caravan. He sighed, originally, I was also a crew member of a caravan. 3 years ago, when I went out to sea, I encountered a storm and the ship sank. I floated to the island on a wooden board. Hey. Ximenqin secretly gave herself a thumbs up, and sighed that if she didn't become an actor, it would be a waste of talent to take a golden figure. Kokoro Brisk laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Boy Simon, you are lucky. The island has never appeared on the map just now. Fortunately, we just wanted to pass by a short road, so we passed by. From the island. If you don't die in a catastrophe, you will have a blessing. Don't forget Uncle Britch in the future, your kid. Ximenqin was slapped and grinned. This uncle's strength was not small. Uncle Britch's Enderman kid is in my heart, and I will definitely give you back if I have a chance in the future. Britch froze for a moment and laughed again. Boy, you take it seriously. By the way, are you interested in being a crew member of mine? Ximenqin hesitated. As a crew member? It doesn't fit your own glorious image. Shaking his head like a rattle, he refused. Uncle, I'm going to Windmill Village, I'm afraid I can't be your crew member. When he was rejected, Kokolo Britch was not depressed. Windmill Village, we just have to go through there to replenish supplies. Simon boy, you are really a man who is favored by the sea god. Afterwards, he said loudly to the crew behind him, little ones, welcome our friends, let's have a banquet. Ximenqin felt a cold sweat at this. Young ones. Why is it so like what the King of Mountains said? Oh, it's a banquet. It's been a long time since a banquet has been held. Quickly, get all the wine out. The crew was very excited and became busy one after another. The crew is responsible for moving the wine barrels, and the chef is responsible for the delicious food. Although it is lively, it is also in order. In this world of the sea, to have fun in time, banquets have become an indispensable part of their lives. There was a banquet on the main ship, and several other ships followed to have a banquet, sailing all the way, banquet all the way, singing loudly and praising life. After a full meal, I haven't tasted grilled meat and all kinds of delicacies in more than 2 years, let alone tasted fine wine. I spent 3 years on the island and also practiced for 3 years. Now, I have enough confidence to start my journey in this hacky world. What will happen in the future? One Piece, the highest throne in the world. Ximenqin, the strongest man in charge of thunder and lightning, is here. Wandering around the world, looking back has become Kun. Wake up to kill human rights, drunk on the knees of a beauty. With a glass of wine, let this endless deep blue ocean come to witness it. P.S. New book upload, please support for flower collection. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Windmill Town seeking to collect flowers. P.S. In this chapter, I would like to pay tribute to all pirate fans, to the friendship, dreams, struggle, commitment, and companions in the pirate world. Windmill Village is located on the edge of Dawn Island in the Kingdom of East Blue Goya. Here is the hometown of countless heroes. Whether it is the future Ace, Luffy, or the current marine hero Garp, they are all strong men who have stepped out of this village. Feng Chicken is a unique village. The people in this village do not dislike the pirates, but are very welcome and have a special feeling for the pirates. In the port, a fleet of ships approached slowly, and 4 merchant ships belonged to the rich caravan in East Blue. On the main ship, Ximenqin took a binoculars to look out. He was a fledgling boy who had been sailing for more than a week. The waves of the sea and the ferocious beasts on the bottom of the sea have never been seen before. Britch patted his shoulder hard behind him and laughed. Boy Simon, we will be at the windmill village of your dreams soon, look forward to it, your voyage will be over soon. Ximenqin grinned in pain. Uncle Britch, scary people can scare people to death, can you be gentle? Britch dropped a black line on his forehead, and hit his chest with a punch. "Smelly boy, I have a violent temper, how gentle is my body over 2 meters tall." Indeed, Britch's body is more than 2 meters tall and strong. If he is gentle, it can scare people to death. Ximenchin moved his body. This uncle was really rude when he started, and punched himself hard enough. Suddenly, Britch patted his shoulder lightly. "Simon, take care, we will miss you, don't forget our friends." Although we only got along for more than a week, it did not prevent these men on the sea from establishing friendship with each other. Ximenchin suddenly felt sore in his nose, and the uncle treated himself as a relative. Such feelings and kindness may not be repaid for the rest of his life. We will always be best friends." Nodded solemnly and made the most solemn promise. Britch laughed from the heart, hugged Ximenchin tightly and patted him on the back. "Smelly boy, what are you doing so sensational? Uncle is a very cheerful person. Stinky boy, don't let you miss me, I don't want to. I was thinking about it all day by a man." Ximenchin grinned. Uncle Britch is really a bad person. From a perspective that he couldn't see, Britch's eyes flickered with tears, and he sighed weakly. As the fleet landed, Ximenchin was the first to jump from the deck and stretched out comfortably. Behind him, the caravan slowly left the port. Suddenly, Ximenchin felt wrong, turned around and looked around, shouting loudly, "Uncle Britch, you haven't replenished supplies yet." On the deck, Britch laughed heartily. "Simon boy, behave well, the uncle's caravan never lacks supplies. Don't miss us, brat." "Haha, Simon boy, you must make a name for yourself next time you meet. Boy, don't miss us." The shouts of the crew members kept coming from the deck. Ximenchin's body was stiff, and he understood the matter in an instant. Whatever happened to go to Fengj village to replenish supplies, and any man who was favored by the sea god, was a lie. He clearly wanted to send himself to Fengj village. At that time, it was only the first time I met. "I will definitely not let you down, because I am your forever friend." Ximenchin shouted loudly at the port, the voice spreading far, far. In the world of One Piece, there is never a shortage of passionate men and sincere feelings. Obviously I just met, but I can talk openly like an old friend I haven't seen for many years. Obviously a stranger, but able to lend a helping hand unselfishly. To treat your companions, you always open your heart, for your companions, for your dreams, and for your promises, you can go forward without scruples, even if the front is Longton Tiger's den. This is the most attractive part of pirate world. Watching the caravan disappear below the sea level, Ximenchin wiped his face, slapped twice to refresh himself, and checked the port of Windmill Village. Just now I was only concerned about excitement and bid farewell to the caravan, and didn't take a close look at the situation here. The port is not big, very small, but there are a few warships docked here, that is Marine's fleet. The most fascinating thing is the main ship, with a huge bone dangling from the head of the huge dog, and the huge marine text on the front sail. The identity of the dog's head warship is ready to be revealed. With this warship, Ximenchin wiped his eyes and deeply doubted whether he had read it wrong. Marine Hero Garp Vice Admiral, when did you come to Windmill Village so free? I walked into Fengj Village with a lot of doubts, and went all the way like Grandmalu into the Grand View Garden. Everything is so novel after seeing and touching. Windmill Village, this is the village where Luffy was born and where Ace grew up, although Luffy has not yet gone to sea. The cultural environment of Fengj Village is very good, and perhaps it is the common denominator of most people in pirate world, warm and hospitable. Uncle, where is the banquet bar? There is really no way to stop one person. No matter how you go around, you can't find the location of the bar. The stopped farmer picked a hoe and said, "Banquet bar, here, go straight here and turn left." Are you a foreigner? The wine and meat in the banquet bar are excellent choices. Ximenchin looked along the path he pointed, eyes suddenly protruding. FK, isn't that the way you just walked? Why didn't you see it? Uncle, wouldn't you lie to me without knowing Lu? Suspicious, deeply doubting whether this uncle is a Shenbaozi, did not know the road at all, and deliberately deceived himself in order to pretend to be a cow. The uncle farmer put down his hoe and shouted, "Smelly boy, I have lived here for more than 30 years, how could I not know him?" Ximenqin shivered and ran away in a hurry. "Uncle, you are too anxious. You look like you're 60s in your 30s. Take care of your body." The uncle farmer was furious. "Smelly boy, don't let me catch you. Go straight, turn left, and watch all the way. This street is very long and it is very lively with people coming and going. Observe carefully with wide eyes, looking for the location of the banquet bar. Coming here, I just want to see what the legendary future great pirate Luffy is like, if you can." However, some things he saw next made him instantly give up the idea of looking for a banquet bar. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Marine Selection Seeking Collection of Flowers. A leaflet with the title, Marine Selection. The content is succinct and clear, and the general idea is that Marine recruits people in Windmill Village. As long as the heart is full of justice, people with potential can become a member of Marine and spread the justice of Marine. The signature is, Monkey D. Garp. Marine Vice Admiral, Marine Hero Garp recruits Marine members here? And it was an explosive news in his fleet. However, Feng Chicken didn't seem to be cold about the incident, and the leaflets were thrown in the ground at random, and no one paid any attention to it. Holding the leaflet, Ximenqin's eyes are bright. "Garp, this legendary marine hero, what kind of character will he be?" Following the address on the leaflet, Ximenqin rushed to the selection place. And the banquet bar was directly ignored by the gorgeous. The selected place was set on the coastline of Windmill Village, on a wide uninhabited beach. Meow, so many people. Seeing the crowds on the beach, Ximenqin was stunned. "Didn't you say that the people in this village have no affection for Marine? Why are there so many people? Looking at these people again, they look like they are screaming, and they are the boss and the second. I thought it would be easy to participate in the selection after I got here, and I would easily become a Marine. From then on, my life on the sea would be thriving. Result. By visual inspection, this number is no less than 400, right? There are dozens of Marines and 4 tables around, and Marines are busy." He hesitated. "With so many people participating in the selection, you have to wait until the flowers are all gone. Even if the flowers don't thank you, you have to thank yourself. Let's give in, the boiling water is coming." He made up his mind and squeezed in from the crowd with the flyer. Smack! The leaflet was shot on the table, and Ximenqin said loudly, "I want to be a Marine." The busy Marine raised his head and said sternly, "Young man, wait aside." As he said, he lowered his head, and kept copying on some forms. Huh! Ximenqin was stunned. "I said I want to be a Marine." His voice raised, for fear that this person would not know what he said. The surroundings are indeed too noisy." The Marine raised his head again and looked at the long dragon behind him again, finally couldn't help it. "I said, you bastards, I told you not to be annoying here. Those who passed the selection need to come to me to get the form. I asked for a favor, please continue to wait." Ximenqin is speechless. With this violent temper, can he still preach Marine's justice? He glanced at the other contemptuously, picked up the leaflet and retreated to the back to wait. The people waiting around here are basically more civilians, and there are also some swordsmen, and some like bandits, who gather together and make a lot of noise. Bandits come to register for Marine selection? Yes, that's how crazy things happen. Watching other people again, it seems that there is no demon fruit power, so I feel relieved. Your own lightning ability is equivalent to that of thunder fruit. It can be elementalized and can also release high-intensity lightning. There should be no doubt that this selection can pass, right? Marine, one of the ace departments under the world government, maintains order on the sea and stands on the opposite side of the pirates. Over hundreds of years, countless pirates have fallen into Marine's hands. As a result, the number of pirates has dropped sharply, and the number of men who go to sea for wealth and dreams has entered a low period. Today's era of great pirates is an era created by the last one at the expense of life. Countless people are eager for the wealth and power of Pirate King, and the era of pirates' prevalence has been set off. After a short time, the Marine who copied the form stood up and shouted with a loudspeaker, "The first round of selection has begun, who can stick to the second round of selection? Let's fight." More than 400 people were stunned for a while. Huh? Fight? Are you kidding me? We are here to be Marines, not monkeys. Everyone was angry. How could anyone bully people so much? Those who would say that are ordinary people with ordinary dresses. For those swordsmen and bandits, fighting is the most meaningful thing. Chiang, the first swordsman, drew his sword and slashed at the bandit without hesitation. How can the notorious bandits work with them? Not to be outdone, the bandit roared at the swordsman. "Damn it, isn't it true that the bandit is not a thief?" After the other ordinary people protested, seeing that Marine ignored them, he immediately fisted at the people around him. Ximenchin is embarrassing. This is the selection of Marine? Isn't it too funny? Danger! A sword was slashed from his side, and he was startled in a cold sweat. If he missed a few centimeters, he would have to get a knife. "Boy, concentrate, it will be your head next time." The middle-aged swordsman with a scar across his face smiled strangely. He cut off the knife just now. Ximenchin was angry. "Meow me, I will hit." The elements of his hands turned into thunder and lightning, and two thunder snakes with thick thumbs burst out of his arms. The swordsman on the opposite side was surprised. This kid was still a capable person. Without thinking about it, the swordsman squatted slightly and jumped into the air abruptly to avoid Razor's attack. Sword God, profound righteous tiger. In the air, the swordsman held the sword in both hands, and slashed it down like a tiger roaring behind him. The sound of the whistling wind sounded. Ximenchin elementalized, the sword pierced through his body and slashed to the ground, with a crisp and sweet cracking sound, and a groove more than 3 meters long and about 10 centimeters wide appeared on the beach. After removing the elementalization, Ximenchin hummed, "Sword God, profound truth. It's not like bragging." 50,000 volts razor. The hands were elementalized again, and the two razors separated from the arms, followed by two razors again. A total of 4 razors appeared, and the swordsman's eyes widened. Will this one consume his energy? Being hit by thunder and lightning is not a pleasant thing. The swordsman jumped up and down, avoiding the attack of the thunder snake. And because of the strength of the swordsman and the appearance of the capable, a vacuum belt of more than 30 meters appeared around them, and no one entered to interfere. Marine, who announced the start of the selection, took a small notebook and glanced over the people who participated in the selection, struggling to write. 100,000 volts thundernet. Razor's attack was avoided. Ximenchin was not discouraged, but was energetic and doubled the ability of Raiden. The whole person is completely elemental, forming a lightning net with a diameter of more than 5 meters, chasing the footsteps of the swordsman. Suffer to death. Ximenchin roared in his heart. When under the hood, he threw the swordsman to the ground, and the lightning of 100,000 volts entered his body in an instant. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Marine Hero Garp Request Collection of Flowers. The speed of thunder and lightning is not surpassed by ordinary people. Ximenchin catches this loophole of the swordsman and directly uses the thunder net to throw the swordsman to the ground, unceremoniously venting the thunder and lightning on his body. Oh, the swordsman's body twitched, his face scorched, and 100,000 volts of thunder and lightning raged on his body, making him feel the baptism of thunder and lightning, which is sour, praise. The power of the thundernet disappeared. Ximenchin lifted the elementalization, and got up from the swordsman's body, patted the sand on his body and cursed, "It's a meow, this young master is a normal man, you die gangster." When they ran to a place more than 20 meters away from the swordsman, the other people avoided it when they saw it. They weren't able to rectify this ability, so let's forget it. The swordsman stood up after a brief twitch. The scars on his dark face looked even more hideous and terrifying. "Boy, you completely irritated me." The body leaped up, the long sword slashed angrily, and a sword aura that was visible to the naked eye popped out. Ximenchin also had no choice but to accept the ability to fight against humans in Pirate World. Before changing to 100,000 volts, no matter whether you are a tiger or a mouse, you will only have a fatal end. The sword chi is vertical and horizontal, and the elemental body moves horizontally, avoiding the attack of the sword chi dangerously. But the swordsman couldn't make a single blow, and the man had rushed to his side, slashing several times in succession. Sword chi? Devil fruit? In this world, only the strongest swordsman Hawkeye is known to be able to emit sword aura, and no one else has ever seen it. 100,000-volt Thundernet. Incarnate into Thundernet again, Ximenchin did not retreat but moved forward, covering the swordsman, which meant that he would be wiped out all at once. Here again? The swordsman's eyes are about to stick out, and he hates Ximenchin's shamelessness. Always using such a despicable attack method is simply insulting the swordsman. The attack was retracted, and the swordsman kept moving and dodge, changing various positions to avoid the attack of the thundernet. The people around only prayed that he would not run to his side. The fire at the gate of the city would damage the pond fish, and then it would be time to play. Other people are not weak in fighting, and they are all very fast, solving the people around them to the maximum. If the battle of ordinary people is described as fierce, then the battle between bandits and other swordsmen can only be described as fierce. Perhaps for some reason, these bandits and swordsmen did not find ordinary people to start, but rather people with a little bit of strength. Most swordsmen have no sword aura and can only wield the sword in their hands, plus what they have learned all their lives to fight. The bandits have a lot more tricks. Meteor hammers, large wooden sticks, mountain knives, and even pig knives are taken out. They attack the swordsman without rules, but occasionally use small tricks to commit death. Pretend to be dizzy, pretend to surrender, and take down the swordsman at a critical moment, causing the swordsman's power to lose a lot. The number of people is declining rapidly, and the number of people who can stand in just half an hour has been wiped out, and there are about 200 people. On the main ship in the harbor, an elderly marine with a dog-headed hat, gray hair, and gray-white beard, a scar on his left forehead, tall, muscularly knotted, and wearing a Marine Vice Admiral Justice cloak, is holding a telescope to observe the selection. The other hand kept holding the donut into his mouth. After watching it for a while, he grinned and watched. It seems that there are a few good candidates this time. The middle-aged lieutenant commander next to him wore sunglasses and said solemnly, "Yes, Garp Vice Admiral, this time through preliminary screening, a few people have been selected, please have a look." Take out a stack of paper, on which are a few portraits, which were drawn temporarily. In addition to the portraits, there is a general definition of ability. For a while, no one took the portrait. Lieutenant Commander raised his head, but saw the head of the upright Marine hero in front of him trembled, his eyes closed, and a big bubble on his nose went big and small. "Ah! Garp Vice Admiral, Garp Vice Admiral." Lieutenant Commander panicked and freaked out, "Can you stop doing this all the time?" With one hand piercing the bubble, Garp opened his eyes, sleepy eyes, and looked at the Lieutenant Commander. "What's the matter?" "Garp Vice Admiral, the candidate this time." Halfway through, he passed the portrait directly. Garp took the portrait with a "oh," looked at it, and his head dropped again. Garp Vice Admiral. Lieutenant Commander went crazy, but quickly calmed down and left slowly. Your Excellency Lieutenant Commander, don't you need to be with you? A warrant officer asked cautiously. No, you can't fall. On this warship, you have to learn to adapt and hone your character. By the way, you are alone in charge of today's hygiene. However, anyone could see his extremely trembling body and dark expression, and he was very witty and stopped talking. And that warrant officer could only admit that he was unlucky. Ximenchin's thunder net is raging. This time he has learned to be smart, and he refuses to remove the elementalization, so he turns into a thunder net to chase the swordsman, making the opponent hate it and swearing despicable and shameless. Although the swordsman has good strength, the powerful sword aura is not meant to be released at any time. It always takes a preparation time, but the other party will not give him a chance to breathe at all, and will chase wherever he runs. Shameless! The swordsman roared, helplessly. Ximenchin was uncomfortable after being scolded like this and lifted the elementalization. You idiot, who would give up the biggest advantage stupidly to fight with you? Before he finished speaking, the swordsman had already rushed forward, with another sword aura. This time the preparation time was finally available. Ximenchin was depressed, and was actually fooled, but the sword energy had already reached him, and he could only avoid the attack of the sword energy by lowering his body. When he wanted to become elemental again, the swordsman rushed up again. Sister, don't bring such a mean and cunning. Ximenchin ran numbly. Thanks to 3 years of training on the island, his physical fitness was good and he could run away easily. The swordsman suddenly got up, holding the sword in both hands and constantly pursuing him, venting his depressed mood before. After being chased for a long time, Ximenchin was angry. If the tiger doesn't show off his power, you really treat me as Hello Kitty, right? 1,000,000 volts thunderclaw. Turning around, his hands were elementalized and crossed and grabbed forward, and 2 claw prints made of thunder and lightning flew out. The swordsman's tendency to rush forward could no longer stop, his eyes opened angrily, 2 paw prints caught on his chest, and a piece of clothing was scorched. 2 crossed black paw prints appeared on the chest, thunder and lightning on his body. Sizzle. Ahem. The swordsman coughed twice and brought out a mouthful of blood. The man squatted on the ground, but he still held the sword tightly and refused to let go. Ximenchin walked over, and the lightning of 1,000,000 volts didn't believe you would not kneel anymore. If it still doesn't work, then use a higher level to see if you still kneel or not. Well, the battle is over. You idiots. A heroic voice spread across the beach. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Garp's Hacky Selection Awakening. The heroic voice spread all over the beach, stopping the people who were fighting, and let out a sigh of relief. So, they have passed the selection? Ximenchin's ready-to-fire thunder power converged and turned around to look at the incoming person. A dogskin hat, a scar on his forehead, and a vice admiral cloak, a burly hacky. This man is the marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. The first feeling, hacky leak sideways. The second feeling is masculine justice. The third feeling is awesome. Vice Admiral's cloak, so attractive, Ximenchin's eyes showed desire. Which man does not have a heroic dream, which man does not want to stand on top of all beings? Marine arrived and instantly became his target. Garp glanced across everyone's faces and laughed openly. There are only a few people here that are worth noting. I announce that the first selection is over. The heroic voice sounded again, making everyone cheer, and the battle for more than an hour finally came to an end. The noisy situation made Garp yell, "You fools, don't be too happy. The second selection will also be the final selection." The voice contained invisible sound waves, and people couldn't help covering their ears, and only felt the eardrums tremble, leaving a squeaky echo in the whole world. Hacky. Ximenchin's heart is shocked, this is definitely Garp's hacky. Not only the aura of a superior person, but also Haki, who is known as the strongest armed color. In the final selection, it was the sourness of falling from heaven to hell, and people couldn't help but open their eyes wide, waiting for him to follow. Garp was very satisfied with the performance of these people and laughed a few times. The next selection will be carried out by me. All stand up. The person who can stand until the end is the one who finally passed the selection. Standing. Oh, Garp Vice Admiral, you are so kind. Everyone is happy, who can stand up. Not to mention standing for an hour, it means standing for a day, and it's done properly for you. The chaotic crowd stood up, looking at Garp with a smile, waiting for him to announce the selection result. As for those who had been knocked to the ground before, some of them stood up numbly, only to be thrown out by Marine carrying their clothes. Garp looked at those people, grabbed a few donuts in his hands and threw them into his mouth. He laughed a few times. Then, his face changed and a sense of oppression suddenly came from him, the Marine cloak on him. No wind automatically. With a slight sound of bang, an invisible wave spread out around him, and instantly enveloped the entire beach. The breath was depressing and suffocating. Ah! The first person suddenly couldn't bear it, and fell to the ground, drooling and snotting, his eyes widened. Unbelievable. Haki, definitely armament Haki. Ximen stared at the pressure and yelled inwardly, Garp is not demon fruit power. In this case, there is only one possibility, the legendary Haki. Through Haki to select the final personnel, Garp played this trick very well, and it was very straightforward. Bang, the second man fell down, sweating profusely. He had reached his limit. This person's fall was like a domino effect, and successive people began to be unable to hold on, and crashed to the ground. In just 10 minutes, more than 40 people have fallen to the ground. They are destined to be eliminated. The remaining people clenched their teeth and persisted, although they were painful, but they did not give up. Garp grinned open, the green veins on his forehead exposed. The pressure has risen suddenly. If the pressure in front is a high mountain, then the pressure now is Wangyangda high, endless. In an instant, more than 20 people fell to the ground, almost unconscious. Time passed bit by bit. Before and after less than half an hour, the selection staff on the entire beach, there were only less than 50 people left who could stand. Among these people, there were swordsmen, bandits, and perhaps capable. By those ordinary people, except for a few determined people, all fell to the ground. Pressure, pressure everywhere. Sweat appeared on Ximen's forehead. Garp's armament Haki, although it can't directly stun people like Conqueror's Haki, but under the influence of Garp's own strength, the deterrent formed is also extremely powerful. This is not so much a selection of Haki, as it is a selection of Garp's own momentum. As a fledgling, Ximen has confidence in his current strength, lightning abilities, and Dugunin swords. As long as he gives himself a chance, he can dive out of the abyss and travel the sky. A hole, I can't support it? Damn it, are you going to fail? Garp, it's horrible. Suddenly, he heard a lot of voices, echoing around. I looked up and saw that everyone looked ugly, clenching their teeth and holding on. No one was talking at all. Are there all auditory hallucinations? Ximen was puzzled, then looked at the middle-aged swordsman before. Can't fail, in the career of a swordsman, failure is not allowed. Ximen was very puzzled, the swordsman did not speak at all, why? Suddenly, an idea appeared in his mind. Haki, observation Haki. The Enel in Sky Island has observation Haki, and can hear the hearts of others through thunder and lightning. At this moment, the lightning ability he possesses, if he awakens observation Haki, may have the same effect. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on his face. Congratulations to the candidate for obtaining observation Haki, and hope that the candidate will work harder and mighty hacky. The system knelt and licked at this time, and implemented Ximenqian's idea. Seeing and hearing color. Ximenqian thought silently, although there is no more advanced armed color or conquerors, but it is enough to use now. The use of hacky does not have to be high level, as long as it is used well, it also has the power of heaven-defying. Observation hacky faintly exudes, the lightning ability is also shown on the surface of the body, and a small electric arc travels all over the body. Hacky is a potential power that all human beings have. This power is born with it, just like instinct. It's just that many people cannot realize this power, so they can't exert it in their entire life. Did that kid awaken hacky? As expected, he is the one I like, wow ha 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 ha. Garp smiled triumphantly. He has armament hacky. Through his aura, he can find out whether the other person also has hacky. Hacky is a very subtle existence, and you can feel its existence by carefully understanding it. Asterisk. Chapter 9, Ximenqian's ambition seeking a collection of flowers. Time passed, and after another half an hour, there were only less than 20 people who were able to stand. These people, in addition to being determined, had a certain amount of power. Each one has the hope of becoming a strong one. More than an hour is a torment for everyone. In more than an hour, those who are still standing may usher in a brilliant tomorrow. The pressure on his body suddenly lightened, and the ubiquitous aura receded like a tide, and instantly disappeared into the invisible. Hoo, I am so exhausted, my master is exhausted. Ximenqian put his hands on his knees, panting. The other people finally couldn't hold on when the momentum dissipated, and sat on the beach all of a sudden, sweating and soaking their clothes. I announce that you have passed the final selection and are eligible to be a member of my Garp fleet. Starting today, you will be a great marine. Garp's voice spread everywhere. Those who couldn't hold on had been taken away by the accompanying marine, and they had been disqualified. Yeah. Ha ha ha, perfect. Those passing by cheered in unison, and even Ximenqian had a satisfied smile on his face. Garp Vice Admiral, should we be the most powerful people? A naked, chubby, 3-meter-high man with a sword on his shoulders was complacent. Boss Garp, let us be the captain of the combat team. Garp swept his eyes and grinned, you may be the strongest, but you must start from the bottom and try to climb upwards. For Marine's justice, fight for the sake of Marine's justice. Start from the bottom. A few people were angry, and the strong man opened his mouth wide, his face full of inconceivability. Garp Vice Admiral, start from the bottom? Then what kind of marine should I be? I might as well go back to my cottage and be a mountain king. The rest of the people agreed. If they can't become a leader, then what else do they have to participate in the selection? You can enter other marine bases casually. All eyes fell on Garp, looking forward to Garp's next move. Is it a compromise or a rejection? Garp's smile stopped abruptly, his face was suddenly full of indignation, and he glared. Those who are not righteous, you will only shame Marine's justice. In this case, the old man will let you experience Marine's justice. After finishing speaking, stride forward with firm facial contours. Armed color harden. Garp's fist was suddenly dark, and armament hacky clung to it. A hole, what do you want to do? Several people gathered around and condemned. Standing still, standing in front of him was the brawny man with a height of 3 meters, a fat body, and a huge sword. This body alone possessed a strong deterrent. Get off! The muscles of his arm swelled, and he slammed a punch, accurately hitting the brawny man's stomach. The strong man lowered his head and watched his fist hit him. Out of self-confidence in his body, he did not resist. After the punch, there seemed to be no harm, and the strong man smiled. However, his face suddenly froze. A visible ripple in the air blocked the place where the strong man was hit. His body immediately arched and slammed backwards quickly. The few people hiding behind him only felt the darkness in front of them, and the strong man was taken by the strong man. Flew out and fell into the sea. Insult Marine's justice and cannot be forgiven. You, take a warning. The ferocious gaze swept across everyone, making the hair stand up. A few people who fell into the sea, no one cares about their life and death. Marine hero Garp's iron fist, even without using haki, is not something ordinary people can resist. Those people are bad luck. On the Garp warship, in a room in the rest area, Ximanchin was lying on the bed. At this time, the setting sun had fallen and the sea was stained yellow. Through the small window of the room, Ximanchin stared at the sea. Tomorrow, the fleet will set off for a long voyage to naval headquarters. Now he is just a seaman recruit, that is, recruit. It is ridiculous to be a recruit for a person with lightning ability. Not only him, but also the other people who passed the selection, are the same, just seaman recruit. Marine officers, the lowest is also ensign. Only when they reach the level of ensign can they become officers. Ordinary officers are not his goal. Generals, becoming generals are what a passionate man should do. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, and Ximanchin spoke up before he even got up. Ximanchin, Garp Vice Admiral is looking for you. Garp. Ximanchin was stunned, and quickly replied, here is here. After speaking, he got up and rushed out. The one knocking on the door was a lieutenant commander, who belonged to the middle class among marine officers. Of course, if you compare it to the local marine, he is almost the same as a commodore. Because the naval headquarters officer is 3 levels older than the local marine. Garp Vice Admiral, people have brought it? In the room, Lieutenant Commander said to Garp, who was sitting on the sofa with his back to them. However, after waiting for a while, there was no answer. Lieutenant Commander looked up. Garp's head was tilted back, his mouth opened, and a bubble in his nose suddenly became bigger and smaller. Lieutenant Commander dropped a few black lines on his forehead and came again. It took less than 2 minutes to go out and came again. Boom, Lieutenant Commander burst the bubble to wake Garp, and speak before the other party is still speaking. Garp Vice Admiral, Ximanchin is here. Ximanchin? Who? Garp yawned, not knowing why. Fortunately, Lieutenant Commander has experienced countless baptisms and has long been used to his nerves. Thunder and Lightning Fruit, Ximanchin. Oh, Thunder Fruit ability, what is he here for? Garp still didn't understand. He came when he came, why did he wake himself up? Lieutenant Commander twitched his mouth and said helplessly, Garp Vice Admiral, you asked me to call him over. Having said that, Garp finally came back to his senses, smiled and said, so I told him to come over, okay, you can go out. After he said, he waved his hand and drove people straight away. Lieutenant Commander saluted him, left quickly, and stayed on. Even if he adapts countless times, he will collapse. A hole, you have to find a sandbag to vent. The sofa turned, Garp crossed his palms and said, Ximanchin, your performance today is beyond my expectation. Lightning Fruit ability, observation haki, your haki, when did you awaken? A person with fruitful ability has awakened haki again. This is a very promising recruit. As long as it is cultivated, he will soon be able to break into a world. Regarding Garp's big nerves, even if he had heard about it, he couldn't help but admire. With this big nerves, it was enough to make many people retreat without a fight. Chapter 10, Marine's Justice-Seeking Collection. The marine hero Garp has a great insight. In his mind, those who can become masters will certainly become masters no matter what the future is. It's as if he had his own son and Ace and Luffy in his eyes. Garp has spent countless thoughts on them, trying to train them to become members of Marine. However, in the end, no one was able to do what he wanted. Some became the leader of the revolutionary army, some became the pirate, and still the famous big pirate. It can be seen that Garp's insights and speculations about the future of the characters are still quite beyond ordinary people. Haki, who suddenly awakened from Ximenchin's body, showed him a potential. That is not just ordinary observation Haki, there is another kind of Haki. Being named by Garp, Ximenchin is a little flattered. What is this big guy looking for? There seems to be nothing worthy of his attention. However, the wildness in his heart was also inspired. What about marine heroes? One day, I will be there too. Throwing away the thoughts in your mind, excuse me, Garp Vice Admiral, you are looking for me. I really don't understand, what else can he do if he finds himself? Could it be that the thunder and lightning ability is so terrible that he can't bear it? Garp laughed, waving his hands and saying, don't be so restrained, come on, sit down and talk. Hearing that, he walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down, saying that he was not nervous, who would believe it? For Marine, what do you think? Garp said without thinking as soon as he sat down, pushing a bucket of donuts into his mouth constantly. Marine, gallop on the ocean to maintain the justice and fairness of the world. Fight against the vicious pirates and safeguard the rights and interests of the world government. Puff, Garp squirted, and all the donuts came out in a bite, and he opened his mouth to look at Ximenchin. Boy, you can't pretend to be ignorant and let me talk about it? However, you are only talking about one of them, ha ha ha. It seems that he has recovered his face. Garp laughed nervously, but suddenly reduced his smile, and said with a serious face, Marine, maintain the peace and security of the world's oceans, and maintain the stability and prosperity of the people around the world. When the people of the world are suffering, according to the instructions of the world government, to maintain peace and stability on one side, even if it is to pay the price of life, it will not hesitate. The justice of Marine is the people. Fight for justice, sacrifice for justice. In Garp's philosophy, there is actually another meaning. Marine represents justice. In his mind, everything about Marine is a symbol of peace and a sword on the head of sin. Ximenchin was silent, but he was struggling fiercely in his heart. The era of the great pirate was started by the king of the pirate who paid the price of his life. His wish is to let more passionate men enter the ocean, find their dreams, and pursue their ideals. At the same time, someone must uncover the bloody and violent past of the world government and solve the mystery of the blank 100-year history. His wish is beautiful, but some people go to the sea for the treasure of one pirate king, for the supreme throne, and become the evil pirate, the most vicious pirate. In this world, countless people enter the blue ocean for their dreams. For example, Ace, such as Whitebeard, such as Shanks, such as Hawkeye, they all participated in battle and bloody in pursuit of the pinnacle of their lives. How can such feelings not be admired? How can people follow the purpose of world government and Marine and eliminate them all? Garp Vice Admiral, Marine's justice is not opposed by the following. But the next believes that everyone has their own pursuit. This pursuit may have different approaches, or different means, and may not be recognized by others. But they are all for the sake of my dream is pursuing. Marine chasing and killing pirates is a matter of course. However, if it is some pirates who have never harmed the common people for their dreams, should I hunt them down? Mighty, touching, and unforgettable. Ximenchin thought that what she said was absolutely moving in her heart, and couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. This acting is an angry praise. But, the opposite Garp raised his head, his mouth opened, and the bubbles on his nose were big and small, and he still held the bucket of donuts in his hands and refused to let go. Tears rushed, Ximenchin was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. Do you dare to fall asleep with this impassioned speech? The uncle can bear it, but the aunt can't bear it. Striding forward, a finger pierced the bubble, just like this was demonstrated by the lieutenant commander. As a result, Garp turned his head, and another bubble popped up again. Anger, a few big tic-tac-toe appeared on Ximenchin's forehead. Garp Vice Admiral, there is no such bullying. With a glance of his eyes, he suddenly saw the donut in his hand and made a plan. He tiptoed, took out 2 donuts from his bucket, brought them to Garp's ear, and suddenly snapped them off. The donut is gone. Oh, Garp stood up suddenly, turning his head quickly from side to side, yelling in his mouth, Where did the donut go? It's in your hands. Ximenchin feels his blood pressure has risen. Garp Vice Admiral, can we be normal? Looking down at his hands, Garp sat down with a sigh of relief and fought with the donut. Garp Vice Admiral, is there anything else? If it doesn't, I will leave first. It seems that asking myself is just bragging, right? Oh, you go. Hearing this, Ximenchin turned around and walked outside the door without looking back. Wait a minute. When he walked to the door, Garp suddenly yelled, the sound waves shaking the decoration of the room. Garp Vice Admiral, people are scary to death, can't you be normal? Turning around, Ximenchin yelled. Garp was stunned, and smirked, pay attention next time, pay attention next time. By the way, there is an arrangement for you. Arrange things. Just become a recruit. Ximenchin does not expect to have any tasks or opportunities to get ahead. In the future, you will serve as a combat squad leader on this main ship, responsible for combat and finishing work, and promoted to Seaman First Class. How about the battle team leader? Marines' fleet layout is similar to that of the pirates. Generally there are squad captains in the combat squad. Below is the squad leader, and then the combat team. On Garp's main ship, there are 2 combat teams and 6 teams. You mean, let me be a seaman first class? The face was weird, and suspicious eyes shot back and forth on the opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 11, Generals are my goal, add more chapters. P.S. Yesterday, a local tyrant rewarded 3,000 V points. I am grateful, and one more chapter. Those with fruit ability, the owner of hacking. In naval headquarters, vice admiral and above generals can count master armament hacking. This is a basic principle. Most of observation hacking, commodore, and rear admiral have this ability. Of course, there are also many rear admiral that do not have such hacking. If it is a combination of demon fruit power and the owner of hacking, nothing else, it is appropriate to become a general. Looking at Ximenchin's eyes on the understanding of the headquarters, Garp was embarrassed and embarrassed. Then, take your time, I believe you can, be promoted to a higher level. It's shameful to be so embarrassed in front of a young man, which is too inconsistent with the name of Marine hero. Garp wanted to drive people out, so he was quiet, and was shocked to eat some donuts. Ximenchin's eyes popped. Garp Vice Admiral, what do you mean? New recruits can only be recruits, okay. However, since you have revealed some information, I am so sorry for not doing anything. Garp Vice Admiral. To become Marine, to maintain the justice of the world is a lifelong dream. You can give your life for justice. You will also continue to improve your abilities for justice. Maintaining justice in the world requires more achievements. It takes more effort and more status. Garp Vice Admiral needs a higher platform to achieve a lifelong dream. With infinite emotion, I'm sorry for this talent if I don't get a little golden man. Garp is even more embarrassed. He is a very refreshing person and a person who can give up for justice. Justice occupies a great place in his heart. Boy Simon, you admire the old man. Come on, what kind of platform do you need? Garp laughed. Is there another person who defends justice in this world? Ximenchin looked serious and stood up straight. Garp Vice Admiral, I think he is fully qualified for the position of a general. Righteous and stern words, passionate, sincere attitude. Garp doesn't think that a person without principles can say such things and maintain justice. Everyone has their own justice in their hearts, but the definition is different. This can be said to be a high standard request, and Garp is rarely serious. Simon boy, do you know what you need to be a general? Ximen Qin shook his head. Who knows all these conditions? You need to have absolute justice and the power to uphold justice. When Marine arrives, you need to go to the naval headquarters for assessment. The assessment is very difficult. If you are sure that you want to be a general, then you must be psychologically prepared. What mental preparation? The psychological preparation for failure and the assessment of generals requires witnesses. Of course, I can give you a testimony, Simon boy, you have a very appetite for me. After speaking, Garp laughed again and walked up. He patted the other person on the shoulder. Garp's iron fist made people feel heart palpitations, and his palm also possessed such power. Ximen Qin only felt the tremendous power on his shoulders, and every palm shot made his heart cool and he had to break the bone. Slightly avoiding his palm, Ximen Qin grinned, Garp Vice Admiral, I'm ready. When can I get to naval headquarters? Garp sat back in his position again, stuffing the donut in his mouth constantly. Don't be nervous, it will take a while to return to the headquarters. During this time, you will still be a squad leader on the main ship. Well, the donuts are the best. When the goal was achieved, Ximen Qin's heart settled down. The meeting with Garp can be said to be very dramatic. I thought it would take a long time to climb to the top, but I didn't expect happiness to come too suddenly. God actually gave such a chance. Opportunities will not be given to the door in vain, they need people to fight for and grasp. Ximen Qin has set a goal for himself in his heart, and he will be benevolent if he fails. Suddenly, Garp's fight against the donut stopped, his eyes widened, as if he was thinking about something, and after a long time he suddenly slapped his thigh. Simon, there is something to do, see if you can't agree. What's the matter? Garp has something to help himself? He suddenly felt crazy, a marine hero actually needs his own help? However, it turns out that he thinks too much. Boy Simon, you have already awakened observation haki, right? Also, your lightning power is not bad, should it be thunderfruit? Ximen Qin did not deny the two questions, but directly nodded to admit. So, do you want to increase haki's power? The power of haki. Ximen Qin still knows how much, in this world of devil fruit, the most powerful is Logia. Logia devil fruit has a variety of abilities, which can be roughly divided into Logia, Paramecia, Zoan, and Zoan also has Eudemons, which is also very powerful. And haki is the potential that everyone has. It can be stimulated through practice, and it can also be strengthened through continuous practice. The armed haki can be said to be the nemesis of Logia. How to improve? Observation haki had just awakened, and the impression of this kind of thing was very vague, and how to practice and improve this ability is still unknown. Garp grinned, his scalp tingling. Of course you have accepted my training. Enhance your own strength, and haki will also increase. Also, the proficiency of haki requires you to continue to use haki to experience. It seems very simple to say, enhance your own strength, isn't it the same as the previous training? Ximen Qin is puzzled. Is there any other way Garp can't? Boy Ximen, you are talking, hey, brat, talking. Garp walked over and grabbed Ximen Qin's shoulders and shook violently. No, I promised. The sky was spinning, why Garp was so violent, wouldn't it make people think about it? Ximen Qin was sad and indignant, and suddenly thought that Luffy and Ace were trained under Garp's iron fist of love, and suddenly they were thrown into the sea, they ran into a hot air balloon and fell, and suddenly they were thrown off the cliff. The beautiful name is to train them to survive, and his little heart is almost unable to bear it. Garp Vice Admiral, are you sure that it was practicing, not deliberate murder? Ximen was full of mischievous thinking, and prayed that Garp would not treat himself like this. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Squad Leader, please collect flowers. Efficient execution of orders is one of the characteristics of the Garp fleet. Without Ximen's knowledge, the fact that he became the team leader has been spread among some people. Monkey D. Garp, Marine hero, is the highest leader of the fleet on the way to naval headquarters. His task is to direct everyone to follow a specific route. However, he now stays in his office to feast on. Forgetting that there seemed to be some things that he hadn't explained clearly, he launched a fierce attack on Dim Sum. On the main ship, Ximen wandered around, really didn't understand where his team was. Garp arranged a position yesterday, but didn't say which team it was. Isn't this a scam? The team leader means that the lowest level is already at Seaman First Class. For a recruit, it is very impressive to be promoted to this level in one day. But Ximen is not satisfied. If a man is ambitious, how can he be satisfied with the district captain? His goal is the vast expanse of the sea. Regarding the so-called training proposed by Garp, he both expected and resisted. How to improve the strength of the training method that is completely tossing people to death? At most, the energy of the body is stronger, right? Nowadays, Ximen has his own set of cultivation methods. At the same time he cultivates his body's strength and lightning power, and even takes time to practice Dugu-9 swords to enhance his various strengths. However, the practice of this haki was puzzled. Since the last time I used haki, no matter how I study it now, haki has not been reflected. Embarrassed, I don't know where to put this old face. Seeing that one morning was almost past, Ximen sighed deeply on the bow. Where is the opposition? Surrounding recruits and some veterans can only be speechless to him, others are busy. You just joined a new guest strolling around. Most of the recruits who just joined are doing some cleaning work, and use this period to buffer, gradually adapt to the life on the sea, and adapt to the life of marine. Hey, new kid, come with me. A tall figure suddenly appeared behind him, covering a piece of sunlight. Huh? Ximen turned his head. He was a burly man with a height of more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters. He was about 30 years old. He had short black hair, strong facial lines, cross-shaped scars on his cheeks, a burly figure, and muscular knots. He was held tight, with a pure black sword hanging from his waist. Judging from the clothing, it was a marine of lieutenant level. Who are you? Ximen was reluctant to see someone at the lieutenant level speak like this. If he wanted to reach the lieutenant level, he had to skip 6 levels. This was a pitfall. The burly man grinned. Ha ha ha, kid, remember my name, I will be your captain from now on. Kirklov Yami, the captain of the first team. He patted Ximen's shoulder and pulled directly. Just run away. Ximen was in a cold sweat. Doesn't Kirklov have any relatives with Garp? Why does the personality look the same? A team? Yeah, I finally found an organization. At this time, he remembered. The other party said he was the captain of his team, which meant that he was in the first team. Garp's main ship has 3 squads, each with 80 combat members in addition to 1 captain and 2 squad captains. The main ship represents the highest combat power of the Garp fleet and is a symbol of status and honor. Each squad has a meeting room for meetings. The meeting room is very simple. In fact, it is an empty room with various rifles and swords hanging on the surrounding walls, which looks more like a martial arts training ground. Kirklov drew people into it and kicked open the door of the conference room. Bang, the door was kicked open and there was a loud noise, which lasted for a long time. Ximen covered his eyes. God, a violent man, too embarrassing. There was dead silence in the meeting room. 81 people looked at the door, silent. Kirklov pulled Xiamen in and walked in front of the Marines standing side by side and said loudly, "Today I will introduce you to a person, the new team leader, Xiamen." Pushed out. Xiamen was dumbfounded. The plot shouldn't be played like this. I met before the speech was ready. How bad? In full view, Xiamen coughed, "I am Xiamen, the new team leader of a team, please advise." Silence. The team members and the team leader looked at him silently, making Xiamen embarrassed, and slowly walked to Kirklov. "Wow, I finally came to a normal person. God, do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? Squad leader, you don't have to work so hard." There was a bang in the conference room, and the team members were rejoicing, as if they had received such a high honor. They were communicating with each other. Xiamen was stunned. What's the situation? Could everyone in this fleet be affected by GARP and become neurotic? The thin red-haired team leader walked to Xiamen side and stretched out his hand and said with a serious face, "You are welcome to join, Xiamen. I am the team leader Major Odintu." Xiamen looked at him, with red shawl and long hair, very thin, and with a pair of rimless eyes. He looked like a military commander. "Thank you." Xiamen was still a little confused after reaching out and shaking his hand. "Quiet, you bastards, what do you mean?" Kirklov snarled. His voice shook so loudly that all the guns in the conference room were shot down. The team members quickly calmed down and stood up again. The expressions on their faces could not conceal their inner joy. "Xiamen, we will work together in the future to build a team," Major Odintu said with a smile, with a lot of emotion in the words. "Of course, this is my responsibility." Xiamen said it for granted, but he knew in his heart that he would go to Naval Headquarters for Rear Admiral assessment soon. I don't know if he will stay on this fleet. It's just that he still doesn't know that the assessment of Marine Rear Admiral is not so easy, especially the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, which is even more difficult. To celebrate the arrival of a new squad leader, we have left the main ship's duties to us these days, so that the second and third squads can see our strength," Kirklov said passionately. Muscles all over his body skyrocketed. "But, the players are dumbfounded. Captain, can you be normal?" Asterisk. Chapter 13, as soon as we meet, we will do it. Please collect flowers. P.S. Collections and flowers are ugly, do you dare to put them on top? In the passage, the blue and white figure dragged his tired body to the restaurant, quickly shuttled through the crowded crowd, and walked fast under his feet. Behind this figure, there was also a tired crowd. The whole team looked at other people with a fierce look, like a greedy wolf who hadn't eaten for several months, trying to choose people and eat them. On the fourth day of the sea voyage, he was on duty for 3 consecutive days at the request of Captain Kirklov, responsible for all major and minor matters on the main ship. 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. For 3 days and 3 nights, the people in the first division were tortured so fast, but the people in the second and third divisions felt comfortable for 3 days. Jealous, the first team was completely jealous. Why is his captain a nervous person? Why is his captain stupidly on duty for 3 consecutive days? Why? Bang! The shuttle figure slammed into another person at the entrance of the restaurant, and backed 2 steps, the other person was also stunned and backed a few steps. A hole! The person who was hit snarled, rushed forward, stretched out his hands and grabbed the opponent's collar and shook it fiercely. Xiamen ran into someone who just wanted to say sorry. Before he could even speak, he was grabbed by the collar of the other person, and the sky was spinning. Lifting his foot, his knee slammed into the opponent's place. The other party was in pain, letting go of his hand and bent over, holding the place where he was hit, and trembling all over. Xiamen took a step back, and his unhappiness suddenly increased. Meow, I'm so violent, am I going to die? Look at each other, yo, look familiar. A middle-aged man with a scar running through his entire face, with a sword hanging from his waist, and Marine's basic costume. It's you. The right hand pointed at each other angrily. It's really not because the enemy doesn't get together, you can come across this stuff everywhere. The middle-aged swordsman raised his head and looked at the opponent. His familiar face and familiar tone made him easily think of things from a few days ago. His heart burned with anger, and now he still had two dark black claw marks on his chest, always reminding him of his previous shame. The enemy was extremely jealous when they met, and the middle-aged swordsman had a grinning smile on his face, and the scars seemed to squirm with the smile. I'll fight. Ximen groaned, the swordsman who rushed to the front of no more than 3 meters, and kicked. Snapped. Just like the sound of a bubble being squeezed, a soft sound makes the spine chill. Blast. The swordsman's eyes burst out, his body arched forward and quickly retreated into the restaurant, hitting a lot of tables and chairs all the way. On the ground, the middle-aged swordsman rolled fiercely, rolling 4 or 5 times in a row before stopping. His eyes widened at the floor, and his voice was hoarse, panting heavily. Pain, pain. Wow. The restaurant became lively all of a sudden. Someone is doing it? Fight on the main ship? Marines think it must be crazy. How can anyone dare to fight on the main ship of Tekken Garp? Isn't this the rhythm of death? The restaurant was surrounded by water. It was dinner time, and the number of Marines here reached 300 people. God, isn't this the recruited swordsman? Why was it beaten? The sharp-eyed veteran could already see the identity of one of them. Another veteran looked at Ximen and exclaimed, "Oh, there is another recruit who is fighting? It's too unruly." Marine talked a lot, and the scene became a vegetable market, which was very lively. There were dozens of Marines behind Ximen, who walked at the front of the team and walked over in a horoscope. Meow, I'm so bullied as the young master. Sui looked at each other, contemptuously, deeply despised. This is just a kick, why can't I stand it anymore? I want kill it you. The middle-aged swordsman gritted his teeth and said every word. The severe pain and the feeling of brokenness made him feel that his pursuit of life was missing again. The culprit was in front of him. A hole. I go kill you. Oh, I'm so scared. Don't talk nonsense, let's start the fight. Ximen learned the other side to repeat word by word, and finally declared the war directly. The middle-aged swordsman slowly stood up, his legs clamped, his pants were stained red with blood, and his right hand pulled out the sword from his waist. Sword God, profound truth, sword chi of the 4 directions. The sword slashed forward and shot out 4 cross-shaped sword chi from the blade at a height of about 1 meter. The middle-aged swordsman is actually a master. Few people in this world can emit sword aura. Ximen has determined that he must have eaten devil fruit to emit sword aura. 5 million volts thunder shield. The hands gradually opened, and the dense thunder and lightning burst from the hands to form a 2-meter high shield, completely blocking the whole person from the outside. ZZ. 4 cross-shaped sword auras blasted on the shield, and the sword aura merged into the shield, and the raging and violent sharp sword aura dimmed the shield. Able? Disperse. The surrounding marine suddenly gave up a huge space, watching from a distance. Without a single blow, the swordsman leaped out like a cheetah from the foot of the sword, and the sword in his hand danced freely like a light dancer. Again. Ximen's eyes widened, and the whole person was elemental. 100,000 volts ray net. Incarnate as a 5-meter diameter lightning net, under the hood. The middle-aged swordsman had already known his routine, his steps were flexible, his body turned slightly, his body was like a ghost, relying on the sudden change of direction to actually block Ximen's attack. After repeated misses, Xiamen turned into a straight thunder and lightning that fell 10 meters in front of the swordsman and showed its original shape. Tricky, this swordsman who didn't know what he had eaten devil fruit is too tricky. It's really bad for him to be a recruit. With the identity of a swordsman and the ability of devil fruit, you can be an officer at all. Sword God profound righteousness sword chi of the four directions. The swordsman snorted softly, and Xiamen immediately opened his hands and summoned Thunder Shield again to defend. However, there was no expected collision between the sword aura and the Thunder Shield, but a figure suddenly appeared behind him, with a flash of light. Xiamen eyes opened angrily, and his body quickly became elemental. Puff. With blood spattering, Xiamen moved a few meters to the front and turned around. The blood gradually dripped down his left shoulder, dyed red and blue and white marine clothing. Despicable and shameless. Xiamen cursed in a low voice, and blamed himself for being too careless. After all, competing with others is the fault of lack of experience. The middle-aged swordsman laughed. No matter what others said, only those who won victory had the final say. Sword God Profound Righteous Tiger. Asterisk. Chapter 14, Kneel and Lick It seeking a collection of flowers. In the pirate world, devil fruit is a bright spot. It can evolve endless abilities, making people overwhelmed. The ability of the fruit also needs continuous cultivation to improve, and develop the ability of the fruit to perfection, and every fruit will be the strongest fruit. The swordsman leaped into the air, holding Tato in both hands tightly, behind him as if a tiger roared, and a mighty and violent aura was transmitted from his body. Cut it down with a single knife, bringing a whirring gust of wind. The purple thunder light suddenly appeared, Xiamen elementized once again, and the bright sword could pass through his body. Boom boom. A sword hit the air, a sword slashed on the floor, the restaurant shook a few times, and a 3-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. If it was stronger, it would surely penetrate the floor and reach the floor below. 100,000 volts thunder net. Taking advantage of his mobile hand, he turned into a 5-meter thunder net under the cover. The swordsman had just put away the sword to prepare for the next move. The lightning net had already fallen, and he had been wrapped tightly. Wrapped around the opponent, the thunder net began to release a large amount of thunder and lightning. The lightning of 100,000 volts raged on the swordsman's body, and every place was covered by lightning. Blue smoke came out of the swordsman, and his mouth made irregular vibrato. Although the lightning of 100,000 volts could not kill him, it could restrict his behavior. He was soft and numb and lost his strength. The swordsman collapsed on the floor, his body convulsing irregularly. This time, the thundernet did not gradually disappear as before, but continued to discharge under Xiamen deliberate efforts. A burnt smell spread, and the swordsman's short and refined hair curled and fell under the high temperature generated by the lightning. The electric discharge lasted for 2 minutes, and the lightning web began to gradually disappear, and Simon's original form appeared again, numbly slipping from the opponent's body and backing away. As for the other party, the web of thunder and lightning disappeared, but there was still thunder and lightning raging on his body, which could not be eliminated in a short while. Looking at his body lying on the ground, Xiamen had a strange smile on his face, and his hands began to become elemental. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. 1,000,000 volts thunderclaw. Crossed his hands in front of him and grabbed it down, and the two crossed thunder and lightning claws came out. Puff. The paw print accurately hit the opponent's back, and the high-voltage lightning raged at the place where it fell. The swordsman's body trembled, no blood appeared, only the black cross paw prints burned by the high temperature of the lightning. The pain caused the swordsman's paralyzed body to regain a little control ability, and his trance spirit gradually became sober. After struggling for more than a minute, he stood up again. I will kill, and you. His words were vague, but he was still expressing his anger. Suddenly, a roar came from the door. A hole, who are you going to kill? A middle-aged burly man with a height of more than 2 meters and close to 3 meters, with short black hair, a firm face, cross-shaped scars on his cheeks, a burly figure, and a marine lieutenant costume with a pure black sword hanging from his waist. "Your captain!" Marine, who had been behind Ximenqin, shouted in surprise. Kirklove waved in and walked in front of Ximenqin and put his arm around his shoulder. "Who just said to kill the people of our team? Come out and promise not to kill you, at most maimed." "The captain of the squadron, this is one of the most powerful figures in Garp's fleet except for the higher-ranking officers." The Marines in the restaurant gradually gathered around, and the captains of the squad came out. Should this farce be over? The swordsman's eyes were deep, and he thought to himself, has this guy already joined the combat team? BD. Kirklove looked at the swordsman and roared, "Is it you?" The voice was so loud that the people around couldn't help covering their ears, and the captain of the first team was really strong. The swordsman was silent for a while. "Yes, it's me." A grinning smile hung on the corner of Kirklove's mouth. "You want to kill my team? Then pass my level first. Also, fighting in the restaurant, how much food is wasted, and killing me?" "Yes." With his fists pressed into the joints, he could not help but to prove to everyone that the first team was the strongest team. "Captain, I'll take care of this myself." Ximenqin stopped, and the team captain was fighting, then he couldn't eat Kabuto and left. Kirklove was taken aback for a moment, and then he laughed. "Can you handle it?" "Yes, but you can't fight in the restaurant. It's shameful to waste food at sea." "No problem," Ximenqin responded, turning around to look at the swordsman, but the other party had already put away the sword and stood arrogantly. The other party's meaning is obvious. Ximenqin is entangled. Hey, what do you mean? I don't want to fight anymore." The swordsman snorted coldly. "The stopped battle has no reason to continue. I will always remember the shame you gave me." Behind him, the black crossed paw prints are dazzling how you look at them. Such scars are destined to follow for a lifetime. Ximenqin racked his brains to ponder, isn't it because people here are scared? It's possible. Then you live with this shame, and strive to surpass me. I didn't say that I lost to you. The swordsman couldn't bear to be directly told of failure. Ximenqin smiled, and suddenly came an idea. "Really? Then try your best. On this main ship, you may still have a chance. But it is also very slim. The young master is now the captain of the first squad." "What?" The swordsman was dumbfounded. "The captain of the first division? A few days ago, they were all recruits. Why did you become a team leader if you haven't seen you these few days? Is it nepotism? The world is changing too fast, and I can't keep up with the rhythm." His expression Ximenqin was very comfortable, and he said again, "The power is not as good as me, and the position is not as good as me. Whoa, this young master has already smashed you 18 streets, so you can catch up slowly, haha." The swordsman was embarrassed and turned and left silently. Today's things are too exciting. After the First World War, not only did one not gain anything, but also lost something important, and was stimulated by others at the end. Such a day made it unpleasant to play? Kirklove laughed hilariously. "Simon boy, I like your method so much. It's very shocking to see that boy's desolation." Ximenqin grinned. When dealing with the enemy, he must be hit hard, and he will not be given a chance to turn over. Starving to death, hurry up to eat." At this time, the hunger pangs gradually came, reminding him of important things. Directly Flash people ran to receive their own food. The restaurant gradually returned to calm. But this battle of his was spread on the main ship. P.S. There are too few flowers, dare to send some? Asterisk. Chapter 15, Hacky's Practice Seeking a Collection of Flowers. In the empty underground granary, there are two blue and white sound and shadows in the line of sight, one tall and tall, the other slender and handsome. Haki is the inherent potential power of human beings, and everyone has this potential. Some people can awaken this power through practice, and some people cannot touch this power throughout their lives. Haki points: there are three types. They are conquerors who possess the qualifications of the king, only 1 in a million people, the armed color that can improve defense and offensive power, the knowledge that can predict the next move of others. The two sat opposite each other, and Garp briefly explained Haki. Haki has its own magical functions. Conqueror's Haki can deter the enemy with its own courage, and even stun the enemy. The red-haired Shanks, who is known to have the strongest Haki, is Conqueror's Haki. His Haki can even crack the deck of a warship. Moreover, he also owns 2 other types of Haki. He used Haki thoroughly and won the title of the strongest Haki. Armament Haki greatly improves its own defense and attack power, and is the nemesis of Logia Devil Fruit. It can damage the body of the elemental Logia Demon Fruit power. It is a very powerful Haki. Observation Haki is the lowest in the ranking, but it does not hinder its magical use. Predicting the enemy's next move can often play a role in determining the battle situation. 3 kinds of Haki, Garp explained one by one, which also added his own opinions. Many people are very vague about Haki's cultivation, even those who accidentally turn on Haki don't know it. Some people turn on Haki's abilities, but they are limited to the one in their life. A good mentor can guide the development of Haki's power and master the ability of the master. Ximenqin nodded again and again. Garp has unique insights about Haki, which is worth learning. Garp talked a lot, and didn't stop until he finished talking about what he knew about Haki. He took out a bucket of donuts from behind and clicked on and ate it. The sound of Garp eating donuts everywhere in the dim granary made him very depressed. Why did you choose such a place for good cultivation? Is Haki's practice still shameful? I really can't figure it out. Garp Vice Admiral, how does Haki practice? Is there any quick way? There was no response for a while. Ximenqin watched his face darken, walked to him and yelled at his ears. Ka. Pu. Lieutenant. General. Garp raised his head, looking confused. Huh? What's the matter? You are asleep again, and I will confiscate the donuts again when you fall asleep. Wow. Sure enough, it was a powerful threat. Garp caught the donut behind him all at once, and confiscated the donut? Ximen, you want to find fault, right? Ximenqin closed it when he saw it, returned to the previous position and sat down cross-legged. Garp Vice Admiral, you haven't said how to practice Haki yet. After some words, Garp finally remembered the business, and said, oh, Haki's practice. Ha ha ha, it's very simple. That's it, close your eyes and feel everything around you. Use your heart to feel everything around you. Sound, breath, and then find that feeling, and keep it in mind. Garp closed his eyes as he spoke, with a look. Ximenqin was confused when he heard it, and he also started to learn. In the darkness, everything around him calmed down. Ximenqin tried to feel everything around him. However, there was only endless darkness around and the sound of the waves lapping the warship, nothing else. Ear. Ximenqin's ears trembled, but only the figure didn't work. Breath. I can't feel it at all. How can I do it? It doesn't work. Object. Damn, there is only darkness when you close your eyes. Where's the object? Half an hour passed. Ximenqin remembered like an ant on a hot pot, scorching violently. Opening his eyes are full of disappointment. After so long, don't you have the talent for this? Garp Vice Admiral, I still can't feel the existence of Haki. There was no response. Garp on the opposite side lowered his head, and the air bubble on his nose contracted regularly, increasing and decreasing. Ximenchin's face turned dark again. Garp Vice Admiral, are you here to guide me in my practice or to tease me? He tiptoed over, walked around behind him, and put his hand back. The difference was that he held a golden donut in his hand, which was attractive in color and pleasant in aroma. The donut swayed lightly in front of Garp's nose, and the sweet smell suddenly wafted out. Garp moved, the bubbles on his nose closed, his nose shrugged, and his body slowly leaned forward. Crack, a crisp voice sounded, and the fragrant smell disappeared suddenly. Garp's eyes closed, his ears moved, and he opened his eyes suddenly with a furious expression on his face. A hole, who moved my donut? The voice was deafening, and Armament Hacky violently stirred, causing the whole granary to tremble. A hole, who put you to sleep? The louder growl overwhelmed Garp's voice. Ximenchin rushed to him and grabbed his collar and swayed constantly. Garp's roar stopped abruptly and smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, don't care about so much, don't care about it, don't care about it. Ximenchin let go of him bitterly. What about good guidance? Shouldn't it be the same as others' mentors, with detailed explanations and detailed guidance? After calming down the ups and downs of his heart, Ximenchin asked, why can't I touch Hacky all the time? Garp scratched his face and smiled. It's normal. It's so easy to learn Hacky. Young people must be patient. In the future, you should come here to practice Hacky. Remember, try to experience it with your heart, and there will always be success. I can't help you with the others. The master leads the door, and the practice is on the individual. Hacky's practice relies more on his own experience, and other people can only provide an opportunity. Ximenchin is discouraged. That feeling is really hard to capture. How can master Hacky? Perhaps, in times of danger or emotional ups and downs, I can re-experience Hacky, and try to seize this opportunity at that time, and I should be able to succeed. Ximenchin thought of the scene where Luffy turned on Hacky. Wasn't it turned on when emotions were ups and downs unintentionally? After thinking about this, Ximenchin felt a little better in his heart. Looking at Garp, he was half squinted and he was about to fall asleep. Crack it! There was a crisp sound again, and Garp's half-squinted eyes opened suddenly, looking at someone in front of him who had turned into purple thunder and ran away, and an angry roar sounded. Boy Simon, the old man is going to beat you up. P.S. 100 billion volts Le Logo Flower Collection. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Le Beta Pirates seeking a collection of flowers. A week later, the Garp main ship, the Granary. The blue and white marine suit, the white training cap is printed with marine, the black hair is broken, the facial contour lines are sharp, the star eyes are dazzling, and the corners of the mouth are slightly raised. The blue marine suit that doesn't give up, the whole person looks full of energy and a lot of ability. Withdrawing from the practice of observation Hacky, Ximenchin sighed fiercely. The first sentence destroyed the entire image and temperament. It's meowing, I haven't made much progress. Depressed, there is nothing else except these two words that can describe his mood at the moment. Following Garp's guidance, I have finally touched the edge of observation Hacky in the past week. It can be said that I have initially controlled observation Hacky. The idea of improving observation Hacky with thunder and lightning has been put into action, and the effect is very significant. The ability of the heart network gradually formed, and it gave him an unexpected surprise from the beginning. Any sound within 1 kilometer or a full kilometer can't escape the control of the heart network. Although this is a little insignificant compared to the range of Enel covering the entire Sky Island, it is already very pleasant, because this is the power that has just opened the heart network. However, the rest of the time was depressed. No matter how hard he tried, Xinwang's ability was always limited to a range of 1 kilometer. He was troubled and couldn't think of any reason. Ximenchin scolded the system again and asked if the lightning ability he gave was defective. As a result, the answer made him very frustrated. It's not that your ability is flawed, it's that your strength is flawed. Well, Xiamen endured this humiliation with anger, desperately improving his lightning ability. It's a pity that there was no chance for him to absorb the power of thunder and lightning. He could only extract the thin thunder and lightning elements from the air, accumulating power little by little. Well, the next step is to comprehend the Dugu-9 swords. This ability made him almost drooling. The world's largest swordsman, how comfortable this name sounds. The most important thing in the Dugu-9 swords is the sword intent. There are no deliberate moves. Attacks follow your heart. There is no move. There is no move. There is no sword in the hand. There is a sword in the heart. Oneness, in short, the sword. One word carries through the entire Dugu-9 swords. After all, it is not a sword. The comprehension of sword intent cannot be achieved overnight. Even if you have a platform higher than ordinary people, you need to understand and comprehend step by step. On the path of swordsman, I don't know how many people will not be able to reach the realm of swordsman in their lifetime, but there are still many people who enter this ranks one after another. He closed his eyes and devoted himself to the practice of Dugu-9 swords. In this world, the ability of thunder and lightning and Dugu-Jigong are his greatest reliance and the capital to survive. Only by continuous hard practice can we pave the way for a better life in the future. However, things are always so coincidental, and God is always so cheating. The hull shook violently, causing him to wake up from the practice, dumbfounded. Wine barrels, fruits, rice, raw meat and vegetables in the granary were scattered all over the place. It's meowing, is it going to capsize? Can't believe it, Garps can still encounter this situation gradually. Could it be that the storm is coming? At the thought of capsize, Xiamen shook his body severely, and ran directly to the deck. The ship was about to capsize. It was an idiot who didn't run. However, when he reached the deck, he was stunned. The bow, a burly man, kept throwing black spheres with both hands, and carefully identified it. It looked like a cannonball. By his side, a team of Marines kept busy, sending boxes after boxes of shells to the man for his use. Fistbones and meteorites. The name flashed in his mind, and he walked past him numbly. Which hapless guy had caused him? Garp Vice Admiral, what are you doing? Walked to the opponent and looked in the direction of the shells, a pirate ship about 40 meters long, with a white skull and 2 red scimitars on the flag. Hooked the eye socket of the skull. Pirates in various costumes on the pirate ship are busy running, and the helmsman controls the ship to make various difficult sharp turns and accelerations. Garp didn't answer his words. He looked at the pirate ship, still throwing cannonballs in his hands, while the pirate ship was avoiding dangerously. The cannonballs exploded on the sea next to the hull, causing water columns. Lumbarda Pirates, East Blue is a decent pirates, Captain Lumbarda rewards 10 million Baileys. Lieutenant Commander beside Garp explained very kindly, and thought to himself that this should be is it the first time they encountered the pirates on a main ship? Xiamen racked his brains and thought. It seems that he has never heard of such a pirate group. Is it just a trick? It should be a pirate group, isn't it? Thinking about 10 million Bailey again, his eyes became straight. Although Marine is responsible for catching pirates, he can also get a part of Bailey as a reward. Garp Vice Admiral, please allow me to represent a team. After a standard military salute, Xiamen looked righteous and shed blood for justice at any time. Garp's movements stopped, turning his head and asking strangely, Simon boy, a team is going to play. He said that he seemed to think of something, and he smiled, yes, there is also a combat team, what am I doing in a hurry? After speaking, he turned around and sat down, took out a bucket of donuts and started fighting. The plot flipped too fast, and Xiamen couldn't adapt to it all at once. Sure enough, after more than a week, he still couldn't adapt to this sudden change. Simon boy, go. In a daze, another rough voice sounded. It was Kirklove. Behind him were the 80 members of the 1st Division and the thin red-haired team leader, May. J. Odin Map. Captain. Zyman Chin wondered. It doesn't seem like a team is on duty today, doesn't it? Is your old man going to be free labor again? Kirklove grinned and slapped him hard on the shoulder. Let's go, and witness the moment of the strongest battle team. On his body, there is no longer the neurosis before, no carelessness before, but a condensed fighting spirit. 81 people behind him, no one would question his decision at this time, and the saber is ready to set off at any time. With the intervention of the squad, the helmsman naturally increased the speed of the main ship and chased up the Lubeda pirates ahead. P.S. 200 billion volts lightning strike collection flower tornado. Asterisk. Chapter 17, Rush to attack seeking flowers. P.S. When I got up today, I was scared and fell on the ground. I will give a reward of 30,000 points. This is the rhythm of playing to death. Fortunately, the local tyrants are very considerate, thank you. Ropes, ladders, equipment required for melee landing. Marine's standard samurai sword is most effective in close combat. The blade shimmers with cold light, and it is made of stainless steel. 80 members of the first team are ready. Kirklove and the deputy captain Major Odintu are ready to fight. The speed of the main ship is gradually increasing, and it will soon be able to catch up with the Rubeda pirates. Captain, give me a chance to show it. Zyman Chin stared at the pirate ship on the opposite side. The pirate ship was Pele in his eyes, at least millions of Pele. Kirklove laughed. Simon, the first time you participate in the battle, you have to adapt to a period of time, and remember not to rush for quick success. Quick success? Dear Captain, you can't go on without rushing for quick success. Master Captain, your old man is slowly swaying, I'll flash it first. Zyman Chin suddenly said to death, his body quickly became elemental, turned into purple thunder and lightning and flew towards Lubeda's pirate ship. At this moment, Kirklove yelled with anger, and the standard katana slashed at the guardrail. Simon, did you forget when you talked to you? The captain left it to me. Major sighed deeply. Captain, I have already run away, your old man can rest. The elemental ability can fly freely in the sky, which is one of the abilities of thunder and lightning, and it is very fast. Speed of light. Boom. In the blink of an eye, before savoring the thrill of flying, someone has landed on the other party's pirate ship, forming a 5-meter diameter lightning net under the hood, covering the two pirates who couldn't react. Inside, 100,000 volts of electricity instantly entered their bodies. Ah la la. Oh. The two pirates trembled and made a series of weird calls with their mouths open. A faint black smoke accompanied the smell of anxiety. The other pirates were taken aback. Shit, what was the thing that suddenly appeared? Is it Marine's new weapon? The unknown made them a little at a loss, and none of them tried to save the two companions. It's a Marine of ability, said a pirate with a red machete in his hands. He was dressed in a more ornate suit and a black and yellow cloak. He was about 1.9 meters tall and he was about 30 years old. The captain of the Rubeda pirate group. Rubeda. Captain. The pirates shouted, and they were shocked when they heard the capable Marines. Damn, are the capable Marines so wretched? Do not say hello to fight? Just like Garp's BD, he doesn't say hello in advance when throwing cannonballs. Captain, what should I do? The pirates asked, wouldn't this wretched guy keep elemental forever? How do you fight then? Captain Rubeda grinned, come over with some sea stone and punch me out of this thing. Sea stone, the nemesis of demon fruit power, once touched by sea stone, you will feel powerless, as if you have entered the sea, and will be slaughtered. Being as powerful as the golden lion, when the sea stone handcuffs fell on his hands, he could only admit that he was unlucky and stubbornly behaved. The pirates were ecstatic when they heard this, making you shit and waiting to kill you. When the treasured sea stone was about to be taken out, a dozen ropes suddenly appeared on the guardrail on the deck. The ship shook violently and quickly moved closer to one side. At the same time, more than a dozen ladders were erected on the guardrail. Marine! Fight! The pirates turned to look, exclaimed, and then took out their weapons, including meteor hammers, scimitars, swords, iron chains, and all kinds of weapons. Kill! Some members of the main ship ran over the ladder, shouting loudly, and quickly went into battle. The vice-captain has been fighting first, how can they fall behind? Ding ding ding. The battle started, and Kobo jumped down from the ladder, and the huge katana was severely chopped down. Rebaita's eyes were gloomy, and two scimitars were crossed over his head, blocking each other's katana. This resistance made his body shorter, and the gloom in his eyes became thicker. What a strong power! Rebaita whispered in his heart, his hands were constantly increasing their strength to resist the opponent's katana. However, the opponent's force value is very high, and he is not an opponent just to compete with physical strength. Suddenly, Rebaita exerted force with his right hand and withdrew the scimitar with his left hand, and a slash struck the opponent's stomach. Kobo's arm increased, but he didn't mean to avoid the scimitar. Iron body. Ding. There was an intimate contact between the machete and the belly, and it was not scarlet blood, but a clear and sweet sound, which was like slashing on steel. Rebaita only felt the pain of tearing a tiger's mouth, and his arms were slightly numb, and he was even more surprised. What is this person's body made of? Why is it so hard? Without much time to think, Kobo's katana drew fiercely and slashed it parallel from his side. The danger was approaching, and the opponent had only time to grit his teeth and curse, and the scimitar in his right hand blocked him, but Kobo's strength was so powerful that he flew out under this block and slammed into the mast. Superior. And Ximen, who had enveloped the two pirates, felt like they were almost dead. The two pirates were already dead and could not die. They immediately lifted their elementalization, and got up from each other's body numbly, but just happened to see Ruba. The moment De was beaten into the air, he jumped up. Bailey, combat experience seems to be flying away. Sir Captain. As he said that, his hands were elementalized and crossed towards Rebaita's claws, the purple thunder cracking formed crossed claws and flew forward. Lumbarda, who had just been hit hard, was struck by thunder and lightning on his chest before he stood up. The thunder claw tears his skin like a sharp weapon, forming a crossed claw mark. The thunder and lightning stops the blood flow in an instant, forming a dark scar. Simon boy, this is mine. Kobo was anxious. Didn't he say that the captain gave it to him before? Why did you grab it? Ximen turned his head and said, Captain, are you embarrassed to bully a dwarf? Click. Kobo is petrified, dwarf. Bully. The opponent is 1.9 meters tall, and he is 2.9 meters tall, the difference is 1 meter, hey, he is really short. Captain, I'll do it for you. After Ximen finished speaking, he impatiently transformed his hands again. This head is 10 million. Even if it is a marine insider, there must be at least 5 million Baileys. Bar. Oh, marine is really a vampire, so much deduction. However, Kobo obviously didn't fool around so well when he fought, and saw him roaring, Simon boy, don't fool me, I will bully him if he is a short man. Ximen sweats profusely, you bully a dwarf and still be so arrogant? Is the face of your old man made of city walls? Can the bullets go through or the missiles blast? Rebaita urged me in grief, with tears in his heart. You two bastards have said so much, who cares about my feelings? Who wants to be a short man? By the way, I am not short, asterisk. Chapter 18 God Level Mending Add more flowers for collection. P.S. Although the local tyrants said that there is no need to add more changes, but Sunshine also feels sorry, add a chapter to comfort it, .. The two reached an agreement about the final ownership of the captain, or an order was issued. As the captain, Koklov directly asks someone to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers. The name is, The First Battle, Enjoy It, and Cherish It. The Ugly Old Fox. Ximenchin suffocated a word, and turned depressed to deal with the little pirates. Ordinary pirates are naturally ordinary people, and some may be farmers, and you can say that you are a pirate when you pick up a hoe. Some may be carpenters, and even picking up a hammer can say that they are a pirate. Except for a captain who has some strength, the other members of the Rebeta Pirates group seem to be ordinary people, some ordinary people full of evil spirits. Facing the well-trained team, such as the breaking tide, they ran into the cabin all at once. There were not many members of the pirate group, only more than 40 people. The members of the first group easily squatted on the ground and took up the rope to tie them up. This battle seems too simple. Ximenchin quickly searched for the target, surrounded by pirates who fell to the ground. It seemed that no pirate could fight him. This situation made him almost unbearable. Grabbing his hair and angrily said, "Captain, you are too mean." Returning to the place where the two were fighting on the deck, Ximenchin simply squatted to one side, watching the battle between the two eagerly. Knowing that the opponent's body was hard, Rebeta was wary this time, and instead of attacking the hard-looking parts, he attacked the relatively fragile places such as eyes, mouth, and ears. The change in tactics allowed Rebeta to regain a bit of initiative. Two scimitars quickly swung, forming an airtight net of knives in front of him, which looked pretty good. And he can always avoid the opponent's attack very cleverly, seeming to know the opponent's next move. 1 meter taller than the opponent has an advantage in strength, but it is slightly inferior in agility. Koklov's katana kept hacking, and Marine 6 Style's power was not as complete as the master. If it were a complete master, Lumbarda in front of him might be able to lose his combat effectiveness with just one blow. The battle is in a stalemate. The strength of Koklov and the agility of Lubad are both different. Finger pistol. With a slash, Rebeta's scimitar quickly resisted, but at this moment Koklov suddenly concentrated his whole power on the index finger of his left hand and poked it. Rebeta felt that the power on the samurai sword was reduced, and he was delighted. As for that finger, he completely ignored it. Why would you like to drop a finger? Don't you want to move the whole world with one finger? It was such an oversight that he paid the price. Finger pistol hit his shoulder blade, and there was a clear and audible sound of bone cracking. Ah! Rebeta cried out, and under the power of finger pistol, his body flew upside down again and hit the deck hard. The deck was hit by Rebeta and cracked, which shows how powerful the finger pistol just now is. The fighting among the other members of the first team has stopped. Except for a few injured, no one died. However, many members of the Lumbarda pirates have become dead souls under the sword, and more than a dozen have been captured directly. "Simon, do you really want to fight?" Major knelt down beside him. There should be no suspense in this battle. After being hit by Finger Pistol's attack, his bones shattered and his fighting power dropped sharply. There was only one ending for Rebeta: he was thrown into an undersea prison, or killed. Ximenchin nodded depressed. "The captain is too shameless. Obviously I got on the boat first, I should choose first." The corner of Major's mouth twitched. "Simon, you are still a bit too tender. How could the violent captain give you the best fat?" "Simon, he is the captain. There is nothing shameless or shameless. As long as the pirates can be eliminated, it doesn't matter to anyone." Ximenchin was taken aback. "Comrade Major, why are you so enlightened? Could it be that Tenton had the power to kill some miscellaneous soldiers? How boring is life to do this." "Major, my personal thoughts are different. I think I need to have enough strength to maintain justice. Now my strength needs to be improved. I need to fight more enemies and more masters to increase my strength. Maintain the justice in my heart. Maintain the justice in your heart? Major laughed. Marine is the representative of justice. What else do I need to say? Koklov walked towards Rebeta. The cross-shaped scar and the sturdy figure close to 3 meters make him look like a god of war returning from hell, majestic, violent, and bloodthirsty. End your sinful life. Koklov's declaration of the end, the samurai sword raised and chopped down. A knife that holds the chance to win, a knife with mighty power. Bang. The samurai sword slashed on the deck so everyone was stunned. What's the matter? He hid. Kirklov was also stunned, his face full of incredible, how could this BD's timing be so good? Just now, Rebeta seemed to have known his attack route when he slashed down. He rolled away easily, and went around behind the opponent and raised the scimitar. It's not a good habit to lose consciousness when fighting. Rebeta said viciously, and the scimitar had already been chopped down. Iron body. It was another defensive move in Marine 6 styles. Kirklov's body was like hard fine iron, and the scimitar slashed on his body without leaving a trace. Immediately turning around, the katana slashed out again and again. Although Rebeta can't use his left hand, he can still use his right hand. Kirklov's continuous attacks have little effect on him, and he can always avoid the attack one step in advance. Observation hacking. Ximenchin deeply doubts Rebeta's situation. This guy is not a master who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger and owns observation haki, right? In other words, are there any masters who put all their arms off? Do you want to learn redhead shanks? Finger pistol. The katana's attack lost its effect, and Kirklov had just taken the Marine 6 style's attack, the most direct attack. Finger pistol is very fast, with the same power and speed as a bullet. Rebeta had already wanted to evade when the opponent made this move, but he failed after all, losing to the speed of finger pistol. The scapula of his right arm was also hit. Rebeta's heart was ashamed, and his hands had lost combat power. Should he still fight? Take it to death. Finger pistol's offense was effective. Kirklov laughed, took a kick, and kicked the opponent out. Suddenly, Ximenchin, who was squatting on the deck, had his eyes popped and said loudly, "Thank you, Mr. Captain." As he said that, the people sprang up, his hands were elementally raised above his head, and the dense thunder and lightning were released from the release and formed a long line on the top of the head. 5-meter purple battle sword. The purple sword exudes a dazzling light, and the people on the deck can't help but close their eyes. 10 million volts thunder knife. The sword slashed, and the target was Rebeta, who was flying towards him. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Naval Headquarters for Collection of Flowers. An electric current of 10 million volts is currently the most powerful attack method. The purple sword slashed on Rebeta's back, and unexpectedly slashed the opponent in half. The powerful electric current instantly evaporated the blood, leaving only the charred corpse in two. His movements were so fast that Koklov had already ended the battle before he could react. The dozen or so captives on the pirate ship stared out, with their mouths wide open. "Ah, Captain!" A pirate burst into tears, and his head kept hitting the deck with a loud bang bang. The captain died and their pirate group disbanded. From then on, Happy Days will say goodbye to them. The pirate didn't realize that they had been caught by Marine, and it was still a big question whether they could get out of prison. Ximenchin wondered, "This brother, if the captain is dead, you are not dead. What is the ghost crying wolf howling? Let him shut up." Ximenchin said lightly and happily. The purple sword has been transformed into basic lightning energy and absorbed by him again. The energy of lightning is very precious and should not be wasted casually. It is a shameful act to waste. One after another team members walked over and took a pat on the back of the head, completely letting the screaming pirate stop the food. "Zyman boy, you robbed me of my food." The shadow pressed down from behind, and the sturdy body nearly 3 meters high made the illusion of a high mountain resting. Zyman Chin's body numbs from top to bottom. This voice is too resentful. Didn't it steal something from you? As for turn around, righteous and stern words. Captain, didn't you tell me to end him? You kicked people over, you forgot. Huh? Kirklove dumbfounded. How is this different from the script? Shouldn't it be him who looks remorseful and asks for his forgiveness? Looks like he really kicked it by himself. Thinking about it this way, Kirklove is petrified. Why is there such a big oolong in this world? Zyman Chin secretly breathed a sigh of relief, meowing, almost scared Master Ben to death. Kirklove, who couldn't think of any words to refute, could only put away the katana, coughed and fisted his hands and looked at Zyman Chin. Well, the battle is over, drag the ship and the pirates back. It is necessary to clean up the battlefield, otherwise there will be a lot of marine debris on the deep blue sea. Did you hear me? Hurry up. A hole, what do you do stupidly? Why did your usual training go? Zyman Chin yelled at some of the team members, and then rushed back to the Lord. Above the ship. Kirklove's body is stiff. Why is this kid like a human being? Back on the main ship, Zyman Chin walked directly to Garp, who was fighting the donut. Garp Vice Admiral, the team has returned from a perfect task. Please review. Garp raised his head, biting a donut in his mouth, full of doubts. Huh? It's over. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral. Zyman Chin said solemnly, but suddenly his eyes rolled, and his face changed when he was sure that no one was paying attention here, and he smiled and said, Garp Vice Admiral, Rabeta's head is worth 10 million, if I kill him, how many Baileys can I get? Garp grinned, biting a donut in his mouth and said vaguely, Boy Simon, you still think about Bailey? At most 1 million, the rest belongs to Naval Headquarters. Click. The breeze blows, and someone just feels that his heart is cold, and it has been torn apart. 1 million? God, how about your ethics in Naval Headquarters? Is it lost? Zyman Chin was deeply saddened. 1/10 of the reward. Marine killed the pirate and only got 1/10 of the reward. Don't let people live. No, I have to catch more pirates, I want Bailey. Zyman Chin's eyes flashed with Bailey's light, and many pirates felt a cold back inexplicably. Is this someone thinking about it? Suddenly, Garp stood up and looked at the team members who had already cleaned up the battlefield and towed the pirate ship back. By the way, Simon, you did a good job this time. But, you guys are so unkind. Don't know what teamwork is? Don't you know to obey orders? He yelled at the back, the muscles of his right hand soared, his fist turned black, and the punch went down. Zyman Chin's heart went crazy. Armament hacky, Garp, who is known as the strongest armament hacky, how heavy was his punch? Elementalization has no effect, the fist is very fast, and there is almost no possibility of evasion. Closing his eyes, silently waiting for Garp's punch, his fist made a whirring sound. After a while, I still didn't feel the pain. One eye opened quietly, but I saw that Garp's fist was less than 5 centimeters away from his chest, which had returned to its original color. Looking further ahead, I saw a bubble popping out of Garp's nose that was suddenly big and small. Garp Vice Admiral, the first time I found out that you were so cute when you slept. Zyman Chin whispered, knowing he was wrong. He jumped into the cabin and ran back to his room. Garp opened his eyes when he ran into the cabin, with a strange look on his face. What am I doing just now? Although the surrounding Marines were used to it, they couldn't help but want to complain. Garp Vice Admiral, you just fell asleep again. Garp touched his head and laughed. Marineford, Naval Headquarters. As a symbol of power and justice, it is located in the center of the Grand Line, adjacent to the islands of Sabayati, the Red Line and the Holy Land Mauritius. Between an ice lobby and Impel Down, 3 gates of justice surround the Uzumaki Ocean current dedicated to the government. The island below looks like a crescent shape. In addition to combat facilities, there are also residential facilities on the island. The residents on the island are the families of Marines. The headquarters building is built on the topography of a high mountain, and the interior is a spacious room with tatami meters, and training facilities are also abundant. There are 2 ways to enter the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. One is to coat the boat at Sabayati Archipelago, dive to a place 10,000 meters in the water, cross a huge hole under the Red Line, and pass the Fishmen Island to New World. But the underwater pressure is huge, and there are countless sea kings, which is very dangerous. The other is to pass through Mauritius, the holy place where the world government is located, and apply to the world government for approval, which is very safe. Naval headquarters is located next to the Holy Land Mauritius, which plays a very good protective role. Several warships from far away came slowly, and one of them was very eye-catching. Chapter 20, Molly tired. Ashore, soldiers dressed in blue and white marine costumes disembarked mightily. Garp was at the forefront, Ximanchin was half a position behind, and this small detail can tell the difference in identity. Ximanchin has changed into the marine soldier uniform and replaced it with his casual short outfit. He has a handsome face, sharp eyebrows, broken black hair, sharp facial contour lines, and bright starry eyes. The black and white casual short outfits highlight the approachable feeling. Boy Simon, have you remembered all the points that you just told you to pay attention to? Garp is very energetic this time, and maybe he needs to add a new Marine Rear Admiral to his boat. And it's the young Marine Rear Admiral, who speaks a little excitedly. Ximanchin nodded solemnly, this will be his new beginning. At least, the capital to live better in this world must start here. Yes, Garp Vice Admiral, I remember it. Garp grinned and said with a ha-ha, that's good, but don't let me down. Remember, even if you can't become Rear Admiral, you should try your best to stay in Naval Headquarters and learn Marine 6 styles. Ximanchin nodded vigorously. Marine 6 styles is a supreme physique. It is a physique that surpasses the limit of human physical ability. If you can fully learn Marine 6 styles, you can gain a foothold in this world. Garp led the way, and he stopped just a few steps away, frowning and looking ahead. Ahead, a beautiful and charming woman with curly brown hair is delicately trimmed, tall, her eyebrows resemble crescent moons, her eyes resemble stars, her face resembles a hibiscus, her smile is like a demon girl, her smile touches people's hearts with a frown and red crystals under her feet. The high-heeled shoes perfectly set off her slender and straight calves, and her hands are wearing red half-finger gloves with gold rims, which set off her white and slender fingers. The red satin windbreaker conceals her exquisite figure. By his side, more than a dozen men in wicked suits wore sunglasses, and their eyes swept over the surrounding marine from time to time. Oh! The marine behind him suddenly moved and knelt on the hard ground. Ximanchin was stimulated by this, and there was a strange purple light in the bright star pupils. World nobleman, Molly tired. Garp said in a low voice with a grin. Nobles of the world? Celestial dragons. 2 nouns appeared in Ximanchin's mind. She is the descendant of the legendary king, is she? Melishard came to the naval headquarters for a tour, and everything around him remained unchanged from before, and the attitude of the civilians did not change either. Even some generals would only bow to their knees when they saw themselves. Suddenly, a strong figure caught her attention. Marine hero Garp Vice Admiral? Huh. This one is. Garp Vice Admiral is no stranger to her, and she can often see it in naval headquarters, so she naturally understands it better. I am also used to his rudeness. But what does the man next to him mean? Looking over, her eyes collided, and the other person's purple-lighted monster eyes made her heart jump. This man was different. He did not bow to his knees, nor did he deliberately pretend. Everything was normal, looking at himself as if he were looking at an ordinary person. Moving the lotus step lightly, Molly Tired walked to the place of the two with graceful steps. "Garp Vice Admiral, long time no see." A long way away, she took the lead in speaking, and the dozen or so men in black suits behind them had grim faces and maintained their usual indifference. In the eyes of the world's nobles, they are always just ants. As long as this young lady is happy, everything is fine. "Miss Molly Tired, it's been a long time since I saw you." Garp grinned and seemed to be familiar with her. Ximenqin is even more curious. Is there any secret between them? Molly Tired's eyebrows were frivolous, her chin raised slightly, thoughtfully and meaningfully said, "Garp Vice Admiral doesn't want to see me, right? I'm a tribe who you call rubbish." Garp Vice Admiral's body trembled, his smile stopped abruptly, and the muscles on his face were stiff. "Miss Molly Tired, you are an exception," he said slyly. "How does this girl know so much?" Molly Tired didn't care about him too much. Beautiful eyes seemed to glance at Ximenqin accidentally. "This one is." Snapped. Garp grabbed someone who was looking at the beautiful figure of the beautiful woman, hooked his hand around the neck and smiled. "Well, this is Ximenqin, who is here for the Marine Rear Admiral assessment, a very good kid." Garp Vice Admiral, I can't breathe." Ximenqin's face flushed, and his brain was hypoxic. Slap. The body quickly became elemental, the purple electric light instantly lit up, and the dazzling electric light passed through Garp's arm and stood aside, returning to the appearance of the deity again. Miss Giard's eyes flashed with a strange color, seemingly inadvertently asked, "Then, why didn't he kneel when he saw me?" Garp froze again, and seeing celestial dragons not kneeling down is a very serious culpability. Well, he is an exception. What about Simon Boy? For a while, he was a little troubled. Ximenqin on the other side frowned. "Why do I have to kneel when I see you? What about celestial dragons?" A hole. Garp was shocked, and blasted him with a punch. Ximenqin was elementalized again, and the purple electro-optical burst dodged instantly. Garp's forehead was sweating. How could this kid speak without his brain? Offended celestial dragons has no good fruits, stinky kid. Looking for death. A dozen men in black suits became angry in an instant, and they rushed up with a shock. "Stop." Molly Tired stopped more than a dozen big men with a word, and instantly returned to her behind, like a well-behaved cat. Molly Tired moved gently, and walked over with her arms around her chest, with a slight smile on her mouth, which showed her grace, and the gaze that made people changed with her every move. "It's really interesting, I am the nobleman of the world in your mouth, celestial dragons." Molly Tired. Ximenqin wondered. "Didn't you come to Xingshi to inquire about sin? Why did you introduce yourself all at once?" Ximenqin, destined to become Rear Admiral, the man who won the Supreme Throne. Supreme Throne? Interesting, let's work hard. Molly Tired turned to leave after speaking, and a dozen big men respectfully followed behind her. When the other party left, Garp sighed greatly and touched the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. "Boy Simon, you almost played yourself to death." Ahaha. Ximenqin is embarrassed all of a sudden, playing with himself to death? Molly Tired, who is she? Asterisk. Chapter 21, Tremble, Mortal. Molly Tired, the world noble celestial dragon, is the princess of one of the 19 celestial dragons families and the future heir to the patriarch. A unique celestial dragons, very unique. Garp looked at the distant figure of the other party with infinite emotion. Unique? It's really unique without a bubble hood. Ximenqin was unable to complain. Up to now, he only knows that the other party is the heir of one of the 19 families, and nothing else. Don't say so much, assessment and assessment. Garp opened his mouth wide, spitting stars flying around. Ximenqin avoided without a trace, and then followed behind him, walking towards the inside of the most sacred place of the legendary marine. Sengoku, this is what Ximenqin I told you about. Garp sat at the long table and was bored, placing a plate of senbei in front of him, taking one bite at a time. Sengoku of Buddha, Marine's highest authority, martial. A pair of funny frog eyes, a long beard on his chin tied in a twist shape, a gorgeous Marine martial uniform, and a majestic coat of justice draped over him. He wears a white sun hat on his head with Marine written on it. On the hat stands a seagull with open wings, which symbolizes Marine. Well, the overall image is funny. Ximenqin made a judgment on his image at once. If he changed to a more normal person, wouldn't it be this outfit, right? Besides, what does that seagull mean? You can make a seagull badge. Sengoku looked at the weird-looking Ximenqin. He had known about this person's existence through the phone worm earlier, and had a certain understanding of his power. In the selection of Marine Rear Admiral, in addition to those who have made great contributions through military exploits, they can also achieve such achievements by proving their own strength. Let me see what kind of power he has. Sengoku's request was reasonable, and Garp yawned and agreed, rubbing his eyes and standing up. Boy Simon, get ready to fight to the death with the 2 Rear Admiral. Ximenqin nodded, he was mentally prepared. When he was about to stand up, Sengoku suddenly said, "No, you don't need to practice with other Rear Admiral, just here. Let me see how far your lightning fruit ability is." Now not only is Ximenqin wondering, but Garp is also the same. Sengoku frowned. He didn't want the person he brought to be said to have become Rear Admiral through nepotism, which would be a huge insult to him. Sengoku wore a weird smile at the corner of his mouth. The damage of lightning is too great. I am afraid that it will be killed or injured during the battle. I will verify it directly. Ximenqin, unleash your greatest strength. This reason seems to make sense. Ximenqin doesn't matter. Anyway, it's okay to become Rear Admiral. The thunder and lightning ability began to condense, and there were glaring purple electric lights blaring around, and the electric arc drew a dazzling arc around him. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes flashing with strange purple light. 10 million volts thunder knife. The elements of his hands were raised above his head, and the dense purple thunder and lightning were released from between his hands to form a 5-meter-long purple war knife. The target locked on Sengoku, the sword quivered slightly, and the purple electric light cracked. Enough! Sengoku suddenly shouted. The lightning ability was lifted instantly, the purple war knife turned into lightning and the energy was instantly absorbed by the body. Ximenqin stretched his body comfortably, and his bones banged like fried beans. Sengoku, how? Garp kept paying attention, and asked anxiously when he yelled out. It was obvious that his personality was also very popular. Sengoku laughed, and his twisted beard flicked. Garp, you found a baby. Is this past? Ximenqin's ears were very pointed, and he heard the most critical sentence all at once. Garp laughed too, grinning exaggeratedly with his mouth open. Ahaha, I knew this kid could do it. Ximenqin, you will serve as the headquarters Rear Admiral in the future to perform the justice of Marine, and someone will send Rear Admiral's costume later. Sengoku's face is serious, and the addition of Rear Admiral in the headquarters is the enhancement of Marine's power, which will play a very important role in Marine's justice. What's more, this is still a very young Rear Admiral with unlimited future. I have delivered it? A coquettish, noble, and elegant voice came from the door. The door was pushed open. A charming woman in a red satin trench coat walked in. Behind her was a dozen men in black suits, one of whom was holding a white suit in both hands. Costumes. Molly tired. Ximenqin was surprised. Why did she come in? Princess Moldyard. Sengoku stepped forward and bowed slightly, a standard gentleman's gift. Molly tired nodded politely and said, Marshal Sengoku, you have worked hard. I am happy to help you. Sengoku said, stepping back a few steps and keeping a certain distance from celestial dragons. This is a very important etiquette. Molly Tiad stepped forward to someone with a doubtful face, and suddenly stretched out her white and slender hand to caress the other's face, slid her hand to Ximenqin's chin and index finger, and then pulled her finger away. This can be the man I like. The man you like. You came to tease in full view, right? You are not the woman I like. Just choked. How could a big man make a little woman so despised? Although the other party looks very beautiful, the noble queen makes people afraid to profanity. Molly tired ignored him, turned around and walked out of the door. A dozen subordinates followed her behind. Put your clothes on and don't shame me. Ximenqin is petrified. Shame. Shame. It's really shameful now. Garp and Sengoku both browse, and they have also entered the petrochemical industry. Princess Mollydade, what are you doing? Garp Vice Admiral, Marshal Sengoku, do I look like a soft meal? Ximenqin's eyes were dull, his neck stiffened and turned his head, his voice was hoarse and lonely. It's not like, but it seems to be. Garp was stunned. After his reminder, he realized that your little skin and tender flesh looked more and more like. Really? Ximenqin's mouth trembled, picking up the rear admiral uniform placed on the long table and walking out the door. He will be fine, right? Sengoku's mental quality was very hard, and he quickly recovered completely. Everything just now seemed to him just a farce. Garp hesitated, and laughed by haha, it's okay, you didn't look at the bear like him just now, it's so funny. P.S. Molly tired, give the flower collection a reward and be careful with the whip. Asterisk. Chapter 22, I really don't eat soft rice seeking a collection of flowers. The naval headquarters at night was very quiet. Only the soldiers on patrol stood guard with due diligence. The searchlights staggered back and forth to search for suspicious clues. When the waves on the sea reached the main harbor, they were intercepted. On the high wall of tens of meters, the black and white lonely figure lay on the guardrail and looked at the stars in the distance. His eyebrows were tightly locked together like a sharp sword. Beside, a set of white uniforms were neatly arranged. Guru. For a long time, the sound from his stomach reminded him that he was already hungry. Turning around, the large town of Marineford is brightly lit, where Marine's family live there. There are supreme defenses here. The naval headquarters where countless generals are stationed, their lives and safety are guaranteed. Boy Simon, why are you here? Garp walked over in a windbreaker. Marineford was colder at night, and the sea breeze was blowing from all over the sea. Grand Line, there are not many stable areas. Ximenqin grinned, where can I be if I'm not here? Maybe it's because this is the person I like, or maybe it's because of his similarity, Garp is surprisingly tolerant of him. You won't be entangled here, are you? Molly Tired's character is like this, you don't have to worry about that much, you see if you haven't eaten all day. Ximenqin was depressed when he talked about this, and said with a sad face, Garp Vice Admiral, I don't want it either. I really can't find a place to eat. I've been around Marineford. I can't just go in the restaurant, right? Garp was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Boy Simon, you won't find a place to eat? His hands kept patting the other's shoulders. Garp smiled so much that Kakuzu was with tears, and his waist bent down. Iron Fist Garp's arm is very powerful, and it makes a bang bang. Ximenqin grinned with pain. He hasn't eaten for a day, and his energy is almost exhausted. Garp Vice Admiral, I will die if I fight any more. Garp patted again and withdrew his palms, his chest fell together, and his mouth was open for breath. Boy Simon, I will take you to eat and eat. Don't worry. Let me ask you something. Where did you learn about Marine 6 styles that you told me before? How can Marine 6 styles not learn physical skills that surpass human physical abilities? Is it worthy of the support of the people? Garp coughed a few times, and the laughter finally stopped, his eyes filled with pride. The officer part of Marine 6 styles headquarters will use it. It is a very powerful physical technique. I will find someone to guide you. Marine 6 styles divided into finger pistol, tempest kick, shaving, paper arts, moonwalk, iron body, both offensive and defensive. The history of Marine 6 styles is constantly being told from his mouth, and at the same time it also tells the various mysteries about observation haki and the powerhouses who own haki in the world. One by one, familiar names entered his ears, and even though he had been mentally prepared, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Those strong with haki, such as the red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard Edward, Pluton Rayleigh, etc., each has its own legend. Their strength is not innate, but has been tempered. Their achievements are obtained in the battle of blood and fire, and their dreams and perseverances are all exciting. The waves of the sea are magnificent, and the endless murderous opportunities of the seabed. The explorer of the sea, the justice of marine. Naval headquarters, ahead is the pirate paradise, the first half of the Grand Line and the major oceans. Later, there is the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, where the 4 emperors are in danger. The 4 emperors sit in the New World and maintain the power of their respective territories. New World is the biggest adventure and the best place to become famous. Ximen Qin, he also has his own ambitious goals. Unlike his rough, easygoing, optimistic, and cheerful personality, his dream is the highest throne. In this world, it is not only necessary to live, but also to get better and the best. He also has the passion for men, and he also has the enthusiasm for chasing dreams. It's really enviable, but I must be stronger than them. Can't help but admire, isn't their life what they desire? When Garp heard this, he stopped speaking, and suddenly gave a thumbs up, with a smile on his firm face, the biggest cracking to reveal the white and shiny teeth inside. Simon boy, then you have to come on. I will. Ximen Qin stood up straight, with determination in his eyes. Garp laughed. The young man showed him his old self, full of energy and imagination. His life has been brilliant, the marine hero, is the highest honor given to him by naval headquarters. Then let's go and eat. When it comes to eating, Ximen Qin's stomach protests unconvincingly. Goo. His whole body was full of powerlessness, and his stamina dropped rapidly due to hunger. If you don't say I'm starving to death. With a small complaint, Ximen Qin picked up the marine generals next to him and smashed the coat of justice on it. The coat of justice is simple and neat, and the word justice is dazzling. Only lieutenants are qualified to wear this coat and standard uniform marked with the word justice, while officers of lieutenant commander and above can wear justice coats with casual clothes. It can be seen that the hierarchy in marine is very strict, with strict regulations on clothing. Putting the coat on the body and wearing casual shorts in black and white, there is a touch of relaxed and approachable expression in the majestic manner. Garp Vice Admiral, where is the restaurant? And where do I stay tonight? Don't sleep on the street. 3 questions in a row, the two walked towards the fortress. The soldiers along the way looked surprised. Such a young general had never seen him before. An exclusive room has been arranged for you. Starting tomorrow, you can practice your soldiers. In Marine, above the lieutenant commander, there will be their own warships, but they are different in size. Rear Admiral's warship is also large enough to accommodate thousands of soldiers, and it will also be equipped with various medical staff, chefs, etc. Generals like Garp who do not have many soldiers on the main ship are still rare, but on other warships in his fleet, the number of marine soldiers is very scary. Zyman boy, the food at naval headquarters is delicious. The top chefs make all kinds of delicious dishes. The rice is fragrant and soft, which is very good. Zyman Chin jumped up when he heard the following words, Garp Vice Admiral, I really don't eat soft rice. Ahaha, why are you so excited? I didn't say you again. A hole. Asterisk. Chapter 23, Summon. P.S. The book review area is too powerful. If you have any questions, welcome to discuss and make this book together. Thank you O. The food at naval headquarters is much better than other places, especially those with generals and above, which are equipped with special dining restaurants. Generals above Rear Admiral are already representatives of high combat power in the headquarters. Naturally, Marine will not treat those who make Marine grow. The restaurant is brightly lit, and a red carpet of fine wool from the doorway runs through the restaurant like a fascinating silk, branching into branches and entering under each table in the middle. The diamond crystal lamp on the top ceiling casts a faint soft light, making the entire restaurant look elegant and quiet. The soft saxophone fills the entire restaurant, like an invisible smoke spreading, slowly occupying your heart, making it hard for your heart to feel nervous and tired anymore. The violet flower exudes bursts of faint fragrance, which is neither strong nor demon, but it changes your complex mood if anything, so that your heart is calm as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. Such a restaurant filled with elegance and tranquility is a reward for naval headquarters to its subordinates, and it is also to keep the generals in their best condition at all times. However, the environment is elegant, noble, and intoxicating. People, however, are not so fit for the scene, and can always destroy such a beautiful environment. The men drifting on the sea, and the marine generals who fight against the pirates all day long did not take a leisurely time to appreciate the beauty of this place. Food, they are not for tasting, to experience the taste in detail. It's about eating, it's such a crude vocabulary that can describe their state. Debris all over the floor, messy dining table, empty wine bottles. The generals communicated with each other, eating meat and drinking, and all kinds of secrets about the sea came out of them. When they talked about the rise, they were even more witty, and they couldn't stop. Just like the generals, Zyman Chin took a knife and fork to attack the food on the table. Perhaps it was also his own adventure to the infinite sea and the yearning for the supreme throne. He would love to hear anything about pirates, anything about One Piece's treasure. What is One Piece Roger's treasure? The wealth and power of the world. From these 2 points alone, countless people rushed towards the end of the endless sea. In Zyman Chin's thoughts, pure money and power must not be what One Piece wants to express. It is definitely not his real wealth. Real wealth should be those intangible things. Perhaps it is the advocacy of freedom, perhaps it is a shocking mystery, or it is an adventurous dream. These should be the treasure of One Piece. Boy Simon, ha 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 ha, you surprised me too much. Garp was already 3-point drunk, holding a huge draft beer glass and pouring the golden liquid into his mouth, belching contentedly. Zyman Chin held a piece of meat in his mouth to bulge his mouth, and said vaguely, well, I will definitely, it will succeed. I am the strongest in the future, the strong. After finally swallowing the food in his mouth, Zyman Chin picked up the cup and took a few sips, and finally exhaled a turbid breath. Bang bang bang. The dining table was photographed loudly, and Garp's presumptuous laughter came. Ha ha ha, Simon boy, are you the future, the strongest man in the future? Ha ha ha, it's no longer possible, it's laughing at me. Huh. Suspected. Zyman Chin frowned. This is a dream in his heart, Garp Vice Admiral, you are too shameless. Standing up, Ximenchin's eyes were firm, and the corners of his mouth showed a confident arc, and his fists were raised above his head as if he was declaring a word that would be widely circulated by countless people in the future. Garp Vice Admiral, in the future, everything is possible. I, Ximenchin, will definitely ascend the highest throne. In the future, everything is possible. This sentence gave Garp a deep shock. The future? What is the future that this kid yearns for? The hustle and bustle in the restaurant stopped abruptly, and there was silence. Everyone looked at their table. Why did the kid next to Garp Vice Admiral speak? Why is it so nostalgic? In the past, they came to naval headquarters with enthusiasm, but now they are still fighting on the front line with enthusiasm. Countless years of fighting made them feel that their job is to defend justice and catch pirates. However, the pace of pursuing dreams has stopped at some point. Garp closed the shock in his eyes, opened his mouth and smiled. Simon, chase your dreams. Everyone has the power to chase your dreams. Naval headquarters is a brand new stage for you. You have to play well. Otherwise, the old man is going to beat you up. The power of chasing dreams, these words gave Ximenchin great support and made a touch of joy on his face. Garp Vice Admiral, I still need more effort. Know yourself correctly and know your strength clearly. No sloppy words, no frivolous contempt, and no blind self-confidence. On this road to the highest throne, it is destined to be full of blood, enthusiasm, struggle, and tears. On this road full of thorns and bumps, whoever can insist on going on is the king. Ximenchin Rear Admiral. Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind, deep and powerful, condensed but not scattered. Ximenchin turned his head. They were two middle-aged men in black suits. The knotted muscles swelled up the suits. Each muscle was full of explosive power. His eyes were like torches, like a cheetah ready to go. I don't know who these two people are at all, but why does this dress look familiar? Ximenchin wondered. You are. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, we are the entourage of Princess Molly Tired. The princess invites you to come. Please come with us if you are in trouble. One of them spoke, with an extraordinary conversation and a not weak breath. Molly Tired, this name made Ximenchin a beautiful noble woman flash in her mind. What is she looking for? There is nothing in common with it. What did she do with me? Tell me a little bit. The entourage was embarrassed, but still maintained his demeanor, saying, Ximenchin Rear Admiral, the princess is not something that our entourage can know about. Please come by. If I don't go, how can I go without knowing the purpose? Really, I don't have a high education and want to fool me. Ximenchin vetoed it, and he got angry when he thought of that woman. The entourage is even more embarrassed. How can this be good? It seems that only the last killer can be found. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, the following is the original words of our princess, inform Ximenchin to come to bed. Puff. Garp sprayed, everyone else's eyeballs and chin dropped, Ximenchin's chin hit the back of his feet, asterisk. Chapter 24 Transformation Seeking to Collect Flowers. Celestial dragons are the nobles of the world, they are the descendants of kings, and possess supreme power. An heir to the celestial dragon's family told a naval headquarters rear admiral to let him sleep, which was enough to become explosive news. In the restaurant, a group of generals were completely dumbfounded. Princess Mollydade, why didn't your beautiful brilliance shine on me? Good Cabbage is really going to let the pig go? No, he is more a hole than a pig. Garp didn't give his face a sip of wine, adding a strong touch to the messy dining table. Molly Tired, she let me sleep in. Ximenchin couldn't believe her ears. Did that woman really say that? Damn, did she really take it when she was attacking herself? The man in the suit nodded affirmatively. God knows that he has a cold sweat in his heart. I don't know if the Rear Admiral sir will be mad. Ximen feels that the sky is falling down. What does this woman think of herself? Do you look really weak and bully? Meowing, I can still counterattack if we are weak, let alone a big man, anxious. Let's go, I'm going to have a look at her meaning. Ximen's voice became hoarse, with a touch of anger between her brows. The man in the suit glanced sympathetically, then turned and walked out of the restaurant. Garp watched the three leave, not because he didn't want to stop, but because he didn't know how to speak. What are you doing here? The spring night is worth a lot of money, and it's not good to waste other people's time. The pink and white color of the room occupies the main theme, romantic and solemn temperament, high-height entrance hall and flower-carved mahogany door, round arch windows are full of grace and luxury, white jade pillars stand at the four corners of the room, and the surrounding walls are all white stone bricks. Gold-carved orchids bloom fascinatingly among the white stones. The living room and the bedroom are separated by a purple bead curtain. A broad Nanmu Taishi chair is embedded with a few bright jewels, noble and refined, and a pot of white flower arrangements next to it. The four chairs in the first two rows are arranged neatly, and the temperament of the whole living room gives people a noble and elegant feeling. The beautiful brown-haired woman leaned against her body, staring at the flower arrangement intently. The door was retreated, and a short-dressed man in a coat of justice appeared, with his hands in his pockets and looking around. The black suit outside the door gently closed the door. No one was allowed to enter the room without an order. You are here. As soon as Ximen came in, Molly tired inside already knew. Ximen followed the prestige, still that familiar face, familiar dress. What are you looking for me? Frowning, waiting for bed? Lie to the ghost, shouldn't she wait somewhere obediently if she goes to bed? Why are you still sitting here stupidly? Molly tired glanced at him squintly, her gaze returned to the flower arrangement. Sit down. Huh. Ximen couldn't figure it out, so he could just say something, and then he could leave. But he still walked to the side of the chair and sat down, specifically choosing the opposite direction to the flower arrangement. Looking from this direction, one can see her beautiful back, graceful, every place on her body is just right, one more point is too much, one less point is too little. The other party didn't mean to speak, just looking at the white flower arrangement, he finally couldn't help but speak first. Now you can talk. Sitting in front of this woman made him very uncomfortable. He felt that she was not a person in the same world with her. She was too noble and perfect. This was not because of her identity, but her temperament. Molly Tired's eyes retracted from the flower arrangement, her body changed a direction and leaned slightly against the back of the chair, her eyes fell on the man, the corners of her mouth were pressed tightly, a touch of elegance and dignity appeared on her face, and her chin lifted slightly, as if she was pointing. You appeared on the island of East Blue, arrived at Windmill Town, and boarded Garp's warship. You don't want to be the captain of the squadron, and you go straight to the rear admiral assessment, right? Although doubtful, her words are very determined, without questioning at all. Ximen was entangled in her heart. How did she find out about herself so clearly in this day? Are Celestial Dragon's intelligence systems so developed? What does it matter to you again? Molly Tired's gaze withdrew from him, and her slender fingers lightly tapped the handrail. What I said today will come true. You will be my man in the future. You are very special. I believe in my own vision, so you are qualified. Huh. Hiring son-in-law? Are you really recruiting son-in-law? Ximen despised herself fiercely. Such a big man was treated as a little white face, and this must be supported. Can I refuse? With a glimmer of hope, every man yearns for a sister Lin to fall from the sky, but when things really happen, few people will accept it calmly. Molly Tired tapped the handrail lightly, too lazy to look at the other's face. Cannot. Simply neat. Ximen wouldn't think anything if this was a man, but the problem was that this came from a woman, and she could only sigh that this woman is too fanciful. Queen Fan, how many men can bear it? What I choose, you will obey. You can't refuse, I will give you everything you want, you just need to be obedient. Obey. Obedient. Really feel weak. Also, give me everything I want? BD, is this despising yourself? Ximenchin's face suddenly became gloomy, and suddenly stood up. Molly tired, I am not your follower, you can do whatever you want. I am a man, and I have what I pursue. What I am after, I will rely on my own hands to get it. I accept your contempt, and one day you will take it back yourself. Molly Tired's eyes flashed with surprise, but her face remained silent. Contempt? Pursuit? Then prove to me how far your arrogance can support you. Breath, an indescribable aura appeared on her body. It didn't require any action, only the look in her eyes. Her eyes were the best weapon. Looking at the world, everything seems to be in her eyes. In her eyes, everything can only choose to surrender. Ximenchin gritted his teeth. Haki. He felt the presence of haki just now. Moreover, it is a kind of haki that is not low in grade. Damn, can I be better than a woman? Damn it, then what dreams and supreme thrones do I talk about? No, I want to surpass, I want to fight, and I must not let her underestimate it. Ximenchin was screaming frantically in his heart. The strength of the other party forced him to gradually change his mood. The easygoingness on his body was slightly restrained, replaced by an unyielding, persevering, persistent, and proud. A man of steel. Melishard watched his changes silently, which was unexpected and in her expectation. Ximenchin's change lasted for a few minutes and finally stopped. He raised his head and looked like electricity, and the mysterious dark purple electric light flashed in his eyes. I will remember, the day when I achieve it, it will be when you take these words back. Ximenchin turned around after speaking and walked straight to the gate. Molly Tired didn't stop it either. It wasn't until the other party left the room that she remembered what she wanted to say to him, and it seemed that she hadn't said it yet. Frowning lightly, closing his eyes and thinking silently. The queen must surrender, and the weak must counterattack. Asterisk. Chapter 25, King Z. The light blue sky, the sea breeze blowing slowly, took away the worries of the soul, but disturbed a strand of hair between the eyebrows. In a blink of an eye, a red glow appeared in the sky, and the white clouds that reflected freely gradually turned red and spread. The rising sun gradually rose from below the sea level, and the red clouds turned into golden beams illuminating the earth. Shining golden light entered the headquarters and awakened those who were sleeping. At the edge of the port, a young man in a coat of justice looked at the ocean in the distance, and occasionally the waves slapped on his face, and he did not get up and leave. He only found out after coming out of Molly Tired's room last night that it seemed that his residence had not been arranged properly, and he still didn't know where his own house was. The generals of the headquarters will be distributed to their own houses, which may not be very wide, but they are definitely enough to live in. Since it was late at night, he didn't go to Garp to inquire. He simply went directly to the port to watch the ebb and flow, so that he could calm down and think about his situation quietly. The position of Rear Admiral in the headquarters is very high, at least 3 levels higher than that of Rear Admiral in the local area. In other words, if you go to the local area, you can directly order the local Rear Admiral. This is the gap between the headquarters and the local area. Such a high status is already a dream of many people in the pirate world. But he was not satisfied, the highest throne, he needed more effort. It is a very lucky and sad thing to be seen by the celestial dragon's beauty. Fortunately, it has been on the same footing since then and has no worries about food and clothing. Sadly, if this celestial dragon's beauty has a bad personality, she could kill him at any time. Any celestial dragons can let Admiral of the headquarters go to support, as long as there is an insult to celestial dragons, the admiral of the headquarters will be dispatched to safeguard the glory of the world's nobles. Therefore, Molly Tired is an unstable bomb, and once it explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. It's just that you can't help yourself now, so you can only work harder, and if you are weak, you must counterattack. This is the best way out of this arrogant queen. He stood up, stretched his waist comfortably, there was a pop sound from all over his body, he patted his face to make himself awake, turned and walked in. It is still the restaurant full of tranquility, Garp and Zymanchin are on the same table. Boy Simon, weren't you last night? The ears of the people at the nearby tables are loose, and there is explosive news. What did this lucky kid do with Princess Molly Tired last night? This kid could be favored by the perfect Princess Molly Tired. Zymanchin shook his head and lowered his head to eat quickly. Garp touched the back of his head. What happened to this kid? The change was so big in just one night? Garp saw the difference in someone's body at a glance. The previous one was completely easygoing, and funny. Overnight, the easygoing faded a little, with a little more determination, arrogance, and conciseness. It seems that this kid has matured overnight. Zyman boy, there is a banquet you want to attend today. Without asking too much, what happened? Banquet? What kind of banquet? Garp laughed and slapped Zymanchin's back hard. You are so lucky, that Sengoku wants to introduce you to the people in this department, it's so blessed. Garp Vice Admiral, I'm going to die. Zymanchin quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, and Zymanchin looked depressed. Could it be rough? But I don't know that someone is secretly observing. Fortunately, the change is not too great, otherwise it will be boring. Stop complaining, the party starts in the afternoon. Garp grinned. Zymanchin flipped over Byakugan and ran away numbly after eating. He might be shot to death in the restaurant if he stayed longer. After finally getting through to the afternoon, some generals wearing justice coats can already be seen in the headquarters gradually gathering towards a certain place, some with a relaxed expression, some dignified, and some indifferent. Follow. Someone wanted to compliment his IQ, and it would never be wrong to follow the crowd. Sure enough, following these generals, he soon arrived in a huge club hall in the headquarters. In the hall, there are several huge crystal lamps hanging from the white ceiling, the white marble underground has been covered by a red carpet, and dozens of round tables are arranged. The hall is crowded with people, and one thing in common is that they have a coat of justice on their bodies. This is a symbol of status and a symbol of strength and status. The waiters shuttled back and forth among the crowds, putting all kinds of exquisite snacks, food, and drinks on the round table. No one sits at the table. Most people gather in groups to chat and exchange experiences. And some people stand directly in the corner, calmly watching the bustling crowd, and are incompatible with them. The arrival of Zymanchin attracted some people's attention, and curious eyes scanned his body back and forth. Seeing this, he could only smile awkwardly, tightening his coat of justice, and seeing that there was only one person in one place, he slipped directly into the corner to hide. Standing still and turning around, Zymanchin heaved a sigh of relief. Sometimes this gaze was even more terrifying than any attack. Seeing their appearance, they almost wanted to use themselves as a white mouse to slice and study. Are you nervous? A lazy and cold voice came from behind, causing Zymanchin in front to turn around curiously. Huh. He was really strange when he saw this man. He was tall, with a black exploded head, thick lips, wearing a white suit vest and dark blue shirt, with a green blindfold on his forehead, and he looked very lazy. Admiral Kuzan. Such a dress appeared here again. It seems that there is no one else except this one, right? King Z yawned and said lazily, yes, you are the protagonist today, Zymanchin. Zymanchin knows that the person in front of him looks lazy, but he is a very calm, discerning right from wrong, An empathetic person. And his understanding of justice is different from that of most Marines, and he is a very special character. This person is good at everything. If he talks about shortcomings, he should be too lazy. All day long leisurely riding a bicycle on the ice road on the sea, I have to say that this is a life that many people envy. Admiral Kuzin, please advise. Oh. King Z responded and stopped talking, leaning on the corner of the wall and pulling the blindfold down, as if he wanted to live broadcast and sleep. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Banquet Good 8 Trigram Seeking to Collect Flowers. An admiral sleeps wearing a blindfold, regardless of image issues. A new rear admiral, the future star. When two people stand together, they are destined to attract everyone's attention. From time to time, people looked at them and pointed, causing Ximen Qin to vomit blood out of depression, feeling like being watched as a monkey. Fortunately, this situation did not last long, and Sengoku appeared. As soon as Sengoku appeared, he became the focal point of the entire hall. This marine's highest authority stood in front of everyone. Next to him was a gray-haired old lady with pendant square earrings on both ears and wearing a general justice coat. What is noticeable is her eyes, which are a pair of eyes full of wisdom. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Chief Staff Officer, Crane. Sengoku looked at everyone in the entire hall, straight to the subject of today. As everyone knows, for today's banquet, welcome to our new Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Ximen Qin. Simply, neat and without a muddled speech, a passage turned everyone's eyes on Ximen Qin, which made him feel embarrassed for a while. Reluctantly, I went straight to the position of Sengoku. Next, should I introduce myself and give a speech? Dear colleagues, I am the newly promoted Headquarters Rear Admiral, Ximen Qin, please advise. He made a gentleman's courtesy very politely. He still learned this thing. Papa. There was applause, whether it was congratulations or perfunctory. Thunderous applause continued to echo in the hall. The next thing is very simple: eat and drink, eat and drink. The general sat down and launched an offensive against the food on the table. Ximen Qin found Garp and sat down at the same table with him. As soon as he sat down, the fellow King Z also walked over. Do you mind if I sit down? King Z, a very polite gentleman. Ximen Qin had no reason to refuse, so he stretched out his hand and gave a false lead. Boy Simon, you're a strong one on your own right now, but don't let the old man down. Garp laughed, the strong who came out of his boat. This thing is worth showing off. Ximen Qin's ambition is not small, it is Kaido of course, Garp Vice Admiral, but I want to be the strongest man. How can I let you down? Garp smiled more happily, expectation and joy in the corner of his eyes. King Z watched the laughter between the two and did not speak, but silently ate something. He was gentlemanly in every move, at least compared with the people here, he was gentleman. Suddenly, someone found that there seemed to be something missing here, and his mind was tangled. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered it. Garp Vice Admiral, where's Molly Tired? Why didn't you see her? When he talked about this woman, his eyes unconsciously showed a touch of embarrassment and awkwardness. That woman is very powerful, a queen, and she seems to think that she should be wrapped up by her, and she is a cat. Why is the development of this society so fast? It doesn't make people get used to it. Speaking of this, a little smile appeared on Garp's face. Simon, don't you miss her? Ha ha ha, that's so interesting. His crazy laughter attracted the attention of many people, but when he saw that it was him, he turned back to do his own thing. Well, Garp Vice Admiral can laugh nervously with a little thing. Qingji was also aroused a little curiosity, and opened his mouth for an unprecedented time. Garp Vice Admiral, is there anything hidden in it? Puff. Ximen Qin wants to spray. Uncle Kingzi, you should stay lazy, keep a calm attitude, and maintain a gentleman's demeanor. How can you be so 8 trigrams? Garp grinned, hidden, that's too much. Someone stayed in that girl's room yesterday. A drop of sweat dripped from Kingsley, and suddenly became weak. Garp Vice Admiral, you are so boring. In a blink of an eye, the slacker was restored again. But his heart is not so peaceful, Molly tired, that is a princess-level figure, and a nobleman in the world. Ximenqin, how did you get involved with others? Garp Vice Admiral. Ximenqin is also helpless. It seems that what he said just now has nothing to do with this, right? Where is the woman you left? Garp returned to her normal state after laughing. He picked up the draft beer and poured a few eloquences before saying, she has left naval headquarters and went back to the Holy Land. Marie Joyce. Ximenqin suddenly realized that she didn't see that woman. It turned out to be like this. Strange, this feeling. God, don't play with me. An unspeakable loss actually appeared in his heart, and he was really startled. What does this mean? Putting aside that strange idea, he hurriedly picked up the wine glass and clinked with Garp and Kingsley in a row, trying to get rid of that strange idea. The banquet here is in full swing, but there is an undercurrent surging in the endless ocean of New World. On a sandy beach, a red-haired man with 3 scars pierced his left eye. He was shapely, lacking a left arm, a white shirt, a pair of loose-cropped trousers, and a western sword hanging from his waist. At the moment he was looking at a newspaper in his hand, reading it with gusto. The title reads impressively, The Youngest Newest Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral Ximenqin, and there is an image of Ximenqin below. Captain, what is Marine going to do? Such a big fanfare. Lucky Lou, who was fat and had a barbecue in his hand, was unclear. Don't understand? This is Marine who wants to promote his own power. Tisk tisk, Sengoku still likes this set. Shanks seemed to see through someone's mind at a glance and didn't care. He threw the newspaper in his hand into the sky. The western sword drew out a few quick slashes, the newspaper turned into dust, and his western sword was in its sheath, and the sword was out quickly. Too incredible. On the other side, on a pirate ship sailing on the sea like a giant whale, Edward Newgate, who is 6 meters tall and has a beard like Shang Xuanyu, listened to the people around him reporting the news in the newspaper, with a meaningful smile on his mouth. Sengoku really has a good subordinate, sons, let's have a banquet to celebrate our opponent has become stronger again. Whitebeard's boldness is beyond comparison. Not only did he not get angry because of Marine's increased power, but instead opened the banquet, his boldness was not comparable to that of ordinary people. Because of the emergence of this newspaper, the entire New World and even the entire Grand Line are surging, and the name Ximenqin has entered the eyes of everyone for the first time. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Marine 6 Style Seeking a Collection of Flowers. P.S. The book review area is very lively, and various questions have been raised. This is what Sunshine hopes to see most. Discuss together, and there will be more exciting novels, ____. The things that become famous overnight are sometimes very simple. Under various conditions, such crazy things are created. One of Ximenqin's feelings now is that celebrities are not so good. The look, pressure on these Marines is too much. Sengoku had already understood what he had publicized, and now I can only say that it is done. Sengoku is not a good person either. He sighed deeply. Garp in front of him fell asleep again. Can this girl still chat happily? Boom. Stretching out his fingers to gently pierce the dazzling bubbles, Garp woke up from a deep sleep, with sleepy eyes, rubbing his eyes with his hands, and yawning comfortably. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, do you understand the use of the 6 types now? It was not Garp who was awake, but another person next to Ximenqin. Wearing a black suit uniform, a cloak, a black top hat on his head, and a white pigeon on his shoulders. Rob Lucci, although it is the first time we have met, it is easy for people to see his character. Unsmiling, composed and calm, with sharp eyes that seem to penetrate everything. "Hey, Lucci, why are you here?" Garp saw the person in front of him clearly. "Why did this CP9 guy come here so leisurely?" Rob Lucci nodded lightly, his eyes unchanged, remaining calm and composed. "Garp Vice Admiral, you brought me here." Garp thought for a while, and suddenly realized, "So it's like this, by the way, what am I looking for you for?" He really can't remember, what can he do if he comes here? He didn't like CP9 very much, and most of the people in it were too dark. People like Rob Lucci are even more emotional killing machines. For the sake of his distorted justice, he has done a lot of things that shocked Marine. Fortunately, these things have been covered up. Lucci's face was flat, and he said softly, "Garp Vice Admiral asked me to come over and instruct Ximenchin Rear Admiral 6 formulas." Speaking of Type 6, Garp understands that it turned out to be such a thing, but now it finally comes to mind. "Simon boy, Marine 6 styles, you have to work hard." Marine 6 styles is a physical technique that surpasses the limit of human physical ability. It can maximize the strength of the body. Only the strength of your body will increase. The fruit ability can be better developed, and Haki is the same. Garp is very serious. Learn Marine 6 styles, that will be one of the signs of the strong. Ximenchin nodded again, and he completely agreed with Garp's theory. The purpose of absorbing the lightning energy from the natural world before was to refine his physical body so as to improve all aspects of abilities. Now, it is completely in line with what Garp said. And surprisingly, Haki's ascension has something to do with the body? Thinking of the key, Ximenchin's face showed a glorious brilliance. "Garp Vice Admiral, I will definitely work hard." Garp laughed, then got up and left. "Ximenchin Rear Admiral, then let's continue," Lucci said after Garp left. Marine 6 styles has 6 types: shaved, iron body, paper arts, moonwalk, tempest kick, finger pistol, each of which is very powerful. Ability: now we start training from shave. Ximenchin was sitting in distress, listening carefully to everything Lucci said. Shave: step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, and use the explosive speed generated by this reaction force to move. This is easy to understand, and it sounds simple. However, stepping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, is this easier said than done? How can you do it without strong physical fitness and skilled methods? At the beginning of physical training, especially about the training of the legs, kicking is a good training method. Boom! In midair, Lucci's calf and Ximenchin's calf collided with each other, causing a burst of air in the air, and their bodies separated instantly. Falling to the ground, Ximenchin took a sigh of relief. "Come again." While speaking, both feet continuously stepped on the ground, only a little illusory shadow could be seen, and the person had already rushed towards Lucci's position. Boom! The two legs hit together again. Ximenchin and Lucci steadily fell on the ground. Lucci's eyes were calm and his complexion was calm. "Ximenchin Rear Admiral, in 2 days you have learned a little shaving application, all you have is proficiency. Now we are going to the next training, iron body training." Lucci's words were very calm, and it seemed that learning to shave in 2 days did not arouse his amazement. Ximenchin smiled. "Facial paralysis, then you can talk about the application of iron body." "A very glorious nickname," Ximenchin said without hesitation. Lucci on the opposite side didn't mean to object, or simply ignored his nickname. "Iron body, inflate the strength in the body to make it have the hardness of steel. The principle is to accelerate the blood flow and promote the speed of muscle movement." A very simple explanation. Generally speaking, it is the speed of master's blood flow, which allows power to enter the muscles, thereby enhancing the power of defense. Facial paralysis, let's get started. Ximen can't wait to train for Iron Body. Sengoku, what do you call the old man to do? At the rectangular conference table, Garp kept throwing a bite of senbei into his mouth, making a click. Sengoku was already familiar with all aspects of this old friend's temper, and was accustomed to it. Garp, I think Ximen should enter the Grand Line to fight against some pirates. Sengoku's face was full of seriousness, his eyes fixed on his old friend. When Garp heard this, he stopped his movements, his face also became serious, one hand clenched into a fist, grinning meaningfully. Sengoku, can't you help it anymore? Sengoku ignored his clenched fist. This is the result of my discussion with Tsuru. After moving out of the crane, Garp's breath stabilized, and it took a while before he spoke. Give him some more time. Sengoku fell silent, with a strange look in his eyes. Do you expect that much from him? Garp's fist loosened, but his face was still stern. Certainly. Well, 3 months, at most 3 months, after 3 months he must go to the Grand Line. Sengoku gave in. Garp's face quickly eased, and he grinned. Sengoku, you are so funny, why are you asking me? Just go to him and say no. Ha 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 ha. Sengoku is so angry, is this kidding me? A quick shot, grabbed the senbei in front of him and swallowed it. Ah! Sengoku, UBD. Garp was angry in an instant. Are you picking things up, do you want to fight? Asterisk. Chapter 28, 1000 Years of Death Hina. 1 month later, Naval Headquarters, an empty training room. Shave. The feet quickly stepped on the ground, and under the reaction force, Ximen body turned into an afterimage and moved laterally to one side, which was able to avoid the oncoming bird-like vacuum slash. Tempest Kick is a very powerful attack technique in Marine 6 styles. The bird-shaped Tempest Kick used by Lu Chi is a 6 form he strengthened. Shave. Moonwalk. Stepped on the ground again to move at high speed, and then he appeared in mid-air, relying on Moonwalk to stay in the air. Lu Chi below has been transformed into a leopard man state, a leopard-shaped cat with fruit ability, a kind of Zoan. Flying Finger Pistol Pull. The face of Lu Chi in the leopard-shaped state is as cold as Ximen, whose fingers are upward, and dozens of air bombs are ejected from her sharp nails. Meow. Ximen yelled. Moonwalk stepped a few steps in the air, changing direction several times before avoiding the opponent's attack. Tempest Kick Chaos. As soon as he stopped his body, Ximen waved his feet at high speed to produce more than 20 white crescent-shaped vacuum slashes and fell, and at the same time, his body adjusted its direction ingeniously. The vacuum slashing Lu Chi falling from the air didn't pay attention to it. Iron Body Saramua. The blood flow in the body accelerated, the whole body was full of vigor, and the body swelled directly. Boom! More than 20 white crescent Tempest Kick fell on him. The powerful force made his body slightly arched, but soon he straightened his waist and directly bounced the vacuum slash that fell on him into the air. Boom! The vacuum slash did not bounce back and hit the opponent as he expected, but all missed and bombarded the ceiling. There was no one above, only the shattered ceiling continued to drop debris. You got fooled. He was startled by the treacherous voice of someone behind him. Finger Pistol 1000 Years of Death. Lu Chi's calm eyes showed a trace of contempt. In the iron body state, the attack will only be rebounded, and the greater the attack power, the more powerful the rebound will be. But soon he could no longer maintain his cold expression like an ice, his entire face quickly became bloodshot and his body trembled slightly. A subtle sensation came from somewhere that made his liver tremble, and he could no longer maintain the state of iron body. He suddenly jumped up, hit his head directly on the ceiling, and then fell heavily to the ground, his body straightened, as if he was enduring something. Ximen stood up, still keeping Finger Pistol in both hands, with a meaningful smile on the corners of his mouth, took out a white paper from his pocket and wiped his fingers, and fluttered out lightly. After more than 10 minutes, Lucci, who fell on the ground and stiffened his body, finally stood up with trembling legs, trying to maintain the cold image of cool brother. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, you have passed. Ximenchin raised his eyebrows. So fast? It's only a month. Is the 6th form so easy to learn? Wouldn't it be water? Facial paralysis, you are too unkind. Give up your hard work at the bottom of the box, don't hide it. What kind of powerful moves, the more the better. To challenge the limit, Marine 6 Styles is a physical skill that can only be used beyond the limit of the body. Since it has to go beyond, it has to go beyond beautifully. You can already create your own moves. It proves that you have fully understood the true meaning of the 6 types. All it takes is time to become proficient. And I am convinced that I am defeated and leave. As he walked towards the door, this place broke his heart, and there was nothing left to miss. Watching the other party leave, Ximenchin tangled and pulled on the coat of justice, as long as the time is skilled. Real. Thinking of this, he also walked out the door. Well, it's time to get my things today. As soon as he walked out the door, he remembered that there was still something to do. In the port of Marineford, more than a dozen marine warships lined up and docked at the port. Soldiers in blue and white marine uniforms were faintly visible on the deck of the warship. Among them, a dark purple warship is particularly eye-catching. The dragon-shaped bow contained a dark purple thunder and lightning, and there was nothing above the mast, and there was no flag representing any power. The 10-second gate artillery on the left and right sides of the front row of the bow gleamed with faint cold light, the same as the stern, with a total of 30 artillery from the 6th gate artillery on both sides of the middle. There is a 3-story building on the ship, the top floor is equipped with a balcony, and a few potted plants are neatly placed on the balcony. Dozens of soldiers stood guard around the guardrail of the warship, holding muskets and katana in their hands, majestic and majestic. Such a warship is enough to attract the attention of many people. Ximenchin walked slowly from the harbor to the warship with a flag in both hands, looking relaxed and contented. Suddenly, his gaze was attracted by something, and he stopped and looked forward. On the edge of the port, a beautiful shadow, long pink hair hanging down to the waist, clear and bright pupils, curved willow eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, white and flawless skin reveals a light pink, thin red lips are delicate and dripping like rose petals, plump as jade forehead with a pair of sunglasses, black printed short-sleeved top and pure white high-waist hot pants, black fish mouth high heels set off straight and slender legs, wearing marine the coat of justice is a fashionable beauty. Familiar dress, Ximenchin already has the answer in his heart. Hina, Colonel Naval Headquarters, a mature, steady, gentle, sunny, and confident woman. Are you interested in this warship? Ximenchin said with a smile as he walked over. Hina is still looking at the warship. She has been paying attention to this warship for several days. She has been watching it every day during the past few days in the headquarters. Hearing the sound, she turned around curiously. The same coat of justice, officer. It was him. Hello Ximenchin Rear Admiral. Hina is always devoted to the orders of her superiors, and she also respects her superiors. She respected them very solemnly. The movements are smooth, there is no panic on the face, steady, and the eyes are neither humble nor overbearing, maintaining just the right respect without making people feel flattering. Ximenchin smiled freely. There are not so many rules, relax. Are you interested in going up and taking a look? Ximenchin Rear Admiral, is this appropriate? Hina is a little bit moving. She likes this warship very much, but isn't it good to go up rashly? She hesitated, not knowing how to choose. Ximenchin wanted to read Byakugan when she saw her like this, so she went up and watched if she liked it, so why was she struggling? If you like it, Come and watch. Ximen said as he walked in front, still not believing that you can stand it, that little eyes almost swallowed the warship. You take the liberty to interrupt, please advise. Hina whispered from behind, moving forward with a light step. Asterisk. Chapter 29, Can both seductive and fight. There is a big difference between marine warships and pirates. Their warships are more durable and can travel through various difficult environments. Even the more lavish ones can also be equipped with sea stones, so that the sea kings on the seafloor cannot detect the presence of the warships. Move above. The dark purple warships are very unique in color. They are very eye-catching in the standard warships, and they can attract everyone's attention at once. On the warship, Ximen was followed by a woman, Hina, who has made naval headquarters enthusiastic for many years. Hina has a lot of fame in naval headquarters, with beautiful features, tall figure, and mature and stable temperament. She is undoubtedly the #1 beauty in this department. Her strength is also very strong. Those with the cage fruit ability can form a huge lock cuff through the body to lock everything that passes through the body. The lock cuffs lock the passage, and the hardness exceeds steel, which is very powerful. In her own words, everything passed through by my body will be locked. Because of this ability, she is also known as the Black Threshold Hina. The pirates of lower strength are very afraid of her, and she is a powerful helper of naval headquarters to deter pirates. Hina, do you think this is good? On the third floor, in the wide room, Ximen spread the flag in his hand and spread it on the ground. The familiar pattern was a marine flag. But there is a little difference, the whole marine temperament is penetrated by a huge deep purple thunder and lightning. Hina frowned slightly, with a faint hint of worry. Ximen Rear Admiral, will this be your banner for this warship? Yes, look at how beautiful this banner is, but few people seem to appreciate it. The old man who made the banner keeps saying that it's not in compliance with the rules, and it's an idiot. Thinking of the person who ordered the flag, he was upset. Sengoku agreed to make a special flag. If you are an old man, you can just do it. Poor, if Sengoku saw his banner look like this, he would probably not agree to killing him. It's okay to make some special flags, but you, your lord, let a lot of marine off, okay? Do you mean marine is going to be struck by thunder? It's too unlucky. Hina sighed inwardly. She has joined Marine for many years and knows some of Marine's taboos well. Ximen Rear Admiral, your banner is easy to misunderstand and will bring some negative effects. I suggest not to hang it up. Influence. Ximen is dumbfounded. What else can a flag have? It's not discrediting naval headquarters, nor is it a banner that was chopped off on the ancient battlefield. What's the impact? So, Ximen Rear Admiral, please put away this banner. Hina said softly, and softly, the young Rear Admiral still doesn't know much about naval headquarters. Ximen frowned. This is the most favorite banner. What should I do? Forget it, don't hang it for the time being. It's fine to hang it up later. Anyway, there is always time to go to sea, and hang it up at that time. The mountain is high, the emperor is far away, can Sengoku still collect his own flag? Of course, if he is so idle, he will definitely complain to him. Putting the flag away and randomly placed it on a side table, Ximen gaze shifted to the other person. He was mature and stable, and was loyal to his superior's orders. This characteristic made him very happy. Sengoku has arranged a warship for himself, as well as soldiers. Now there are 100 combat crews on this warship, plus chefs, doctors, and solitary soldiers. There are no more than 130 people. For this warship it's already pretty good. However, the combatants are just ordinary combat members after all, and he has not been arranged to lead and become the talents of this battle formation. Then he needs to search for it himself, find his own subordinates, and jointly manage this warship. Hina in front of me is undoubtedly a good choice. Her character, strength, and experience are all excellent. Hina, are you interested in being my subordinate? Go straight to the subject. This question stunned Hina, and Sakura's red lips opened slightly. Incredible. But she soon reacted, with an awkward smile on her face. Zymanchin Rear Admiral, I'm afraid this won't work. Huh? No. These few meanings, do you still look down on yourself as young? I wonder if there is a word called young and promising? Hina, do you think I am not strong enough to be your boss? No, that's not the reason. No. Zymanchin's face was suddenly enlightened, and he clapped his palms and said, Oh, I see, you think you are not strong enough to be my subordinate. Hina's brows jumped. Are you the one who is not strong enough? Zymanchin Rear Admiral, I have absolute certainty of my own strength. Confident, with a confident smile on his face, dark and bright eyes staring straight at someone. She is definitely a Oni-san beauty. This look made Zymanchin embarrassed for a while. Eldest girl, it would be easy to misunderstand people without looking at people like this. However, his goal has been achieved. Then you can give a reason, be my subordinate. Don't you like this warship? This warship is fierce, fast, indestructible, and more importantly, handsome. Temptation is definitely temptation. Hina feels crazy. This newly promoted Rear Admiral dared to use this method to excite him. However, the other party is just the newly promoted Rear Admiral, and he still doesn't care about him. Zymanchin Rear Admiral, I don't belong to anyone, and don't use this method to seduce me. In simple and clear words, Hina's words did not carry a trace of anger, but a kind of indifferent and steady. Zymanchin was disappointed and sighed deeply. It seems that it is not easy to want a subordinate who can both seductive and fight. Seeing this, the gentle and sensual side of a certain Oni-san was induced, and his expression revealed a kind of care. Maybe you find Marshal Sengoku, and he will consider your request. Sengoku. Zymanchin's mind turned around in a rare moment. Yeah, I almost forgot the long beard. He ran away without looking back, leaving the room directly to a certain Oni-san. And a certain Oni-san is still in a mess, with a beard? Marshal Sengoku. Oh my god, Zymanchin Rear Admiral, don't make a name like this, okay? Pay attention to the image, keep calm and steady. Asterisk. Chapter 30, Action in 2 months. Boy Simon, did you get that guy Lucci away? He was stopped as soon as he got off the warship. He was called that in the entire naval headquarters. Who else but Garp? Zymanchin was grabbed by his shoulders and immediately transformed into elements, and the mysterious purple thunder and lightning burst free of Garp's palm. Oh! Garp was angry, and the stinky boy ignored himself. His fists instantly became pitch black, his feet slammed on the ground and the body exploded, hitting the elementalized Zymanchin with a punch. The punch that included armament haki was Logia's nemesis. Zymanchin was rushing forward and was beaten out of the original shape. After a few steps, he stopped his body, rubbed his shoulders and turned around. Garp Vice Admiral, what are you doing? Don't be such a bully. With a gloomy face, he was punched in a good manner, Tusk, and it hurts. Boy Simon, why are you going? Garp grabbed his hair with one hand, his angry expression suddenly replaced by curiosity. The sky is spinning, Garp Vice Admiral, can you be better? Now it was Zymanchin's turn to get angry. Garp Vice Admiral, did you punch me just to ask this? The voice raised an octave, and the soldiers on guard were attracted. Yeah. Garp Vice Admiral and Zymanchin Rear Admiral, have you quarreled? Got it? Have a good show? I have to say that there are things like this in any world, even the high-quality Marines in the pirate world. Although they dare not step forward, they can still wait and see from a distance. Garp was puzzled, grabbed his hair and laughed. "Simon boy, calm down, the young man keeps it open, ha 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 ha. Black lines, countless black lines are hanging down, Xiamen only feels chi and blood surging. Can you be more advanced in your madness? It should be the elderly, right? I'll look for Garp to find a hand, and I'll look for you next time." He ran away numbly, and Garp, who was looking straight at the back, was puzzled, asking Sengoku for his hand. "Oh, join in the fun. Simon boy, wait for me." Garp ran over as he spoke. The soldiers on guard were disappointed, and the show ended like this. What a pity, the shells of Garp Vice Admiral have not been used yet. Marshal Sengoku, this is how things are. For Marine's justice, I want to gallop on the sea, and at the same time I want to ensure the safety of Marine soldiers, so please approve. In the office, Xiamen was full of seriousness, with a firm and persistent look in his eyes. The opposite Sengoku sat on the office chair, keeping his eyes fixed on the other person's eyes. "Are you sure you want?" "Yes, Hina is a very qualified subordinate. I think I can become an excellent subordinate of mine. Her ability allows the villains to be captured with nothing, and her ability can promote the justice of Marine in the sea. I, Xiamen, will also lead her to execute justice." Righteous and stern words, just cut the wrist on the spot to show determination. Sengoku lowered his head and thought for a while, and no one noticed his changing eyes. "I agree, but there is a request. You will lead her to sea in 2 months to prove your determination and ability to execute." "Out to sea?" Xiamen is dumbfounded. Can this be regarded as a request? It seems that it is normal for Marine to go out to sea. "No, you are thinking of me as an incompetent person, hiding in naval headquarters and eating and waiting to die, right? No problem, 2 months later, I will definitely go to sea to enforce Marine's justice. It is everyone's responsibility to maintain world peace." He straightened his back and responded loudly, still the declaration full of justice, and sighed that if this acting was placed in the past, the Oscar's little golden man would not be delivered properly. "Boy Simon, now you should talk about how you got Lucci away. He only taught you for a month. Garp is strange, doesn't he want to work hard to improve his strength? How could it be possible to let Lucci go? Facial paralysis? He said that I passed, only need to be proficient, so he left. Learned in 1 month. Facial paralysis? Ha ha ha." The words of Sengoku and Garp are completely different. One is concerned with power, while the other focuses on the title. The personalities of these two old friends are completely different. "Are you sure you have learned?" Xiamen frowned. "Of course, can I still cheat on this kind of thing?" Receiving a positive answer, Sengoku smiled relaxedly on his face and murmured, "It's finally done." Someone on the tip of the ear heard a little bit. "What's done?" Sengoku woke up suddenly and said, "It's nothing, I hope you can go to sea soon. You go back and inform Hina that she will be your subordinate in the future." Attention was successfully shifted. Xiamen nodded, turned his head and walked towards the door. "The goal has been achieved, you can go to Hina with peace of mind." After he left, Sengoku pointed a finger at someone who was crying with laughter and said, "Garp, pay attention to the image. He is a talented person with a high IQ and is called the resourceful general, and he is also a very rigorous person." Garp smiled for a while before putting away his smile, wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes. "Great, I don't have an image." Sengoku's face is almost black. "Old friends for decades, can you be normal?" Knowing that the other party could not listen to his own words obediently, Sengoku didn't bother to correct him. Xiamen potential is really very strong. I learned Marine 6 styles in a month, and his strength is really fast. Speaking of Xiamen Garp, he finally raised a bit of energy, grinned and said, "Of course, how can the person whom the old man fancy is weak? But this seems to be too fast." As he touched his head, he didn't know what to say. Others practiced Marine 6 styles on a yearly basis, but he did it for you in a month. Is this a rhythm to kill people? 2 months later, he went to sea to conquer the pirates. What do you think of this matter? Didn't you say it before? Garp took out a bucket of donuts from nowhere and gulped. No, this time it's the news from Mauritius, the Holy Land, and I'm very concerned about his going to sea. Puff. Garp sprayed directly, the Holy Land Marikia? When did those characters become interested in such a new Rear Admiral? Still concerned? Sengoku ignored his gaffe, his eyes narrowed slightly. Princess Molydade made a request, when Ximanchin went to sea. P.S. Thank you brothers for your support Sunshine thanks, please continue to support give some flowers or something, thank you O asterisk. Chapter 31, 6 Types of Training. On the 3rd floor of the warship, there is a small table next to the white beach chair on the balcony. The seasonal fruits are colorful, which is mouth-watering. A blue parasol shielded the scorching sun, and a man dressed in black and white short clothes and a white justice coat had a glass of iced drink in his hand. He drank it in one sip to drive away the hot summer air, and made every move in a leisurely manner. Next to a red beach chair, a mature woman with long pink hair hanging down to her waist, wearing sunglasses on her forehead, a black printed short-sleeved top and pure white high-waist hot pants, a pair of black under her slender and straight calves fish-mouth high heels, legs stacked together, vividly highlight her temperament. Hina, I said you will definitely become my subordinate, you see if I'm not sure. The man put down the cup in his hand, and his eyes showed pure excitement. Hina's face was very calm, and what was reflected in her beautiful black eyes was a touch of obedience and clarity. Ximanchin Rear Admiral, all this is to be expected, Hina is very happy. She is a person who absolutely obeys the orders of her boss, and she carries out the decision of the head office unconditionally. Doing things under anyone's hands is just executing orders. Simon was interested in her, and he laughed. Hina, now everyone on this warship is under your jurisdiction. Lead them well. Shaking his hand at the shopkeeper, Ximanchin despised herself a little bit in his heart. This is the rhythm of shaking his hand at the shopkeeper. But it's good to think about it again, so that you can spend a lot of time to practice and improve your strength. Hina nodded slightly, with a bright smile on her face, her eyes showed a sense of stability, her hands on the handrails on both sides, every move reflects her mature and sunny personality. Ximanchin Rear Admiral, Hina is honored. Without a moment's hesitation, this made Ximanchin ashamed. It seems that a big man is not so good to a beautiful woman? Forget it, I'll be promoted to secretary after a big deal. I found a reason directly for myself. Then you train them well, don't be polite with me. Cough cough, I'm going to practice. As he said, he stood up and jumped off the balcony numbly. The whistling wind blew in my ears, and I saw a burst of purple light. Ximanchin had been elementalized and turned into a deep purple thunder and flew towards naval headquarters. Flight capability, an application of lightning capability. After the body is elementized, it can fly freely in the air, and the speed is also very fast. Moonwalk can also move freely in the air, and can move in various directions, but compared with the ability of thunder and lightning, it is still much worse, and it is slightly inferior in terms of speed and flexibility. Hina is very happy. She stood up as she spoke, and the eyes of the soldiers standing guard underneath instantly sharpened. In a training room of naval headquarters, the spacious training room has all kinds of equipment, sandbags, barbells and other physical training equipment are complete, and there are even steel casting walls towering in the training room. 7 or 8 people wearing justice coats were training separately, some were generals and some were school officials. Marine 6 styles is a type of physique, a physique that surpasses the limits of the body. One of the ways to improve this ability is physical training to increase your physical and physical strength. Only strong flesh and body can support the strength of Marine 6 styles. Lifting a barbell does not use any special strength for blessing, but uses the purest body to train, surpassing the limits of the human body, and what you want is a different limit. Hu holding the barbell with both hands, Ximenqin sweated like rain, squeezing every trace of his body's strength to the maximum. Boom! The barbell fell heavily to the ground. Ximenqin wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then cast his gaze on the steel wall not far away. Tempest kick chaos! The body leaped up and waved his feet from the air at high speed. More than 20 white vacuum slashes fell from the top, and all landed on one of the steel walls. Block the clang! The slashing bombardment caused a violent noise on the wall, and the steel cast wall shook under this round of attack, leaving a clear gap on it. It's meowing, it's pretty hard. The gap in the wall made him very dissatisfied. According to the assumption, the wall should be broken. Why is it just a gap? Tempest Kick's vacuum slash is very powerful. If used properly, it can easily destroy a warship. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, this is not suitable for your training. An officer in the appearance of a colonel came over and paid a standard marine salute. Ximenqin was taken aback. Not suitable? Isn't this a training room? What is suitable or not? Is there any mystery? How do you say? His brows furrowed, a sad look. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, you will use Marine 6 styles, so this is not suitable for your training, it will easily ruin this place. The colonel was also a little cautious when he said that, this new Rear Admiral won't be mad when he waits, right? As he thought, Ximenqin really wanted to go crazy, and his eyes were like torch. You said it would ruin this place? Look, come here, look, isn't this wall still broken? How could it be ruined? I want to press the colonel's head onto the gap so that he can take a good look. The colonel felt bitter. It's easy to be a spokesperson for the masses of the people. It's unpaid and unprofitable. Now, whoever your old man says so, who can I ask for reason? But Ximenqin Rear Admiral, can you stop making fun? This wall is 1 meter thick, and the gap is more than 30 centimeters deep. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, this wall should be broken if you come 3 times in a row. Ximenqin is surprised, the wall is so thick. Turning around and looking aside, the eyeballs almost bulged out. The steel wall 1 meter later, shit, who is so busy making such a thick wall here? Those who understand Marine 6 styles are not suitable for practicing here. Sengoku, are you contempt for those who practice Marine 6 styles? You go on. Ximenqin felt a little embarrassed. Just saw the gap, but didn't pay attention to how deep it was. All of a sudden, he was completely confused. After speaking, he turned around gorgeously, pulled on the coat of justice, and walked directly outside. You can't practice in the training room, so you can only go to other places. Well, the beach should be pretty good. The corner of the colonel's mouth twitched. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, are you so straightforward? The other people glanced at him, turned around and continued to practice. My child, just keep messing up. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Hina is angry. 1 month passed quietly, and time always slipped away from the fingertips without knowing it, taking away all the possibilities. 1 second in advance, things may be different. Ximenqin realized this deeply and wanted to go back in time. He promised that he would not waste so much time at breakfast. In front of him, Hina, dressed in a maroon suit and a justice coat, was stuck at the entrance of the restaurant, wearing sunglasses, and looked ruthless and unselfish. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, may I ask when we will go to sea? His face did not have the mature and gentleness when we first met, but rather a blank expression on his face. Hina has a high popularity in naval headquarters. There are countless people who know her. Her impression of her has always been a dedicated and selfless iceberg beauty. Few people can see her gentle tsundere side. There's a good show. A crooked nose rear admiral said gleefully, and the people around nodded secretly. It is true. Few people targeted by Hina can escape. The black prison Hina's name is not white. Ximenchin is sad and angry, but feels that God is unfair to him. Is it necessary for Tenten to block it? Are you tired after so many days? Since Hina was identified as a subordinate, Ximenchin's boy day is much more comfortable. I don't need to pay attention to the things on the warship. Hina takes care of everything, including the daily training of the soldiers, without him. Hina is indeed a very good subordinate, who has meticulously executed the last order, and can hear the soldiers sighing all day long, and some even talk about them behind their backs. Ximenchin, the soldier who was talking behind the scenes, deeply despised and felt that Hina did a good job. Hearing them Tenten shouting tired proves that the training intensity is high and it will definitely be effective. However, such a comfortable little day only lasted less than 10 days, and the next thing was a hellish life. What is Marine's responsibilities? Maintain justice and fight against pirates. In one sentence, it is the responsibility of Marine to protect world peace. It was the first time that Ximenchin proposed to go to sea to catch pirates, but Ximenchin refused. The reason was that the training intensity of the soldiers was not enough and needed to be strengthened. So the hell life of the soldiers came, training day and night. For the second time, Ximenchin proposed to go to sea to catch pirates, but Ximenchin refused again, on the grounds that the equipment on the warship needed to be repaired and inspected. Therefore, Hina personally supervised and dispatched the best boatman to inspect, not letting go of the slightest flaw. When the request was made for the third time, Ximenchin refused again, on the grounds that Marine 6 style still needs to be strengthened and is in a critical period. Therefore, Hina personally supervised and followed him to monitor his training every day. Someone's physical fitness has improved a lot, Marine 6 styles has been strengthened, and the lightning ability has also been strengthened a lot. When I made the request for the nth time, Ximenchin didn't know what excuses he should make, so he just avoided it. I didn't grasp the timing of eating right now, and I was directly blocked at the door, and I was immediately entangled. Hina Oni-san, can you still play happily together? It's not so compelling. Will we talk about this esoteric issue next time? He also wants to go to sea, but now the key issue is that the research of Marine 6 styles is indeed at a critical moment. Many people can evolve a variety of moves from the most basic 6 styles, which have played a big role in battle. They are so powerful that they naturally want to study a little. Hina's complexion remained unchanged, and she calmly said, Ximenchin Rear Admiral, this is the 15th time Hina has made a request. Please give me an exact time. The beauty of the iceberg is worthy of being an iceberg beauty, and she doesn't put someone's avoidance in her eyes at all. Ximenchin's brows were furrowed, his mind was spinning quickly, and he suddenly thought of talking to Sengoku. It seemed that he would have to go out to the sea in a month. In that case, why not make good use of it? Hina, do you think I don't want to go to sea? Serious and righteous, his frowning brows and determined gaze give people the illusion that he is a very righteous and awe-inspiring person. The surrounding marine felt that there must be a story in it, and suddenly slowed down, his ears pricked up. Hina didn't reply, only her eyes told someone, yes, that's what I think. These days, she has been thinking about a question repeatedly. Could this guy be afraid that pirates are unwilling to go to sea, so they find all kinds of reasons to shirk it? These thoughts made her heart seem to be crushed by a boulder, and she felt uncomfortable no matter how she thought about it. Ximenchin sighed deeply, hey, I actually want to go to sea too. As Marine, as a passionate man who executes justice at sea, who doesn't want to fight against the vicious pirates and let them confess before justice. But he shook his head, his body lowered slightly, a lonely breath brewing on him, and the flash of disappointment in his eyes was caught. But what? Hina finally spoke, her tone softened a little. Maybe there is really some misunderstanding in it. Ximenqin looked up at the ceiling. A 45-degree angle could best reflect various emotions such as depression. But Longbeard, it's Marshal Sengoku. He asked me to go to sea in another month, so I stayed in the headquarters during this period and waited for a month to arrive. Sengoku, don't blame me, the dead fellow is not dead and poor. Besides, it is indeed another month. Ximenqin silently comforted himself in his heart, but Ximenqin's face remained silent. Hearing what he said, Hina frowned. Why did this have something to do with Marshal Sengoku? Is there any hidden facts in it? Really, Marshal Sengoku? Her tone was even more gentle, showing that she had accepted such an explanation in her heart. Ximenqin closed his eyes and nodded slowly, yes. Angry praise, this tone, this expression, this action, who is the Oscar little golden person giving me? Huh. Hina exhaled, and a boulder in her heart finally fell to the ground. Since Marshal Sengoku requested it, wait another month. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, I'm going back to train the soldiers. She turned around and left with graceful steps, slightly lighter, showing that she was in a good mood. Ximenqin secretly wiped the sweat in his heart, and now I finally have time to study the extended moves of Marine 6 styles. Well, the facial paralysis Lucci's moves are good, you can learn from it. The other officers in the restaurant shook their heads in disappointment. It was disappointing that a big scene disappeared like this. P.S. Thank you brothers for your support, I am grateful to tears. By the way, I would like to recommend a wonderful book Ghost Wushuan by a brother, which is of high quality and cool ****. Chapter 33 Sailing Out to Sea Seeking to Collect Flowers. The basic abilities of Marine 6 styles itself are already outstanding. As long as you learn one or two of them, it is enough for people to use them for a lifetime. However, this is only for ordinary people. For those who are most looking for a stronger realm, Marine 6 styles is a platform for them. On this platform, they will create their own moves. Rob Lucci is such a genius. As a member of CP9, he has created many extended moves of Marine 6 styles, such as Razor, Finger Pistol Huanglian, Iron Body Empty Wood, Life Return Paper Arts Martial Art, and even 6 styles 6 King Spears and so on. With so many moves, his achievements are beyond the reach of many people in their entire lives. The 3-story bedroom on the warship has a simple style. The walls are decorated in blue and white, with bookcases and wardrobes next to it. The floor is laid with white carpet, which brings out a calm and relaxed atmosphere. The 2-meter-wide bed quilts are neatly stacked, and one side of the floor glass sliding door is printed with winter plums in the snow, which symbolizes the spirit of perseverance. Outside the door is a wide open-air balcony. The sunlight shines through the glass door into the room, shining with a touch of warm golden light. On the big bed, Ximenqin was half lying down and staring at the ceiling, and the 6 forms used by Lucci and even the 6 forms used by other people constantly appeared in his mind. It is undeniable that each of the extended moves has its own uniqueness, can be created, and has its own rationale for their existence. 6 combinations. The combination of moonwalk and paper arts should be more advantageous to dodge in the air, so as not to be unable to deal with attacks from all sides when used as a target. The combination of shaving and finger pistol should be able to increase the speed of finger pistol. The combination of tempest kick and shaving is the same as impact, but it also increases speed and strength. Okay, follow this line of thinking. The more Ximenqin thinks about, the more excited he gets. The mysterious dark purple electric light in his eyes keeps flashing, and a series of electric arcs draw beautiful arcs around his body. This arc made his heart bright, and perhaps there is a more perfect way to cooperate. He immediately jumped up with his hands on the bed, and walked out of the bedroom with ease. On the 3rd floor, This is his exclusive area. The facilities here are all available, there are training rooms, study rooms, bedrooms, etc. Unless his permission or an emergency, soldiers will not enter the third floor. When I came to the training room, I began to enter the experimental stage without saying a word. On the deck of the warship, 100 combat team members have been gathered by Hina. The neatly arranged squares, the blue and white marine uniforms, the white training hats on their heads and the samurai swords in their hands make them look vigorous. The stiff waist, the upright face, the unyielding will and the determined eyes are declaring to people that they are qualified soldiers who have undergone rigorous training. Hina wears sunglasses, looks serious, and points to the endless sea. At sea, you are in danger of falling into the sea at any time, and you have to face the scene of fighting underwater at any time. Therefore, you must have the ability to survive and fight in the sea. Now, everyone is going to the sea for fighting training. I order you to come back. Must swim back within 3 seconds. Remember, who lost his hat, shoes, or weapon when he came up, give me an hour for the one missing. The soldiers are dumbfounded. Master Hina, is it necessary to play so big? The difficulty has suddenly increased a lot. However, under strict discipline, they still responded loudly, yes. Go to the sea. With an order, 100 soldiers jumped from the deck into the sea at a time, holding weapons tightly in their hands and practicing with nearby partners. Hina is staring at their training from above, her eyes are like electricity, and the strengths and weaknesses of each soldier are quickly remembered by her. The other soldiers in the port shook their heads. The black prison Hina was really the same as the legend, ruthless and unselfish. Such a training method is killing her. Poor soldiers, God will bless you. 1 month spent in the Ximenqin experiment and the dark training of the soldiers. On this day, the port ushered in a lively day. Marine Supreme Commander Marshal Sengoku, General Staff Vice Admiral Headquarters, Marine Hero Garp, Admiral Kingsley, and the youngest newly promoted Rear Admiral Ximenqin, they say goodbye at the port. The harbor has been cleared, and on the shore, a dark purple warship depicts thunder and lightning, majestic, and no flag is hung on the mast. The soldiers on the deck straightened up, like soldiers undergoing inspection. Ximenqin, the deadline is up, it's time for you to go to sea. Sengoku's face was serious, and there was a touch of relief on his face. Garp also laughed on the side, Simon, this time you have to give the old man a long face, eliminate the pirates, and uphold justice. Ximenqin grabbed his hair and laughed. Today is going to sea, but your battle is too big, right? Damn, it's not good for people to misunderstand. Anyway, we also got Rear Admiral by virtue of our strength. Now we have to let people call it nepotism. Garp Vice Admiral, sure to live up to the trust. The Chief Staff Officer he smiled, and the wisdom in his eyes could not be ignored. Ximenqin, Marine will always stand on the side of justice. Marine represents justice. The pirates are on the opposite side of justice and do harm. It's time for you to act for justice. These words made Ximenqin lament the wisdom of Marine's first Chief Staff Officer. This is to stand on the moral high ground and suppress the rhythm of others. But we like it. Justice does not allow to be defiled, and the justice in my heart will never collapse. Crane just smiled and didn't speak any more. Ximenqin, the phone worm will help you when you are in trouble. Kingsley said lightly, his attitude is also extremely lazy, and it seems that he will never be able to raise his energy. Ximenqin really wanted to shout, Brother Ching, you are more real. Boy Simon, let's go, be careful all the way. Garp grinned, but it was not a nervous smile, but an inexplicable seriousness with sharp eyes. Okay, see you next time. Ximenqin waved his hand, turned and walked directly to the warship. The warship slowly left the port, and the few people behind were still watching. Ximenqin's going to sea had placed too many things on them, which should not be ignored. Huh? That's... Suddenly doubts appeared on Sengoku's serious face, as if he had seen something. On the mast of the dark purple warship, a flag rose quickly. The familiar marine flag was nothing. But, why is there a dark purple thunder and lightning running through the entire flag? Simon, you come back to the old man. Garp yelled, wishing to jump into the sea and swim after him. Sengoku is also furious. What does this kid mean? Curse marine thunderstorm. King Z watched silently, without making any comments. Only Crane sighed, young people are so energetic. P.S. The book review area is very exciting. Many questions and suggestions are worthy of reference. If you have any questions, please go to the book review area to discuss. Chapter 34, Long-Range Bombing Seeking to Collect Flowers. Haki is a mysterious thing. Everyone in this world has such potential power, but few people can unearth him, and how many people can't touch Haki's existence in their entire lives? Even some strong practitioners have not developed it. This kind of ability is divided into three kinds: conquerors, armed color, seeing and hearing color. Among them, conquerors is born or inherited. This kind of ability cannot be deliberately cultivated. It can only be improved by constantly strengthening one's own strength. The other two abilities, once awakened and firmly grasped that feeling, can be strengthened through acquired practice. Ximenchin's observation haki can sharpen the five senses, and can detect the changes in the breath and emotions of the surrounding creatures. Can also foresee the actions of others, and then make a series of countermeasures. This ability is just the power of ordinary observation haki. After imitating Enel's heart network, it can increase a large range by receiving radio waves and listen to the voices of others. This power is too heaven-defying. It's observation haki, do you understand it now? After talking about observation haki, Ximenchin asked with a smile, turning on the ability of the heart network to monitor, this is not a comfortable thing. However, the eyes of Hina next to him showed deep contempt and guard. Listen to my heart? Hina was surprised. Ximenchin was embarrassed, put down the book in his hand and patted his forehead fiercely. This is really odd. Why did you say it? It's good to hide it by yourself. The alert eyes of the other party made him a little unbearable. Hey, what do you mean? Do you think I will listen to your heart? You still watch? How can Hina easily believe that when she thinks of a man around her who can listen to others at any time, she feels very awkward? Doesn't it mean that she has no secrets in front of him anymore and is completely transparent? Ximenchin Rear Admiral, please allow me to calm down. As she said, she suddenly took out a lady's cigarette from her pocket and placed it next to her mouth. After lighting it, she blew a puff of cigarette lightly. Her movements were elegant, and she didn't make people feel that she was smoking. What's bad image? Ximenchin was crazy and meowed a little. This young master really didn't eavesdrop on your voice, you are slander without evidence. Hina, don't look at me like that, look again? Look again, I want to listen to your heart, when the time comes, Ximenchin looked sad and angry. He really regarded this young master as a villain, didn't he? No, this young master can't cure you. Sure enough, the threatening words worked, and Hina was sitting in distress, her face calm and steady. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, please pay attention to the image. Image? What image should I pay attention to? This is my warship. Besides, when King Z's explosive head has 8 trigrams, what else is there to pay attention to image? King Z, Admiral of Headquarters. I vaguely remember that when he heard something about someone and Princess Molly tired at a certain banquet, the state he showed was completely different from the usual laziness and coldness. Hina is speechless. What's up with Kyuzan Admiral? Can you not speak so leaping thinking? Ximenchin Rear Admiral, let's not talk about these things. Excuse me, Where is our destination this time? Speaking of this, Hina's heart was broken. When someone went out to sea, she just said to the navigator, "Go ahead and don't capsize." God, isn't this purposeless? Go ahead? Where to go? Is it driven to the bottom of the sea or to the sky? Ximenqin ignored her slightly displeased look and joked, "The destination, this is very simple. First go to the islands of Sabayati, I really want to see what that place is like. The Sabayati Islands is a very magical place. It is made up of the roots of one of the world's largest alkaman mangroves. The whole island is composed of 79 trees. Each tree has a town and facilities. People call the archipelago composed of these 79 islands Sabayati Archipelago. Moreover, the ruler here is the celestial dragons, a world nobleman. For such a magical archipelago, it would be a pity if you don't see it." Huh. Suddenly, Ximenqin seemed to have discovered something, his eyes fixed on the front. There, a pirate ship swayed forward, slightly slower, and the warship was gradually approaching them. However, this is not what attracts him. What attracts him is the dialogue on the ship. "Captain, I didn't grab much this time. Captain, why don't we continue to rob the caravan? The caravan we robbed last time is very rich, and there are a few beautiful women. It's a pity that they all committed suicide later." The captain nodded while listening to the crew. Now the pirates are not good at messing around. Especially on this grand line, they are chased and beaten by marine at every turn, so they can't be a pirate. "Idiot, wasn't it enough that marine chased you the other day?" The captain reprimanded, although he was also very excited, "But it is obviously not the time now, the wind is tight, it is better to avoid it." "Huh? Captain, you see, there are warships, but they don't seem to belong to marine." The captain heard the words and looked, but saw a dark purple warship swiftly approaching them behind, and the flag on the warship was penetrated by a deep purple lightning. "Well, I really don't want to be marine. No, he is coming towards us, BD, I met a black guy." With a strange cry, he jumped up, and the ship rioted suddenly. Dozens of pirates watched nervously at the warship behind, and the speed of the pirate ship accelerated a lot. On the warship, Ximenqin landed on the deck, and the soldiers were already chasing the pirate ship. "FK him a few shots." Ximenqin's face was sullen, and what he heard on the heart net made him angry. "BD, if you snatch the caravan, it's nothing, but you can treat people as slaves and brutally kill them to have fun on the boat, which is simply inhuman." The order was issued, and 100 soldiers who had survived Hina's training responded and moved quickly. Some soldiers came to the position of the artillery, quickly adjusted the angle, reloaded, and fired. Boom! The 2 rows of Gongshi second gate cannons in front of the bow spit out flames, and pitch-black cannonballs flew out of the muzzle. Boom boom boom! Well-trained soldiers, the cannon fired by their hands has a high hit rate, and only a few of them are missed, which is a little wasteful. On the pirate ship ahead, flames began to spread on the ship, thick smoke rose from the ship, and one side of the hull was seriously damaged and tilted. The pirates on the boat directly chose to jump off the boat, and plunged into the cold water like dumplings. Huh, you can't live by committing sins. P.S. Brothers, give more power to the collection, give more power to the flowers, thank you, of course, if you have any tips, *. Chapter 35, 50 million volt Kirin. There are good and bad pirates, and nothing can be said too absolute. Some people set sail for their dreams, some set sail for One Piece's wealth, and some set sail for the sake of burning, killing, looting. Everyone may have different goals, but the pirates have one thing in common. Their opponents are marine and world government. One Piece Roger opened the era of the big pirate, and countless people rushed to the sea. The pirate wants to end the era of the great pirates and fight against the pirates for their own justice. Normal pirates only have one action when encountering marine: escape. The farther you escape, the better. The power of warships is not vegetarian. How can ordinary pirate ships bear it? The pirate ship in front of you is a good proof. The hull is tilted, and if you don't jump out of it, you will only drown in it. Jumping into the sea, there may be a little chance of surviving, although there are also sea kings here. But marine will take himself to prison, although he still doesn't know if the sky is marine or black. It looks a little bit more black. Dozens of pirates fell into the water, including their captain. Ximenchin's whole body is elementalized, and the dark purple electric light flashes instantly towards the area where the pirate dived. Then the elementalization disappeared, but Ximenchin stepped in mid-air strangely, keeping his body from falling into the sea. Moonwalk, the power of Marine 6 styles, is now showing a powerful effect in this kind of place. 5 million volts Kirin. With his hands raised above his head, the dark purple electric light emerged from his hands, drew a beautiful electric arc into the air. Boom! There was a sudden sound of thunder, and a thundercloud with a length of about 200 meters and a width appeared in the originally clear sky, and electric arcs flashed continuously in the thundercloud. Suddenly, a dazzling dark purple light appeared in the thundercloud, and a roar came from inside. Kylan, a dark purple unicorn made of thunder and lightning, fell from the thundercloud, directly covering the area 100 meters below, and the lightning from the body was also released at this moment. Ah! Help, life, ah! The pirates in the sea exclaimed. A powerful current passed through their bodies. The 50 million volts of lightning quickly heated up their bodies, their skins began to fall, and their bodies began to dissolve. The surrounding sea water also produced instantaneous high temperature due to the falling of thunder and lightning. Kirin, the power of 50 million volts can easily kill these pirates. There are many ways to apply lightning, which can take advantage of the high temperature, conductivity, and penetration of lightning, and through various improvements, different forms can be created. When Enel played against Luffy in the original book, because the opponent was a rubber fruit capable person, an insulator, Enel finally failed. But his failure has a lot of moisture in it, 200 million volts of thunder and lightning. How much temperature does that have to create? Apart from this, Enel's application of thunder fruit has not reached its peak. If he can integrate the characteristics of lightning to create other forms of lightning, such as forming a sharp gun from lightning, the penetrating power will be strengthened. The lightning is formed into a knife, and the sharpness is also coming. Moonwalk remained in the air without falling. Ximenchin watched the pirates below gradually turn to ashes, with a touch of indifference in his eyes, and a disdainful smile on his face. The pirate ship, as early as the moment the unicorn fell, was bombarded into slag and scattered on the sea, and the thunderclouds in the sky gradually dissipated at this time. You cannot live by committing sins. After saying a word, Ximenchin once again elementalized and jumped back to the warship, went directly back to the balcony, lay down on the beach chair, and drank a drink leisurely. Hina next to him looked at him, and finally smiled softly, like the warm sunshine makes people intoxicated. This man still has a taboo. Is it justice? Thinking of this, she felt comfortable in her heart. Maybe it would be really nice to follow him. But Ximenchin, Rear Admiral, you have just slaughtered dozens of pirates, can you not be so relaxed? Your heart is too big, right? With helplessness and joy intertwined in his eyes, he picked up the tea next to him and drank slowly. The marine soldiers on the deck sighed with emotion. It was the first time that Rear Admiral had seen Rear Admiral take a shot. As expected, it was the high combat power in the unit, and the shot was unique. Oh, that's amazing. God, is that the power of Rear Admiral? The soldiers cheered, and perhaps they will be the luckiest on this warship. Sir, next time you take action to show us, okay? Ximenchin, Rear Admiral, under your power, the pirates must be reduced to ashes, right? Someone who was drinking a drink leisurely heard the words, "Browse, browse," put down the drink and stood up, holding the guardrail with both hands and shouting, "You bastards, when this young master is free labor. All of them the young master is killed, so what are you doing? Do you watch a show? I ask you, have you bought tickets?" Puff. Hina, who was drinking tea, couldn't help it anymore, and squirted it out. "Oh, can you stop being so funny? Ximenqin Rear Admiral, Hina is very angry." "I couldn't help it." Hina frowned. If it wasn't for the mature woman Oni-san's character to restrain her, I'm afraid she should take off her high heels and slap the man hard. The soldier below was dumbfounded, with his hands up and his mouth open, his eyes protruding. "Ximenqin Rear Admiral, our little heart can't stand it, don't you know how much work can be done?" Ximenqin hummed twice, and turned to ignore the soldiers. "Oh, it's really hard to be the young master, isn't it? Hina, why are you angry again? How many times do you have to be angry this day?" Ximenqin is very pretentious. With a leisurely look, the woman next to her wants to abandon her mature, steady and gentle character and give this man a lesson. It's better to handcuff him and beat him up." Hina calmed down the wave in her heart and recovered after a while, sitting on the beach chair and gently wiping the tea spurted out just now. "Ximenqin Rear Admiral, please continue to maintain the justice and eliminate as many pirates as possible." Hina is very happy that way. Her voice was very gentle, and it surprised someone. How could this change so fast? "No," she said, "that this young master is lazy, isn't it? Oh my God, this young master is very hard-working, okay. Hina, why don't you promise me a request and I will eliminate more pirates?" "How?" A treacherous eye flashed by, but her face was negotiating. Hina was puzzled. "What's the requirement?" "You don't smoke in the future." "I've got a cat." "My young master doesn't smoke." "How can you smoke? How can you be? What should I do if my child has a problem?" "Ximenqin Rear Admiral, you are just my boss, not my man, okay? P.S. This is the first lightning-style trick that has been completed. Brothers, please give a reward to the flower collection, thank you, asterisk." Chapter 36, Efforts Lurking Behind. With a deep purple thunder and lightning penetrating the marine flag, the warship galloped on the endless sea. Grand Line, an awesome and passionate waterway. The Grand Line is divided into two sections. The first section is called Paradise, which is the world of pirates with a little bit of strength. In the first half, they can squander passion, life, money, and so on. In the second half of New World, there is a battlefield full of blood and fire. Not only are geomagnetism, celestial phenomena, ocean currents, and air currents chaotic, but people are also unusually unreliable, and battles occur from time to time. In the first half, a complete paradise, although there are also many marines here, there is a risk of being hunted down all day long. The weather here is also changeable. The weather on the sea is inherently unpredictable, especially for the Grand Line. The wind was fine in the first second, and the next moment it was stormy. On the balcony, Ximenqin was lying on a beach chair, sipping a drink leisurely, holding a notebook in his hand, and looking at it from time to time. The corners of his mouth showed a complacent arc. "Ximenqin Rear Admiral, please be serious, Hina is sorry." Hina frowned slightly, and her eyes showed a touch of helplessness and relief. "Getting used to it, everything has a process of getting used to it. In this process, she learns faster than others." Ximenqin flipped over Byakugan, and turned his eyes to the stuff in her hand, the pile of thick materials, and it was a headache to see the stuff. "Hina, just look at the roster of this bunch of combatants, why do I have to read it? Here, I'm also looking at things." She raised the notebook in her hand. Unexpectedly, Hina reached out and grabbed his notebook. "Ximenqin Rear Admiral, the book How a Chef Made It is of no use to you. Your barbecue is still so unpalatable. Puff. It sprayed, and the drink in his mouth was spouted gorgeously. Ximen couldn't believe it. Is his barbecue skill so bad? I have practiced on the East Blue Island for 3 years and it is delicious. I don't know, personally thinking that it is delicious does not mean that others also think it is delicious. Habits are terrible things. When you already like a certain taste, even if the public thinks it is difficult to swallow, you will think it is the delicacy of the mountains and the sea, the best in the world. Hina, I'm going to get angry when I question my cooking skills. Tiger grinned, unhappy, really unhappy. No one can match the young master's cooking skills, it must be because you don't know how to taste. But he didn't think about it. That night, he enthusiastically distributed the barbecue he made to the soldiers to eat. What was the reason why the soldiers were not on duty the next day? Suddenly, the clear sky darkened, accompanied by a deafening thunder. Huh? The storm is coming. Ximen's attention was diverted in a blink of an eye. Looking at the gloomy sky shining with electric light from time to time, there was a touch of excitement and disappointment on his face. It is not suitable here, and it was accidentally destroyed. The flowers and plants on the warship are not good. Pattern. The first drop of rain fell, and in a blink of an eye there was a pouring rain pouring down. Ximen got excited, and yelled, "It's raining, I've collected my clothes." After he got up, he quickly escaped from Hina's How a Chef is Made, turned and walked into the room, and didn't forget to move the beach chair in. Hina shook her head and stood up blankly, the information in her hand was tightly pinched by her. The soldiers on the deck heard someone's roar and acted immediately, ran back and put on rain gear to continue on duty. In the room, someone relaxed and contented, lying on a beach chair for a moment, holding a book in his hand, but this time it's no longer a cookery book, but another one with a pile of words written densely on it. Judging from the handwriting, it is a manuscript. Outside the balcony is the continuous downpour, and it is also a pleasure to enjoy the rain. Hina was standing beside him leaning on a table, silently watching the man in front. Hina, why don't you practice Marine 6 styles? A very curious question. Why did Colonel Hina, who has a very high popularity in this department, have never seen her use Marine 6 styles or heard of her owning hacking? However, her strength is extremely strong. Cage fruit ability person, Black Prison Hina, the nightmare in the hearts of many pirates. Such a serious question made Hina stunned, but she quickly reacted. Not everyone needs Marine 6 styles, and not everyone can practice Marine 6 styles. My fruit power is enough for me to use, no matter how many, I don't need it anymore. Why does this sound so wrong? Ximen is strange. If you don't need it, can you not be so disappointed? Can we be honest? What about trust between people? However, perhaps for the future development of the secretary, Ximen was very concerned about this matter and volunteered. How about I teach you Marine 6 styles? Hina was taken aback. He taught himself Marine 6 styles. Are you kidding me? Is there such a good thing? Oh, something needs to be done to calm down. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and would light it, but he thought of something and put it back again. Is this suitable? Are you really okay? Ximen turned his head when he heard this, and said angrily, Hina, what do you mean, who can't do it? Who can't do it? I tell you, I have a certain opinion on Marine 6 styles. Here, this is all I researched. Things. Lucci said that I was more accomplished than him on that face. You still don't believe it? He waved his notebook. Shameless, completely distorted Lucci's meaning. Research. A weirdness arose in Hina's heart. The book he was reading just now was the Marine 6 styles he researched? When did he take this seriously? The conscience of heaven and earth, The heaven is a lesson, Xiamen should cry for a while if he turns on the heart network. Does he really look so lazy? Bang! 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 The thunder sounded, accompanied by a dull sound, interrupting the two in the conversation. It's meowing, I scared Master Ben to death. Xiamen said and got up and walked to the balcony. The voice just now was a bit wrong, it seemed that something had happened. Hina hugged her arms behind her and said softly, Xiamen Rear Admiral, pay attention to the image, Hina is very. The rest of the story was not finished, but she saw someone walking towards the balcony looking at somewhere, which made her heart beat. Could something happen? P.S. Brothers, collect flowers for rewards or something, come together, 1, 2, 3, shoot. Book group, welcome friends to join in discussing anything about this book. Chapter 37, Sea Kings does not support. The sea in the world of One Piece has countless treasures and wealth. Pirates gallop on the sea to find this wealth, but there are dangers in sailing on the sea. One of the dangers comes from under the sea. Sea kings are the most powerful kind of underwater creatures, with different shapes and sizes. Some are more than 10 meters long, some hundreds of meters, and some thousands of meters. Sea kings, one of the things that voyagers are most afraid of encountering, the huge sea kings can easily overturn ships and are powerful. Even the most powerful sea kings can sink islands. This is the most terrifying place. However, for some pirates or strong men, sea kings are also supplies for maritime navigation. Sea kings with a body length of more than 10 meters or even tens of meters are often hunted by strong men to supplement their own marine supplies. At this moment, what Xiamen met was sea kings. Why, is this for different? Xiamen was stunned. Why is the sea king so happy? The head of the seahorse, the body of the snake, and 4 tentacles grow on its abdomen, and its body length is about 4 times that of a warship. The 200-meter-long sea kings flared their teeth and claws in the sea, and saw the warship ahead rushing up resolutely. At the same time, explosive sparks appeared on its body from time to time. Quick, stop it! The soldiers on the deck called out loudly, and the 10-second gate cannons on the bow fired continuously, blocking the speed of sea kings. Tisk tisk, the sea kings who came in the storm are so handsome. Xiamen is very interested. This seems to be the first time I have seen sea kings. I haven't seen sea kings after spending 3 years on the island of East Blue. Now I can have a long experience. Xiamen Rear Admiral, pay attention to the image. Hina said helplessly behind her, and at the same time her eyes were locked on the sea kings, well, not that huge. Ignoring Hina behind, Xiamen smiled, his hands quickly become elemental. 5 million volts Kirin. The dark purple electric light appeared between his hands, drawing beautiful arcs to the sky. Boom boom boom. The electric arc intervened in the thunder cloud in the sky, causing the thunder cloud to boil. The rumbling sound kept coming, and the electric arc kept flashing. Suddenly, a dazzling dark purple light appeared in the thunder cloud, and a roar that seemed to come from the wild came from inside. Kylan, a dark purple unicorn made of thunder and lightning fell from the thunder cloud and directly covered the sea kings below, and the lightning in the body was also released at this moment. Electric arcs spread all over Sea King's body, and 50 million volts of electric current raged around in its body, roasting its muscles and blood. Sea Kings rolled his body and sank directly into the sea trying to escape the power of thunder and lightning. However, an electric current of 50 million volts has entered its body, continuously destroying it. The sea was surging, and Sea King's struggles in the water caused waves of waves. The waves hit the warship one after another. Coupled with the stormy weather, the warship was really under a lot of pressure. 50 million volt Kirin, a powerful long-range attack. On the balcony, Xiamen clutched the railing, keeping his eyes on the Sea Kings below. The lightning of 50 million volts, and the unicorn drawn by the thunderclouds of nature, is not the kind of power that such sea kings can bear. Sure enough, things were the same as he thought. In less than 2 minutes, the sea kings on the bottom of the sea calmed down, and soon his body floated to the surface of the water. Take it away and replenish it. Ximenqin turned around happily when he saw it. His image looked just and awe-inspiring by the justice coat. Damn, the handsome image of this young master has been destroyed. Ximenqin whispered, and all of his clothes were wet after going out. It seemed a bit uneconomical. I knew it would be enough to let the soldiers continue to bombard with artillery. I believe it. It will be bombed soon. Taking off the justice coat and throwing it aside, Ximenqin returned to the beach chair, took the Marine 6 Styles moves he researched and looked at it, and said while watching, Hina, seriously, teach you Marine 6 Styles should be a good thing. How? Hina leaned on the table and hugged her arms, half tilted her head and said, why do you want to teach me Marine 6 Styles? I really can't think of any reason why you would teach me. Nothing is courteous, and if you do not commit crimes you will steal. Hina understands the content and meaning of this sentence very thoroughly. It is really impossible to say that this man had no other purpose to teach himself this powerful Marine 6 Styles. There must be something special that made him make this kind of decision. Ximenqin's mouth twitched, with a deep depression on his face, but his heart was so angry that the sky could collapse. Meowing, this young master is really just purely trying to teach you, who will let you not catch you. Other than human abilities are equivalent to Ziobai. Ahem, this, how should I put it? Actually, I think. Ximenqin was a little hesitant to speak. I really don't know how to speak. Entangled, this matter is too entangled. What if she can't think about jumping into the sea? Devil fruit plus sea water equals hang up? He understands this principle deeply. When sailing and fighting pirates at sea, it is inevitable that when there are some accidents, it is always right to have more skills. Hina suddenly smiled, seeing that it was said that she was in her heart, and she was very sure in her heart. Why are you so nervous? Hina's words made him almost jump. Oh, is this afraid of your self-esteem being hit? System, is there anything that can make her obediently obedient? In desperation, he directly asked the system for help. Cough cough, at the moment of embarrassment, he thought of the system that brought him to this world. Candidate, this system does not support the abduction function. Puff. Ximenqin only feels a group of crows flying by. The abduction function? I just want her to practice Marine 6 Styles. When is it related to abduction? System, don't fool your young master. Hurry up, hand over your things, or you will break your broken system. The system is speechless. Break the system. Then you bang your head first, maybe there is still a chance. Candidate, you are threatening, extorting, and extorting. Please keep the image of the 3 good youths. Ximenqin is silent. Can this girl still chat happily? What are the 3 good youths? Can they eat? Can they increase their strength? Now it was the system's turn to be silent, and it took a long time to move. You can't eat, this system doesn't have that kind of thing, let's say goodbye. Speaking of the system being reclusive, let someone call without a word. Oh, I have a good temper. Ximenqin sneered at his nose. This system is too emotional, not cute at all, and he likes to complain. P.S. Brothers, the flower collection is a reward or something. Come, 1, 2, 3, shoot. Book group, welcome friends to join in discussing any questions about this book. Chapter 38 Sabayati Archipelago. Please collect and reward flowers. Sabayati Archipelago is located in front of the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line. The Sabayati Archipelago is formed by the Yarka mangrove, the largest mangrove tree in the world, because its roots are always exposed on the water. The biggest feature of Sabayati Archipelago is that the roots of the Yarka mangrove secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles and then fly into the sky. Since bubbles are only suitable for the climate range of alkali mangroves, once the bubbles leave the climate zone of Sabayati archipelago, the resin component will blow up because it cannot fully exert its power. So there is another name here, soap bubble islands. Bubble culture is everywhere here. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses built on bubbles are very peculiar. The whole island of Sabayati archipelago is composed of 79 trees. Each tree has towns and facilities. People call the archipelago composed of 79 islands as Sabayati archipelago. Sabayati archipelago's regional division is also very clear, based on the numbers on the tree. 1 to 29 are illegal areas such as human trafficking shops, 30 to 39 are amusement parks, 40 to 49 are sightseeing areas and sell souvenirs. Number 50 to 59 is the shipyard, there are coating artisans. Number 60 to 69 is the entry and exit area of marine and the government. Number 70 to 79 is the hotel street and other places. Celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, live on this island, which means that the ruler here is celestial dragons. Celestial dragons have many privileges. The identity of the descendants of 20 kings has given them a lot of power, but it has fostered their depravity. Abuse of power, high self-esteem, and harm to mankind. In the room, Hina explained everything she knew. Sabayati archipelago is no stranger to her, but very familiar. It's too close to naval headquarters, so she can often come here for activities. Judging from the distance, you will be able to reach Sabayati archipelago soon. Ximen sighed directly. He used to know that Sabayati archipelago was chaotic, but now listening to her say this, it is even more certain. This archipelago is completely a degenerate area. In such a place so close to the Holy Land Marijois and naval headquarters, and ice lobby, and Impel Down, there are still illegal areas, which is simply too funny. However, perhaps it is also because the ruler here is celestial dragons, and world government and naval headquarters have nothing to do, which has caused this place to become an illegal zone. Celestial dragons, power is indeed too strong. If the ruler of this area can be managed well, I am afraid that the number of pirates who can reach New World will be reduced by more than half. Hina, you know Sabayati archipelago too well, don't you come here often? Ahem, it seems that you often skip work. If the temperament and image allow, Hina would like to give him a byakugan. Aren't you nonsense? How long did it take to go back and forth to a place so close to naval headquarters? Besides, even if you catch pirates in the Grand Line, you will often arrive at Sabayati archipelago. Ximen Rear Admiral, it is not clear how many pirates Hina captured. Some of them were captured from Sabayati archipelago. Speaking of this island, Hina's words contained a little bit of irony. The flirtatious words made Ximen embarrassed a bit, it seemed that it was really such a thing. In comparison, how many pirates have been caught by yourself? Or how many pirates were eliminated? There were only 2 waves, one of which was still on Garp's warship. Putting it all together, I actually haven't caught the pirates and sent them to places like an ice lobby. It's a shame. Don't talk about this problem, talk about other things. Don't you like Sabayati archipelago very much? Ximen caught a little bit of sarcasm in her heart, and intuitively felt that this was a big drama. Then you are going to change routes? Well, I'm afraid that something unpleasant will happen after arriving at Sabayati archipelago. Sabayati archipelago is actually an island, which is not a good place. Huh? When did you say you want to change routes? Colonel Hina, your idea is too simple, right? Unpleasant things. Can there be any unpleasant things that can happen? Ximen wondered, why is it so easy to be afraid of unpleasant things happening? It's so funny to show off, right? Celestial dragons. After these 3 words blurted out, Ximen suddenly realized that it was the celestial dragons. It seemed that they were basically the cancer of the world and couldn't get rid of it. The celestial dragons who rule the Sabayati archipelago have noble status and unlimited wealth, coupled with their arrogant character. The entire Sabayati archipelago sees them and can only salute them in accordance with the highest etiquette. Worry about what celestial dragons do? The island is so big, you won't just meet them. He didn't believe it. The island was so big, it wouldn't be so unlucky, right? Besides, even if you encounter it, it won't necessarily be bad luck. It depends on how everyone chooses. Hina doesn't know how to explain it to him anymore. There is nothing absolute about this, maybe it really happened. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, I hope you can abide by the rules when you encounter celestial dragons. As Hina took an elegant step, he left. Looking at the back of the other person, Ximenchin sighed for a while. The person is beautiful, and this back is full of charm. It really matches the title of the first beauty in naval headquarters. However, thinking of celestial dragons' faces, Ximenchin has a sad look on his face, letting himself kneel for them. God, is it the head squeezed by the door? Why? The warship continued to sail, aiming at the Sabayati archipelago. If you start from naval headquarters, it will not take long, and you will be able to arrive soon. These two places can be said to be close to each other. Among the pirates in Sabayati archipelago, some have ambitions and want to go to New World to break through, and some want to stay in Sabayati archipelago. Such illegal areas are relatively comfortable refuges for the pirates. Those pirates who want to reach New World have only two cruel ones, Marie-Joyce and the bottom of the sea. Obviously, there are more pirates who choose to enter the New World from the bottom of the sea. Most of the pirates who chose to pass Marie-Joyce were sent directly to the Haitian Grand Prison. To put it in one sentence, are you a pirate and want to ask the world government to let you in New World? Is there such an idiot in the world? Looking far from the room, a very peculiar island can already be seen. The greenery is lush, and bubbles emerge from the ground, and explode quickly when they leave the island. Sabayati archipelago, you can clearly see the scenery above, it is indeed a very unique island. P.S. Brothers, the new week has begun, I wish you a good start. I also ask all the rich brothers to have more flowers and lots of rewards, so that this book can remain on the new book list. Thank you very much, .. please asterisk. Chapter 39, The Legendary Auction Venue. GR1 Human Auction Venue, a concentrated place engaged in the sale and auction of slaves. The objects of sale are criminals and nationals of countries that have not joined the world government. There are also some special populations, such as Murlocs, Merfolks, etc., as well as some pirates. These are on the list of auctions and sales. Although human trafficking is prohibited all over the world, the human auction venue seems to have the acquiescence of Marine, and Marine is also known as a professional referral agency. In fact, acquiescing to the existence of such a place really slapped the world government in the face. The attitude of the world government, which preaches absolute justice towards human auctions, is ridiculing many people. However, regardless of the attitude of the world government, this place is destined to attract countless people. Pirates, merchants, celestial dragons, etc. will all appear here. Some are looking for powerful companions, and only Pele may be able to get a powerful subordinate. Some are to buy bodyguards who can sacrifice at any time to escort their caravans, while some are to buy slaves based on their preferences. Every day, the human auction venue is full of excitement, and the flow of funds here is huge every day. And such a place is super fat in the eyes of countless people, but no one dares to come here to make trouble. The insider said, "Don't make trouble casually." People who didn't know saw the attitudes of the people, and most of them remained silent, silently observing the rules here. Shisabukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the boss behind the human auction venue. 800 years ago, The Don Quixote family was the original royal family of New World Dressrosa, and one of the 20 kings who founded the world government. Because he moved to the Holy Land Mereggio, he gave up his throne in Dressrosa, and the Lica clan became the next king, and was retaken by Doflamingo 10 years ago and became the king of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, making good use of the authority granted to Shichibukai by the world government, controls many industries around the world, and his power in Shichibukai is also enormous. It's just that he hides well, and many people don't know his details. Ximenchin knows the details of the human auction venue. Shichibukai is composed of 7 powerful big pirates, and the 4 emperors and naval headquarters have become the 3 major forces of the Grand Line. It is not an existence that ordinary people can contend. Handed a little Bailey, Ximenchin walked in happily. Although he disagrees with such things as human trafficking, he doesn't think he can change the situation now. The impact of this kind of hundreds of years cannot be subdued in a day. Fortunately, today is a very lively day at the human auction venue. There are no empty seats, and it is full of people in just a few minutes. On the trading floor, the slave owner pulled his slave and displayed it like goods, clearly marked the price. As long as you have enough Bailey, you can take people away. Here, the voice is full of voices. When I came to the auction hall, it was different from the noise of the trading hall, and it was much quieter. Rows of seats are neatly arranged, corresponding to each number. At this moment, the place was full of people, including civilians, pirates, merchants, bandits, etc. The few people in the front attracted his attention. The aura, a kind of aura that only the strong have, it is difficult to judge their identities only from the clothes. In the front, a huge stage red carpet is paved, spotlights and flashing lights are constantly interlacing, on which are placed objects covered by black cloth, some are as high as 5 meters, and some are as small as 1 meter. The identity of the two caused a tumult once again. Is Marine here? Isn't it here to arrest people? The pirate is the most sensitive to Marine, and one word is enough to express, the enemy. Eye-catching pirates, frightened civilians, puzzled businessmen, and gloating bandits. Everyone has different emotions, and naturally different mentalities. Staring at such a complicated gaze, Ximenchin calmly sat down in his seat, slightly forward, in the 3rd row. It didn't take long, and soon the lights on the stage suddenly dimmed and plunged into darkness. After a few seconds, the spotlight suddenly gathered in one place, and saw a man with a high hat, star-shaped sunglasses, and long pink and purple hair, holding a microphone in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this venue. It is an honor to meet you all. Today, I, Disco, will hold this auction for you. This auction. Disco, known as a walking super special auction, is fluent in speaking, is good at driving the atmosphere of the scene, and unknowingly makes people compete with each other. This is his ability. And he is also a subordinate of Doflamingo, the organizer of this venue. The first auction item this time is. After the opening remarks, Disco went directly to the subject, walked to a piece of black cloth and put his hand on it, with an evil smile on his face. The tiger sharks of the Murlocs. As everyone knows, the Murlocs are the most cruel and the most combative in the seabed. After pulling the black cloth down, Disco said loudly, with a strong voice, "Ultimate exaggeration." However, his enthusiasm and exaggeration have been recognized by many people, and many people suddenly boiled over. Behind the black cloth is a 3-meter-high steel cage. Inside, a tiger shark man has his hands tied with chains. It looks like a human being. There is a layer of webbed flesh between the fingers of his hands, and the same is true for his feet. The skin is gray-black, the facial lines are sharp, it is exactly a shark face, and the nose is also triangular and sharp. The most important thing is his gaze. Fierce, bloody, cruel, every bit is declared. Ximenchin watched silently, The Murlocs were half human and half fish, they could walk upright, just like amphibians. However, their strength is very powerful, and they are born with more than 10 times the wrist strength of ordinary humans. Only because of human discrimination, I hid in the Haiti paradise, the Fishmen Island, 10,000 meters below the surface of the sea. Although humans discriminate against them, due to their physical conditions, many people are willing to spend money to buy them, especially the powerful Murlocs. Ximenqin can only mourn for them silently in his heart. It's not your fault to be a Murloc, but it's your fault to run around. Without strength, why bother to come out? With all that said, let's start our first great deal. The starting price is 8 million Baileys. Disco held his head high, looking very excited. Soon someone responded to his words, 9 million Baileys. A fat man wearing gold and silver raised the sign in his hand, shaking his head and waving his hand from time to time, for fear that others would not be able to see the gold jewelry on his body. 10 million Bailey. Other people also started bidding, and the scene suddenly became lively. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Thunder Knife Broken Dragon seeking to collect flowers. The auction of the first Murloc race was in full swing, and the final price was 18 million, which was directly picked up by the fat man at the beginning. Then the auction item starts at home, he is. When he walked to the second piece of black cloth, Disco grabbed the black cloth in one fell swoop. The deputy captain of the Sunflower Pirates CLO, is offering a reward of 34 million. He is a powerful swordsman. Swordsman with dual swords and swordsmanship. The starting price is 30 million yuan. It's not surprising that the pirate was auctioned off. Ximenqin's gaze was on Na Clau, with a disheveled hair, slender figure, powerful hands, like a powerful swordsman, and a deputy captain. He should be strong. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, he no longer has any will to fight. Ximenqin shook his head greatly. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, how do you see it? Hina was surprised. When did Master Rear Admiral look at people so accurately? Also, don't be so serious, okay? Hina is not used to it. Ximenqin smiled lightly, he is a swordsman, and I am also a swordsman. From his eyes I cannot see the swordsman's arrogance, nobility, perseverance, calmness, and patience. So he has been abandoned. In my eyes. He is not even worth 10,000 Baileys. A brick was directly shot to death, which is what Ximenqin gave the swordsman. A person who has lost his fighting spirit and abandoned his belief in a swordsman is no longer a swordsman. Deep doubts appeared in Hina's eyes. Is Ximenqin Rear Admiral still a swordsman? Ximenqin Rear Admiral, are you really a swordsman? Then why? How can you be called a swordsman if you haven't worn a sword or used sword skills? After she said so, Ximenqin smiled suddenly, with a bright smile on her face, and a touch of contentment in her star pupils. Hina, if you haven't seen it before, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'm a somewhat accomplished swordsman. Another day, I'll show you the one that doesn't charge tickets. When Hina heard that the black lines on her face came down, she won't charge tickets. Take a look. Can we have a good chat, can we play happily, can we say that it is so tempting to commit crimes? I haven't seen it before, Hina is sorry. The slightly disappointed tone and frowned brow made someone almost unable to help it. Dugu9 Swords has no fixed sword moves, and can evolve 360 changes on its own. It is more of a sword intent. If you must have a sword move, it may be better to create something yourself, or learn from the abilities of others to create. During the conversation between the two, the auction of Disco also gradually entered the climax. Next, please enjoy the gifts we have prepared for everyone. 21 Great Knives Work, Thunder Knives Break the Dragon. The starting price is 8 million Baileys. This sentence made Ximenqin's ears PK up. Sword. Sold the sword? Turning her head and looking on the stage, she saw a maid dressed as a bunny girl holding a tray with an unsheathed sword on it. The blade was 80 centimeters long, parallel in purple and black, and the handle was red and black. The blade of the blade flickered, and there was a little purple light under the light. The scabbard is simple, with a jewel with a lightning bolt on both sides. Like it, Xiamen seemed to be completely attracted at first glance. Thunder Knife Broken Dragon, the color is exactly the same as his own warship and ability, the name is also the same, how you look at it, how you like it. He hasn't had a weapon of his own so far. Although the quality of Marine's standard samurai sword is not bad, it's not up to the grade compared to those supremely large, and it's easy to get caught up in it. Chopped. 8.5 million Bailey. A man with the appearance of a swordsman stood up immediately, looking at the broken dragon's eyes full of obsession. One of the things a swordsman dreams of, a powerful knife. Xiamen Rear Admiral, do you like this knife very much? Hina asked, but her tone was sure and her beautiful eyes were full of affirmation. Smart, she could know the unconcealed excitement of this man just by looking at it. Xiamen nodded repeatedly, never looking away from the broken dragon. Don't you think this knife is completely prepared for me? Thunder Knife, there is a trick called Thunder Knife in my thunder and lightning moves? What else can it be if it wasn't prepared for me? Hina's black line hangs down, can you not be so shameless? If you get a skill called a black knife, then the black knife will have to be given to you. Suddenly, Xiamen looked away from the broken dragon and turned to Hina's charming face. Cough cough, is there Bailey? Ashamed, Xiamen felt ashamed, and even asked a woman for money. This was a shameful rhythm. Speaking of it, although he is a marine, it seems that he hasn't caught any pirates until now. The hapless group before was directly turned into ashes by him, and he didn't even have a chance to exchange Pele. I am now embarrassed and embarrassed. Hina was stunned. Rear Admiral wants to borrow money? Is this a big joke? Wouldn't it be reluctant to spend money to borrow? Are there any repayments after borrowing? Suspicious eyes fell on the man next to him. Well, this question is worth considering. Will Rear Admiral be short of money? Stop joking, okay. Xiamen old face almost couldn't hold back, the little eyes were so sharp, it made people feel embarrassed. Well, I haven't caught any pirates yet, so there is no Bailey. I don't have enough confidence, but I can't blame him. Being caught a pirate will naturally not get a bounty, which is a very real problem. Suddenly, a gentle smile burst out on Hina's face. No problem, I will lend it to you. Then she said seriously, I have to pay it back. Xiamen nodded after hearing the words, don't tell me to pay it back, I can give you interest. 12 million. The voices of competition came one after another, and it was not only swordsmen but also businessmen who participated in the bidding. The minds of the businessmen let them know that this is a business opportunity. There are also some people who like to collect that are very interested in this. It seems to be a very pleasant thing to collect a big sharp knife, and it can be shown off for a long time. A pirate with a bounty of tens of millions may not be as precious as a sharp knife and 21 work. The scarcity is the most expensive, and there are only 21 big knives in the world, although the general value is about 10 million. But things are rare and expensive. There are more than 21 pirates in the tens of millions, and there are many. 15 million. Xiamen raised the sign in his hand and yelled, the voice suddenly overshadowed the others, making people look at him. Take advantage of it now, make a decision. He screamed in his heart, Disco, please hurry up, or let someone else do it, this young master will definitely kill you. 20 million, I want it. Suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded from behind. Xiamen heart is cold all of a sudden, this world still makes people not be a good swordsman? Did you make it unpleasant to participate in the auction? Anger, anger, a ball of anger arose in my heart, turned his head and shouted. Who? P.S. I beg your brothers for all kinds of support. Chapter 41, Charles Rose St. Celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, have supreme power. Celestial dragons are arrogant and consider themselves the descendants of the Creator, and all people in the world are inferior to them. Generally speaking, they all live in the Holy Land Marijois, but some live in Sabayati Archipelago. At the gate of the auction hall, there was a man with a bubble hood, a fat body, a fuchsia dress, black hair tied into the sky, a snot hanging from his nose, and a mustache around him. Behind him, more than a dozen servants dressed as servants, and a few in rags and sturdy bodies, with a collar around their necks, and an iron chain extending to the hands of the snot man. On their backs, there is a red circle with 3 triangular pyramids evenly distributed, and there is also a triangular pyramid in the center of the lower part. Footprints of the 9 sky dragon. Celestial dragons' exclusive slave mark. As long as they are branded with this humiliating mark, it means that they will always be inferior. This is the exclusive power of celestial dragons. The Walking Dead, numb, and using these 2 words to describe slaves is the most appropriate. Crawling without glamour, humiliation, and even used as a means of transportation. Several slaves had become accustomed to their humiliation and were silent. As soon as the snotty man arrived, the entire auction hall suddenly boiled, and the noise continued. Many people stood up and knelt on the ground, shaking their bodies, not daring to look at the snotty man. Snot men are accustomed to this is his privilege. The descendants of the Supreme Creator enjoy so many privileges. Suddenly, the little eyes of the snot man's eyes rolled, and his facial features were squeezed together, like crumpled paper. In the auction hall, several people did not kneel down. Why don't you inferior people kneel down and look at me with your humble eyes? The man with snot pointed at those people, angrily. In the front row, 7 or 8 people did not kneel down. They were still sitting in their seats, tilting their heads to look at the snot man. Ximen Qin's gaze also followed. These people are not bad, their breath is good, they should be powerful people. It should be a pirate or bandit, but I don't know how the bounty is. Ximen Qin Rear Admiral, these are all pirates, the one on the far left is the captain of the Barkard Pirates, offering a reward of 70 million, and the 2 next to him are his deputy captains, each offering a reward of 10 million and 38 million. That is the captain of the Tuchuluk Pirates, offering a reward of 75 million, the last one is the captain of the Hawkingali Pirates, offering a reward of 100 million baileys. Hina whispered beside her, and the identities of several people were explained in detail. Ximen Qin really wanted to sigh. This has been properly felt like a secretary. If it is equipped with a notebook and pen, it will be perfect. But why is she talking a little strange? It's not like her usual tone. Ximen Qin was puzzled, turned his head, but saw Hina was already kneeling on the ground. With a sigh in my heart, the power of celestial dragons was fully manifested at this moment. Even Hina, who is well known in naval headquarters, can't escape the fate of kneeling when she sees celestial dragons. If the gods are not beautiful, then fight against the gods. Hina, get up. Calm words came out of his mouth, and there was a touch of calmness on his face. The carelessness of the last second has disappeared, replaced by solemnity. Hina's pupils shrank, and she couldn't help feeling anxious. Could it be that the scene she didn't want to see was about to appear? Hina, get up. Once again, there is no change from the previous one, even the speed and tone of speech are also unchanged. Hina felt sad for a while, and this approachable rear admiral might not be able to escape this disaster. Without standing up, Hina just sighed and continued to lower her head without speaking. Seeing this, Ximen Qin didn't force her, didn't help her up, sat in her own position and watched the thunder knife break the dragon on the stage. St. Charles rose, seeing those people still indifferent under his own roar, suddenly jumped into a rage, only feeling that his status as a noble in the world has been challenged, and he was furious. Trash, don't catch them yet. Kicked the 3 slaves who were on all fours in front of them, and at the same time let go of the iron chains in their hands. The chain fell, and the 3 slaves kneeling on the ground suddenly violent, and the pirates in the front row rushed over, opening their hands like furious beasts. Several pirates did not act, turned their heads and continued to look at the stage. Slaves, they were not interested. Suddenly, when the 3 slaves were about to rush to the front row, the captain of the bucked pirates on the far left suddenly shot. Without looking at the 3 of them, his right hand suddenly pointed back. Boom! With 3 loud noises, golden light flew out of his hands, hitting the foreheads of the 3 slaves who rushed up with lightning speed, making their bodies instantly stiff. On their foreheads, blood slowly overflowed from a tiny hole. In Buck's hand, a revolver made of pure gold, with light smoke from the muzzle, confirmed that it was his action just now. Silence, as silent as death. Except for a few people in the auction hall, everyone else opened their eyes wide. Shot. Just shot the slave of celestial dragons. Soon, the hall gradually became noisy, and some people had already moved slowly toward the door. However, St. Charles Rose was blocked at the door, so that they did not dare to make any actions to provoke him. St. Charles did not expect such a thing to happen. Someone dared to attack his slaves. Is this to challenge the dignity of the nobles of the world? The life and death of slaves, but the master is in the hands of these noble nobles. When is this person's turn to decide? After reacting, St. Charles realized that something was going to happen. Since he killed the slave, would he kill himself? The body stepped back a few steps, but at this moment he saw the figure of another person. The back of the shining justice coat was very dazzling, but it also made him furious. This person actually didn't kneel down, and he didn't help in the dangerous situation just now. This is simply unforgivable. Bang! The gunshot sounded again, but it was no longer from Buck, but St. Charles Roth. In his hand, a beautifully crafted pistol pointed at the justice in the 3rd row. From the back of the coat, a wisp of smoke came out of the muzzle. Asterisk. Chapter 42, Celestial Dragons are also not eligible, seeking a reward for collecting flowers. The thoughtful Ximenqin was watching the thunder to the broken dragon, and suddenly there was a sharp whistling sound behind him. A strong sense of crisis spread all over his body, causing the hair on his body to stand up. The elementalization of instincts, when a bullet passed through his head as soon as it was completed, brought a dark purple electric light onto the wall panel under the front stage. The elemental body was quickly repaired, and Ximenqin's face became gloomy. There is only one person in the entire auction venue, St. Charles. This scene made many people feel that Celestial Dragons has changed a lot. Isn't Marine protecting them? Why did you attack Marine all of a sudden? This is exactly the rhythm of murder. Hina, who was kneeling on the ground, heard the gunshot and looked up at Ximenqin, only to see the scene where a bullet passed through his head. A cold light flashed in his beautiful eyes and slowly stood up. This change of her gave Ximenqin a bit of comfort. The cruelty of celestial dragons, regards human life as a waste, and wants to protect them like other marines and let them do whatever they want? Sorry, whoever makes this request will go to hell. The young master doesn't mind giving him a ride. Quickly controlling his emotions, he turned his head and looked at St. Charles Rose. The ice coldness, like the ice coldness of a 1,000-year-old glacier, made no secret of it in his starry eyes. The mysterious electric light filled his eyes, and the murderous intent was gradually revealed. St. Charles Rose had no feeling in the face of this gaze. His left fingers buckled his nose, his nostrils swelled and shrank. A hole, don't you arrest these people and serve me as slaves, what do you Marine do? um. 1 second before he shot the opponent, and the next second asked the other to capture others as his own slave, maybe only he could tell. The pirates in the front row grinned, sneered in a low voice, or sneered at them. Celestial dragons are indeed called garbage, and they can always do such disgusting things. Ximenchin's cold face suddenly smiled, smiling like a spring breeze, like the peach blossoms in March sun spring, and the easygoing temperament is at a glance. Are you celestial dragons? A noble of the world? Ask softly, with a gentle smile on his face, making it hard to see any problems. St. Charles Roth smiled proudly, full of complacency, superior. Yes, I am the celestial dragons of the world, nobleman. Marine, I order you to arrest these people now. And why didn't you kneel, and why did this female marine stand up? Outrageous, too presumptuous. The original superiority felt raged in the anger behind, fully interpreting his changeable character. Turning his gaze to Hina's body, St. Charles Rose suddenly glowed with golden light, and a pair of small eyes stared at Hina up and down, revealing his thoughts. Now I have changed my mind and presented this female marine. His head was raised and one finger pointed to Hina, as if his words were a gift. Hina's body trembled, and she couldn't help but feel a little panic at this time when she was mature and stable. She has been in naval headquarters for many years and knows some of the doorways. World government, naval headquarters, will not offend celestial dragons for her as a colonel. Her fate seems to have been decided. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse. No one in the auction hall spoke, except for the pirates. Everyone else bowed their heads and said nothing. A few pirates are also happy to watch the affairs of marine and celestial dragons, and don't worry about how much trouble it will be. It seems very interesting to see celestial dragons occupying marine. Captain Tuchulu had an obvious smile on his face. The other pirates smiled softly and did not reply. Ximenchin nodded. So you fell in love with her, Hina, what do you think? A question was handed to Hina, which surprised the other party, and an indescribable anger gradually emerged in her heart. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, to give up her. Colonel Hina, who is sunny and confident, and Colonel Hina, who is mature and stable, can't help but feel angry at this moment. Falling into the hands of celestial dragons, she will only be teased by them at will, and finally abandoned or killed. How can she accept it? The most unacceptable thing is that Ximenchin Rear Admiral is so weak and incompetent at this time. St. Charles Roth smiled, his nose drooping to his mouth, and the image looked even more disgusting. By the way, are you qualified to make any decisions about my subordinates? Suddenly, Ximenchin's complexion changed, and the gentle smile disappeared, replaced by a murderous intent and endless ice. Things have changed so quickly. Charles Rose Saint feels that his IQ is not enough. Isn't he going to dedicate this female marine to himself? Why are you talking like that again? Without waiting for him to ask questions, Ximenchin continued, you are a trash celestial dragons and dare to covet this young master's subordinates. Do you want this young master to take you here or kill you? Remember, no one can treat my subordinates. Do anything that hurts them, naval headquarters won't work, and celestial dragons won't work either. Proudly. Confidence. Perseverance. Perseverance. Some seemingly declaration words stunned everyone. Waste celestial dragons. Killed celestial dragons. Celestial dragons is not qualified to do any harm to his subordinates? Crazy, mad to make people shocking, mad to move people, mad to make people convincing. This kid is a person. Captain Bucket exclaimed, turned around and gave a thumbs up. Captain Tutulu, who was going to watch the big show, also turned around. Although it is opposite, I have to give an angry compliment. Hina was stunned. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, what did he just say? Ximenchin Rear Admiral. With great ups and downs, Hina's heart was moved at this moment. In order to fight against celestial dragons, Ximenqin Rear Admiral, you will be the first person in naval headquarters. You are a person worthy of Hina following. A certain determination has been made in her heart, and this determination is also destined to change her. Hina, needless to say. Ximenqin interrupted her. Now, it's time to settle accounts with this disgusting guy. Stand aside and don't take any action. I will take care of everything. As he stood up and walked towards St. Charles Rose, every step he took, an electric arc appeared on his body, and the mysterious dark purple electric light surrounded his body, like the god who rules thunder and lightning, majestic and inviolable. P.S. I would like to ask my brothers for all kinds of support. Everyone, please help me. Please help me with flowers collection. Come on, asterisk. Chapter 43, The Consequences of a Slap. Marine and celestial dragons are in conflict. This is definitely a shocking event. Charles Rose Saint's IQ finally played a role at this time. It seemed that he understood that the visitors were not good, and he stepped back in horror, seeing that he had walked out of the gate of the auction venue. Wow! Suddenly, the people in the venue became lively, but they were not talking, but fleeing. Everyone rushed towards the door, grabbing the door and fleeing. Everyone at Sabayati Archipelago understands an iron fact that Marine Admiral is guarding celestial dragons. Once celestial dragons are killed or insulted, Marine Admiral will appear, and it will be bloody. Even a devastating bombing of a certain area will be carried out, and no one wants to face such bombing. The crowds shuttled by, but Ximenqin's pace did not change, maintaining a steady speed, and his eyes were always on St. Charles. St. Charles Rose walked out of the auction venue, and was so frightened that he had forgotten to escape and fell to the ground on the street. People around were frightened inexplicably and fleeing desperately. The dozen or so servants behind him are also in a panic. They are just ordinary servants. How can they dare to face a marine-capable person without any strength? St. Charles, the aristocratic nobleman of the world, is nothing more than that. Ximenqin looked down at each other and despised celestial dragons in front of everyone. How many people in this world would dare to say such things? St. Charles Rose was even more frightened, pointing a finger at each other, his nose ran across, "You, don't come over, go away, go away." At this moment, he was bitterly hated in his heart. If he borrowed a captain's slave from his father when he came out today, things would not be so passive. Maybe she can get that female marine. Now, I can only regret it. Snapped. A crisp sound, crisp and sweet, and unusually harsh. Apart from the few pirates, there are no other civilians nearby, and perhaps some are hiding in the distance and watching carefully. Ximenqin shook his right hand without paying attention. With a slap, St. Charles only felt a sharp throb in his left cheek, and his head suddenly turned to the right. In the air, a hint of red with white spots is particularly eye-catching. It's so sturdy, this slap slaps out the teeth. If he is a pirate, I must be friends with him. Hawkingly slapped his palms. He is the one with the highest amount of rewards among these people, and naturally this is also the case. The one with the highest strength in it. Several pirates have come out of the auction hall, and Hina does the same. At this moment, she did not have the panic and anger before, but put on a consistent professional smile, which magnified her charm value infinitely. Well, I want to kill you. With a slap, St. Charles Rose got rid of the panic. The years of loftiness made him unable to accept being slapped. The inferiority of most celestial dragons was vividly manifested in him. Snapped. With another slap, Ximenqin moved his wrist and sneered at the corner of his mouth. This slap is the price you paid for me to kneel down, and the slap in front is the small price you paid for attacking me. Next, is the real punishment. It seems that he is very reasonable to say so, completely reasonable. However, This world is not reasonable, it is strength. St. Charles Rose was slapped twice, and the man lay directly on the ground, his nose and tears covered his face and clothes. Celestial Dragons was beaten, and it looks like they might be killed. This news spread quickly throughout GR1, and even spread to other islands under the propaganda of some special crowds. Boom 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 boom. The sound of neat footsteps came from a distance, hurriedly and quickly. Wearing a blue and white soldier uniform with a rifle in his hand, Marine walked quickly. The number of soldiers in several rows was about 100, which was almost the same as the number on the Ximenqin warship. In front of these people, there was an officer wearing a justice coat, cyan curly hair, and a blue and white striped suit. He was about 2 meters tall and had a big sword hanging from his waist. Majestic and majestic, he hurried to the human auction house in front of him with a neat pace. In a blink of an eye, this team of Marine came to them. With a wave of the officer in front, hundreds of soldiers directly surrounded Ximenqin, and he walked to St. Charles Rose's side and helped him up. His Royal Highness Chow Rose, how are you? St. Charles Rose was lifted up, with a hint of horror and anger on his face, pointing to Ximenqin, quickly, grab him, I want to torture him, damn inferior. The officer turned his head to look at Ximenqin, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Marine. Officer. Damn it, what's the trouble? Celestial dragons are protected by the world government, so Marine will also protect celestial dragons. What is the current situation? Marine's officer and celestial dragons have a conflict? Not only beat him, but also wanted to kill him? With too many doubts, the officer walked directly in front of Ximenqin. Marine Rear Admiral, Delik. Ximenqin looked at him and said directly, Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, Ximenqin. Puff. Dealy wants to vomit. Why is Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters? Is this god really kidding me? Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, compared with the local military officer, that is 3 ranks higher, that is to say, the Ximenqin in front of him has a much higher status than him. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, please explain what's going on here. After a salute, Dealy said solemnly. Even if the opponent is Rear Admiral from Naval Headquarters, it is not a joke to offend celestial dragons. Ximenqin didn't care, and slowly explained the previous events. Just, the name is a bit familiar, Ximenqin, where seems to have heard of it. Wait, Ximenqin, isn't it the Rear Admiral that was newly launched 3 months ago? Marshal Sengoku seems to have promoted this matter very well. Looking at the appearance of the person in front of you, hey, it's really exactly the same as in the newspaper. For a while, he was completely messed up. The Rear Admiral, which Naval Headquarters hyped up some time ago, now wants to kill celestial dragons. In other words, this celestial dragons is too deadly, there is no reason to attack a headquarters Rear Admiral, and also want to take away his subordinates. It is no wonder people are going to get angry. It took a long while for Dealy to come back to his senses, with a serious expression still on his face. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, although I don't want to do this, but it's my duty to guard celestial dragons. Offended, please follow us. Let's go. Ahole, I asked you to catch him and torture me. Charles Rose was angry. Didn't this guy hear his words clearly just now? Take him away? Where will he go to find someone? Fool, mentally retarded. Dealy cursed inwardly. But Ximenqin sneered, Dealy Rear Admiral, I'm afraid things won't make you want. This young master has done nothing wrong, stick to justice, and wicked people like this should be killed. The words made Dealy embarrassed for a while and almost burst into tears. Sir Ximenqin Rear Admiral, will you not cooperate? Then see how to deal with it? I can't see that his heart is pretty good, asterisk. Chapter 44, Confrontation between Rear Admiral. Sabayati Archipelago GR1, Outside the human auction venue, on the street, Celestial Dragons was attacked by Marine, and the matter that attracted other Marines to protect spread, the whole island boiled. Things that haven't happened in this archipelago for hundreds of years, things that no one dared to challenge happened today, and it was started by Marine. Sarcastic, a very ironic thing. Because of this incident, the people of GR1 ran away to other islands. The Celestial Dragons being attacked will surely attract Admiral-level Marine protection, and the serious naval headquarters will even destroy the island. The miscellaneous people outside the human auction have already left, and only St. Charles Rose and many Marines are left, as well as a few daring pirates. Dealey Rear Admiral was very sad, his face flushed with violent breathing, his chest fell together, and his cyan curly hair fluttered with the wind. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, please come with us and explain this clearly. Dealey Rear Admiral sighed inwardly, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and his face showed a trace of unbearableness, which he had to do because of Marine's duties and the orders of the world government. Ximenqin disagreed, what would you mess with after you left? If he can't even protect his subordinates, what is he doing, Rear Admiral? Dealey Rear Admiral, forgive me, you have your duty, and I have my justice. Righteousness was awe-inspiring, and there was a lot of perseverance in his eyes, and his body stepped back slightly to block Hina. Dealey Rear Admiral also slightly flexed, please think carefully, Ximenqin Rear Admiral. St. Charles Roth stood behind Rear Admiral, his face unabated with anger, his teeth clenched, and one finger pointed to Ximenqin, grab him and let me torture him. I'll let you catch him and let me torture me. At this point, St. Charles Rose was emotional, waving his hands wildly, and the bubble head cover was almost knocked off by him. Ignoring him, Rear Admiral's determined face is full of solemnity. The opponent is younger than him, but he is definitely not an idle person. Otherwise, how could the head preach to him? The pirate at the door laughed. The war between Marines is really exciting. The soldiers didn't bother with these people, because this was an illegal area, and Marine couldn't manage it. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, let Hina go. Hina walked out sideways, her eyes sharp and cold, not mixed with any other emotions. Go back, this is an order. Ximenqin snorted softly. What kind of fun this silly woman is here to join in at this time, does she really want to wander around the world with herself, to have a 2-night flight or something? Hina clenched her fists, and finally lowered her head halfway, and stepped back without saying a word. No one knew what she was thinking now. Chiang. A dazzling light rose from Dealey Rear Admiral's waist, accompanied by a slight groan, which lasted for a long time. Good knife. The first feeling, a good knife. Dealey Rear Admiral held a knife in his right hand. At that time, it was a typical taishao. The blade was white with red and black stripes on the hilt. The blade was sharp and breathtaking. Apart from this tattoo has no other outstanding highlights. And it was such a knife that Ximenqin couldn't help but admire. The name of the sword is White Blood, a good sword with 50 skills, and 472 pirates have been cut down in my hands so far. The sword is pure and flawless and does not stain a bit of blood. From this it is named. Please advise. Ximenqin agreed. He was able to distinguish the quality of the sword with a little achievement in the sword intent. This one was a bloody sword. Crack. A crisp sound came from Ximenqin's body, followed by a burst of purple light flashing, the arc entangled around him, and the mysterious purple electric light flickered in his eyes, confronting Dealey Rear Admiral in front of him. Sky Strike. Dealey Rear Admiral leaped forward with 2 steps, the White Blood raised his head high and held the hilt with one hand, and slashed continuously from top to bottom, and the white shockwave fell. 10 million volts thunder knife. Facing the attack from above, he calmly responded, did not retreat but moved forward, his hands continued to release deep purple lightning and lifted above his head, a 5-meter-long lightning knife formed in a blink of an eye, and slashed towards the white shock wave. The dazzling light bursts instantly. Zi. Thunder knife cuts through the white shock wave to deal Rear Admiral, who has not fallen yet, without losing 1 point of speed due to the shock wave. Tide Tiger. Upon seeing this, Dealey Rear Admiral held the sword hilt in both hands and assumed a tiger posture. The white blood resembled the tiger's fangs, and there was a loud noise. The sword slashed down twice in a row, and the white tiger-shaped shockwave slammed into the lightning knife. ZZ. The shockwave hit the knife of thunder and lightning, and the knife of thunder and lightning was hit by a large amount of lightning to resist, and it quickly shrank to about 4 meters in length. Dealey Rear Admiral also used the reaction force of the attack to turn his body a few times in the air, and landed properly on the ground. The thunder knife shrinks, but Dealey Rear Admiral's heart is heavy. The newly promoted Master Ximenqin Rear Admiral, this girl is not human at all, how can someone so young and so powerful? Without taking advantage of the chase, the thunder knife returned to the top of the head under the traction of Ximenqin and quickly expanded to a 5-meter-long posture. The purple thunder light flashed slightly, like a judgment blade to judge all the evils in the world. At the beginning of the battle, Hina and several pirates had already backed away and stopped inside the gate. Marine soldiers have also dragged St. Charles to retreat to a distance that they think is safe, making enough room for the two to fight. Your attack is not bad, Ximenqin said sternly. It's good that the local marine can reach this level, even if he is a rear admiral. Dealey is not arrogant or impatient, using the air pressure generated by the continuous slashing to form a shock wave. This is what I am most proud of. Ximenqin nodded secretly. If he learned this by himself without a teacher, he would definitely be proud. Many swordsmen have not reached his level. Ordinary swordsmen use continuous slashing to increase their power and frequency. For the slashing of Rear Admiral, you need to have a certain understanding of the airflow of the air pressure to be able to figure it out slowly. Come again, Ximenqin yelled. Fighting with others is what makes him excited. Only by constant fighting can he find his own way of attack and accumulate enough experience. Cut. P.S. Brothers, thank you for your support all the way. This book has such a result, I am grateful. To be updated tomorrow, 12:2 at noon, 6:1 at night, 8:2 at night. Thank you everyone's support. Asterisk. Chapter 45, Thunder Knife Triple Slash. The sword of thunder and lightning hung overhead, the mysterious purple light was mysterious and noble, and the sword formed by the power belonging to Logia slashed towards Dealey Rear Admiral 10 meters away. Dealey Rear Admiral didn't dare to be careless, and once again assumed a fierce tiger posture. The pure white blood of the sword slammed upwards and slashed twice in a row. Tide Tiger. With the same slash, this time the tiger-shaped shockwave seemed to grow a bit stronger, and it actually blocked the thunder knife abruptly, making him happy and screaming. However, he did not see the smile on Ximenqin's face opposite. One cut. The thunder knife suddenly lifted up and then suddenly cut down. The 5-meter-long thunder knife did not shrink, maintaining its original shape. A purple thunder and lightning was left in the sky, shining. 2 cuts. The thunder knife suddenly moved horizontally, came to Dealey Rear Admiral's side, and cut it down. Rear Admiral is shocked. This girl can still fight like this? Shouldn't you give me a shot? Sure enough, Ximenqin Rear Admiral is not a vegetarian. The attack speed was too fast, and it was too late for him to get out of the way. The white blood blocked his side, and the lightning knife slashed on it. The huge force and the powerful current made him retreat again and again. The body appeared out of control, completely unable to control it. After the slash, another purple thunder and lightning remained in the sky, and it quickly connected to another thunder and lightning. 3 cuts. Like a reminder, as the voice fell, the thunder knife changed its position again. This time it appeared behind Dealey Rear Admiral without any fancy moves. It was simply cut with a single knife. Ah! Rear Admiral couldn't help but yelled with a knife shot in the back, rushing forward more than 10 meters. 30 million volt thunder knife cuts 3 times in a row. When the voice fell, 3 lightning bolts in the sky fell vertically and hit Dealey Rear Admiral's back, making his body straighten, and the Justice Code was burned by the high temperature in an instant. Boom! The ground was hit by these 3 extra parts of thunder and lightning, and the ground of the whole street suddenly sank down, and it was directly lowered by half a meter. At the end of the street, dense cracks appeared on the ground. The buildings and shops on both sides of the street gradually collapsed, the deafening noise continued, the dust was filled, and gradually lifted into the sky. Looking down from a height, the last 3 thunderbolts of the thunder knife's 3 consecutive cuts were evenly distributed to form a triangle, attacking vertically downwards. On Dealey Rear Admiral's back, a triangular scar ran through the entire back, and his body was scorched black. Ximen exhaled, thunder knife returned to the top of his head and merged into his body. Dealey Rear Admiral, the outcome is divided. Walking in front of the opponent, Ximen looked down at the opponent. Junyi's face was no longer serious, and replaced with a warm and bright smile. You have already lost, but you have to obediently admit it. Dealey Rear Admiral face down, he could only sigh when he heard what he said before, and he lost very thoroughly, and he lost without even touching the opponent's hair. But when it came to the back, there were countless black lines hanging on the forehead. Master Ximen Rear Admiral, don't bring such bullies. Struggling to stand up with both hands on the ground, hiss it hurts. The scorching pain in his back made him grin, and his dark body with bright white teeth, Ximen shook his body fiercely, and the image completely reminded him of a certain group, which was really nasty. Ximen Rear Admiral, I take it? I am no longer qualified to stop you from doing anything. Huh? Really so simple? Ximen was a little disbelief, grabbed his hair and laughed. Don't be depressed, you may challenge me in the future, come, be confident. He said, he patted the other person on the shoulder. Dealey wants to cry, Master Ximen Rear Admiral, now that we are badly injured, can we not be so cruel? The few people inside the gate also had weird faces. Wasn't this a good fight just now? How come you are so close like an old friend you haven't seen for many years? Someone didn't know what he was thinking, and patted him on the shoulder, and suddenly he patted his forehead as if he had remembered something. I almost forgot that slug. He said. His eyes were aimed at the place of the Marine soldier. The Marine soldier opened his mouth wide when he looked at him like this, his hands were raised above his head, and he was startled. Look here. God, it's amazing. Ximen Rear Admiral, please don't embarrass these soldiers, please. Dealey Rear Admiral pleaded painfully. I didn't want the other party to give him a Byakugan. Dealey Rear Admiral, figure out the situation. This young master is Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, how could he attack the soldiers, idiot? Also, am I the victim of this case? Fool. Suffer, victim. Dealey Rear Admiral is messed up, and I don't know how to explain celestial dragons to the other party. It seems that celestial dragons don't have much fighting power. Charles Rose was urged by divine sorrow, and with the support of several Marines, he barely kept standing. God, why is that man so good? Rear Admiral can't do him, what should I do now? How to do? Anxiety and panic alternated on his face, and his eyes swept over the Marine soldier. A hole, don't catch him yet. Chal Rasain suddenly broke free from the Marine who was supporting him, kicked them a few times, and then ran back quickly with a gorgeous turn. Want to run? It depends on whether the young master agrees or disagrees. Ximen raised his eyebrows, and there was a squeeze in his eyes. 50 million. He suddenly stopped when his hands were glowing with thunder and just raised his head, looking at the air in front of him with confusion. A small black spot in the sky was approaching here, and St. Charles Roth, who was fleeing below, was horrified and didn't see anyone catching up. The horror turned into resentment. The lower class of damn it actually did something to the noble world nobility. I want Marine Admiral to kill you personally. Huh? It's noisy, ah. St. Charles Rose was frightened by a strange sound when he was fleeing, and then a loud noise rang in his ears. A wave of air overturned his body directly, and his head and the earth came into close contact. Life and death were unknown. Kizaru, so sturdy. Ximenchin couldn't help being dumbfounded when looking at the flames from the explosion in front. Isn't this too cruel? Stand on top of the cannonball? If the shell accidentally exploded in the air, did he even blow up? Kizaru Admiral, you are on the stage with your life. If you don't do it, you won't die. Haven't you heard of it? P.S. Brothers, thank you all for supporting this book to achieve such a result. I am grateful. Tomorrow it will be updated at 12:2 noon, 6:1 chapter at night, 8:2 chapter at night. I hope everyone continue to support. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Kizaru seeking a reward for collecting flowers. In front of the flames caused by the shell explosion, there was a man wearing a marine justice coat, yellow and white striped suit, nearly 3 meters tall, black curly hair, a small beard on his face, and a pair of sunglasses. Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru. Kizaru is named Polusalino, a student of Logia's Flash Fruit ability, and Black Arm Zephyr. At this moment, with a black phone bug on his left wrist, he lowered his head and said, "Please reply, please recover." However, the black phone worm didn't respond, half squinting his eyes and ignoring it. Kizaru's face suddenly turned weird, and he slowly said, "Yeah, it's weird." Then he put the phone worm away, and walked slowly towards the human auction venue. The shining way of coming on stage, this should be said to be unique, standing on a cannonball and landing on a cannonball, no matter how you think about it, it makes people panic. Big, Admiral is here. The marine soldier opened his mouth open. Admiral is going too fast, right? Arrived here so soon, my god, is this the rhythm to torture them? Tisk, Admiral, then we should also withdraw. The pirates in the gate swallowed, then entered the venue and disappeared. The Marine Award, known as the highest combat power of naval headquarters, generally allows them to shoot pirates with hundreds of millions of rewards. They still don't think they have the ability to fight against each other. Kizaru looked left and right, finally his eyes were fixed on the dark dealy Rear Admiral. Has it been arrested? These words were addressed to Ximenchin, which made many people feel helpless at once. This is really, too speechless. Ximenchin was also tangled for a while, hurting somewhere. Kizaru Admiral, I am Ximenchin. Kizaru's eyelids moved, and the eyes hidden under the sunglasses flashed a weird look. So you are the one who is going to be arrested? His speech is so slow that people will be anxious for him after hearing them. Your Excellency Admiral, you can speak. Hurry up. Ximenchin nodded, already mentally prepared for a big battle. In his impression, Kizaru has always been a very calm person who is good at looking at things from different angles. He always likes to look at something from the standpoint of a bystander, so as to put himself in the most advantageous place, by way of watching the tiger from the mountain, taking advantage of the enemy's loss and taking advantage of the loss. Faced with such a person, I have to be careful. Maybe someone waits for a violent attack, and if you give yourself 1 or 2 tricks, it will be sad. Your Excellency Admiral, West. At this time, Rear Admiral seemed to want to say something, but Kizaru interrupted him in the middle. Needless to say, just grab it back. The newly promoted Rear Admiral, let me see your strength. Although Ximenchin was hyped by naval headquarters, it has already entered the sight of some people. But in the 3 months of naval headquarters, I didn't see the other 2 admiral besides King Z. Today is the first time I met. Well, I want to fight directly as soon as I appear on the field, and I can be regarded as a very straightforward person. Ximenchin's body quickly became elemental aside, and the purple saber hovered above his head, majestic and majestic. Have you ever tasted the feeling of being kicked by the speed of light? Kizaru suddenly said, and then raised his right foot. The yellow photon accumulated under his foot and kicked out. The yellow light flashed by, and Ximenchin's thunder knife was also cut off at this moment. Purple and yellow lights flashed alternately, and the figures separated in an instant. So fast. Ximenchin's heart trembled. The speed of light, the speed of the flash fruit really reached the speed of light, too fast. A gap appeared in his abdomen, which looked terrifying. However, the purple thunder and lightning condensed, and his body was quickly repaired. The three-story building behind him was directly turned into ashes, kicked at the speed of light, and a building could be destroyed in one blow. Yes, a good attack. Kizaru said slowly, his thick lips closed together, and his body was divided into two. At the wound, the yellow light condensed, and the body was also repaired. And on the ground behind him, a crack of 20 meters long and about 1 meter wide was particularly eye-catching. The first time they faced each other, the two looked similar. Poor Salino Admiral. Suddenly, a voice rang, like Kongguyalan, with a low tone again, and the tone was slightly anxious. Kizaru looked over, as if something rang. Colonel Hina, you are here. Hina saluted, struggling, and resolute flashed in his eyes, and said, Your Excellency Admiral, I'm the one who leads. She wanted to explain something, and Kizaru was also listening and seemed to be serious. However, Ximenchin interrupted her directly, only to see him looking at each other solemnly, and said solemnly, Hina, you are my subordinate, and I have an obligation to protect you. You should not be involved in this dispute. I will take care of everything by myself. Righteously, Kizaru nodded secretly. This sounded very comfortable. Is it for the sake of his subordinates? Those who make big things do not stick to the trivial, but stick to the bottom line. Life can be casual and carefree. But when it comes to things such as dignity, it doesn't allow others to be a little bit tarnished. As Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, he thinks he has the obligation to protect his subordinates. In the face of Kizaru's high combat power, how can he let his subordinates bear the blame? Kizaru, let's continue our fight, don't waste too much time, eat after the fight, right? You seem to be very confident. Kizaru heard another taste from his seemingly nervous words. Is he really that confident in himself? Ximenchin didn't reply, and pulled Hina away next to him. The arc kept flashing around him. Today is going to fight back. Kizaru looked at him and suddenly said, Yeah. Where's Celestial Dragons? That's weird. Huh. Ximenchin was dumbfounded, Hina was dumbfounded, and Dealey Rear Admiral and Marine soldiers were dumbfounded. What does this mean? How do you ask where Celestial Dragons is? Shouldn't you fight Ximenchin Rear Admiral and then bring him back to Naval Headquarters for trial? In other words, can your thinking not be so jumpy? Ximenchin pointed at the location of St. Charles Rose, and said, There, it was blown up by your cannonball just now. Kizaru's face was instantly embarrassed, and was blown up by a cannonball. Why is this Celestial Dragon so unlucky? Won't die, right? I'll drag him out first. Turning around, Kizaru walked directly towards the position of St. Charles Rose. P.S. Brothers, today there are 5 chapters, 12:2 chapters, 6:1 chapters in the evening, 8:2 chapters in the evening. I will give back to everyone for your support along the way, asterisk. Chapter 47, Anger Kill. St. Charles Roth, a costume has been burned out of several holes by the flames, the black upturned braids have also been burned in half, the bun-like face is stained with black marks, and the disgusting snot on the nose is also burning. Black dust. The bubble hood that symbolizes their noble status has disappeared, perhaps it also symbolizes their pride. Ahem. Coughing vigorously, Charo Saint didn't know, except that now Marine Admiral is here and he is safe. Sir Charles rose, are you okay? Kizaru leaned down with his hands on his hips and looked at the short chubby in front of him. His posture was not very good, but his tone was a little respectful. St. Charles Roth sighed, his face full of anger. Marine Admiral, didn't you see my noble world nobleman fell to the ground, dragged me out with such a rude gesture? Kizaru fulfilled his words and indeed dragged celestial dragons out of the fire and gravel, regardless of the other parties screaming along the way. Yeah, it's weird that I didn't get killed by the bombing. Charles Rose is sacred, is this world crazy? Admiral of Headquarters treats world nobles in the same way? He wanted to run away and didn't bully celestial dragons so much. If Kizaru knew his thoughts would have been wronged, that would be just his mantra. The Lord Charos, please stand aside, and I will bring Ximenchin Rear Admiral back to the headquarters for trial. The plot has been reversed? With joy on St. Charles Roth's face, he wiped his nose hard and stood up numbly, pointing at Ximenchin in the distance. Get him up, I will torture him myself. Kizaru pursed his lips and smiled unfathomably, then stood up straight and picked up the black phone. Charlotte Saint has been found, please reply. After a while, the phone worm half squinted his eyes as if he was fast asleep. Please reply, please reply. As you can imagine, the black phone worm made no sound, put it away, and walked towards Ximenchin's position with an inexplicable smile. Behind him, St. Charles Roth wanted to cry, how come these bastards from Naval Headquarters found such an idiot? Can the black phone worm communicate? BD, that's for eavesdropping. Following behind Kizaru, St. Charles Roth is still very confident, Rear Admiral can't beat you, Admiral can always beat you. Standing still, Kizaru spoke slowly, Ximenchin Rear Admiral, follow me back to Naval Headquarters for trial. The words are slow, but they can't be disputed. Kizaru didn't pay attention to the opponent at all, a Rear Admiral, there was indeed no possibility for him to remember. Ximenchin's face is serious, and his star eyes are as firm and persistent as ever. Kizaru Admiral, I'm afraid it can't be what you want. This kind of wicked person will not be killed, and it will be hard to dispel the hatred in my heart. Finally, my subordinates, I must protect them, even if I pay the price of my life. Once again threatened to kill celestial dragons, Kizaru was not calm now. Ximenchin Rear Admiral, it's too much. The St. Charles Roth next to him was furious, and he dared to threaten to kill himself again and again. This does not put the world's nobles in the eyes of the nobles at all, doesn't it? Did you hear what the BD said? I changed my mind, killed him, and gave me the female marine. I want her to be the cheapest slave and parade in the Sabayati archipelago every day to atone for her sins. Kizaru's eyes moved, and he squinted at each other, marine. Slave. While thinking in a trance, there was a sudden burst of dark purple electric light flashing, the whole world was rumbling thunder unceasingly, and the streets were filled with purple arcs. 10 million volts thunder knife. The 5-meter-long thunder knife was slashed by his side, and it was too late for Kizaru to make a move. Boom. The thunder knife slashed from top to bottom towards St. Charles Roth, and instantly penetrated the opponent's body and went straight to the ground. The ground shook suddenly, and a 20-meter-long, 1-meter-wide crack appeared. The electric light flickered in the crack, and the sound of crack continued to be heard. When the purple light dissipated, Kizaru was silent, and knew the result without checking the situation below. St. Charles, it is impossible to survive that knife. The marine soldier and others opened their mouths wide, and couldn't believe what they saw. Killed, really killed. Ximenchin Rear Admiral really killed celestial dragons. The same goes for Hina. Celestial dragons, The objects protected by the world aristocrats, world government, and marine, were killed by their bosses. West, Ximenqin, Rear Admiral. As mature and stable as she was also lost, her eyes looked blankly at the flashing crack. She knows that all of this has nothing to do with her. Ximenqin Rear Admiral's killer is for her future. On the other hand, Ximenqin didn't regret anything after slashing it down. His eyes were still firm and persistent, and there was no change in the slightest. It took a while for Kizaru to recover from the silence, his eyes gloomy, his head half low, not knowing what he was thinking. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, there is no room for maneuver. The words are still slow, but the strong killing intent is not concealed. Under his protection, Celestial Dragons was eventually killed. This was his mistake, an unforgivable mistake. Kizaru Admiral, Hina is my partner, for the sake of my partner, I can throw my head and blood, and never allow anyone to hurt them. I said that even Celestial Dragons won't work. Without flinching, facing Admiral's murderous intent, they didn't show any timidity. Once the bottom line is touched, he will surely usher in his stormy revenge. Damn BD, kill him. With an angry roar, a group of people moved from far to near, headed by an old man with pale green hair, 2 black beards curled up, his chin was pale green beard, and he wore a pair of black sunglasses. A stick, a luxurious costume and a bubble hood on his head declared his identity, Celestial Dragons. Behind him, a group of well-armed guards and 7 or 8 slaves without a trace. Kizaru seemed to be familiar with the incoming person, turned his head and curled his lips and said, Lord Rosvard, long time no see. Saint Rosvard arrived in a hurry, and heard that he was furious. Poor Salino Admiral, why would my son be killed under your protection? I was killed, no way. UBD. Saint Roswald couldn't contain his anger, his teeth clenched. P.S. Brothers, today there are 5 chapters, 12:2 chapters, 6:1 chapters in the evening, 8:2 chapters in the evening. I will give back to everyone for your support along the way. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Who Dares to Take It Away? Saint Roswald, the father of Saint Charles, but the world nobleman who dominates the Sabayati archipelago. His son was killed in GR1, which is an unbelievable fact for him. The anger in his heart was burning and he couldn't calm down. Kizaru's words made him angry, and he was killed. No way. Poor Salino Admiral, it is your duty to protect the nobles of the world. Do you want to abandon this duty now? The nobles of the world have supreme power. Even if the opponent is Admiral of Naval Headquarters, he dares to bluntly say that the opponent is not and severely reprimand. Kizaru's eyes were dark, and it was really uncomfortable to be scolded so directly. Holy Roswald, I can only arrest the prisoner and submit it to Naval Headquarters for trial. When he said that he turned around, but his face was indifferent, as if what he had just said was false. Ximenqin knows that Kizaru looks wretched and has a lazy personality. He speaks slowly as if he doesn't care about anything, and there is nothing that he can care about. However, this is his most dangerous place. He can wear a bright smile and give you a laser beam in his hand. This is where he is terrifying. Outsider, perhaps this word is perfect to describe him. Look at things from the perspective of an outsider and deal with things the way an outsider. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, you don't have to fight anymore. I was seriously discharged in the battle just now. The slow rate of speech makes it easy to overlook important things. Ximenqin didn't dare to be careless, his eyes were wary. I will fight to the end for my companion. It's really unpleasant. I'm here to have fun. Kizaru's tone is relaxed, very calm, but his movements are not relaxed at all. The yellow light spot condenses on his right index finger, laser beam. As soon as the voice fell, the light spot on the index finger flew out in an instant, forming a beam of light, and the dazzling light flickered. Ximenqin directly elementalizes the body, and when Kizaru is ready to attack, he is ready. 5 million volts thunder shield. Spread your hands left and right, the arc shining between your hands, and the thunder and lightning formed a 2-meter high shield in front of you, beautifully. Boom. Kizaru's laser beam was reachable, directly hitting the lightning shield and penetrating it. The beam extended to hundreds of meters and hit a building. The building suddenly exploded violently, and thick smoke rose under the power of the light beam, turning it into dust. Sure. Ximenqin trembled. Kizaru's strength was too strong. As he said, the battle just now was a serious release. Fortunately, this move was hiding, otherwise it would hit his body and it would definitely make a hole. Naval Headquarters' highest combat power, one of the 3 Admiral, really deserves its reputation. Kizaru made everyone understand what Admiral's power represents with just one blow. It was almost an insurmountable gap. Saint Griswold snorted, and kept moving back under the protection of his guards. He knew that now he just had to wait for the result. 10 million volts thunder knife. The lightning shield dissipated, Ximenqin raised both hands above his head, both hands released lightning to form a lightning knife, and the 5-meter-long lightning knife showed again. It's not good to be hit. Kizaru was calm, lifting his right foot, and the yellow light spot appeared again. Wow! The dazzling light flashed by, Kizaru had kicked Ximenqin's abdomen, and the thunder knife had also fallen. Boom! Shoo! The lightning knife fell on the ground, and the ground shook again, and a crack with a width of 1 meter appeared instantly. The figure of Ximenqin flashed, turning into a deep purple thunder and lightning and rushing forward. And Kizaru, right behind him. It can be seen that Kizaru's combat effectiveness has indeed broken the table, avoiding the attack of Thunder Knife in just an instant, and giving Ximenqin a blow. In Ximenqin's abdomen, an empty hole appeared, and purple electric light continued to dissolve the empty spot. Kizaru was not eager to attack, but pouted, "Ximenqin Rear Admiral, don't waste everyone's time, come with me." Ximenqin hated that Kizaru's combat effectiveness was too strong. "I really don't know what the outcome of this battle will be. I hope it won't be the most tragic." Suddenly, a voice came from a distance, "Stop! Who dares to take Ximenqin Rear Admiral away? Huh? Reinforcements." Ximenqin wondered, why did reinforcements appear in the middle of the fight? Who will it be? Garp. Youthful. Rear Admiral? It turned out that he was thinking too much. Garp was still nibbling on snacks at Naval Headquarters leisurely. King Z didn't know which sea to ride his bicycle on. Dealey Rear Admiral is very lucky if he does not bring him back to Naval Headquarters. In the distance, a group of people in black came over, very fast. "Master Ximenqin." The man in black stopped and bowed together. All of a sudden, Ximenqin was stunned. "My lord? When did anyone call themselves that?" Looking at the uniform clothes of these people, they are all over 2.5 meters tall, wearing sunglasses, and they are really brawny. "Who are you?" Not Ximenqin, but Kizaru. This person who appeared suddenly made him feel weird. When he was fighting, he was suddenly called to stop or something, which was really the most annoying. One of the men in black looked at him and said, "Poor Salino Admiral, who allowed you to do something with Master Ximenqin?" Silence, deathly silence. No one would have expected things to develop like this, and a team of unknown people would be so sturdy. The other party, but Kizaru Salino Admiral, one of the Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral. Rebuke. Question. It was these two tones. Kizaru tried to keep calm. He seemed to have found something experienced, but Marine soldiers couldn't help it. God, he actually speaks in this tone. A soldier is faltering. Is this the rhythm to scare people to death? I must be mistaken. Why does he think he is equal to Admiral? The other soldier's eyes widened, his mouth wide enough to swallow a watermelon. In the distance, Saint Rosvard saw that the battle had stopped and was stopped by a team of men in black. Then the violent temper came, and he ran over. The humble inferior, whoever allowed you to intervene, kill him. Celestial Dragon's words are like supreme commands, completely crushing the trend of others. P.S. Brothers, today there are 5 chapters, 12:2 chapters, 6:1 chapters in the evening, 8:2 chapters in the evening. I will give back to everyone for your support along the way, asterisk. Chapter 49, the story is reversed. These people who suddenly appeared would be wondering, no matter what kind of identity they have, they dare to talk to Admiral like this, and it seems that they are going to fight celestial dragons. Kizaru couldn't figure out what the key point was. As a person who always likes to look at things from an outsider's perspective, he couldn't think of any possibility for a while. Ximenqin was the same. It was supposed to be a terrifying battle. How could these people be destroyed, although that title sounds very comfortable? The roar of the Saint Riswald, the men in black suits didn't care at all, bowed to him, and said, "Your Excellency, Saint Riswald, please tell our master if you have any questions." Owner. This special vocabulary changed the expressions of several people, among them Ximenqin. The words of the man in the suit made the lofty world nobleman furious and shouted, "This BD killed my son, Polusalino Admiral, and killed him immediately, as well as these people. The son was hung up here, and now no one listens to his words, which is really annoying." Simply, the cane points to Ximenqin. Holy Rosvard, Polusalino Admiral is not qualified to do anything with Ximenqin. This is an internal matter of the nobles of the world. If you use marine, it is against the regulations. Puff. It sprayed, Ximenqin sprayed decisively, Kizaru was embarrassed, Hina was dumbfounded, and Delia Rear Admiral was confused. What's inside the nobles of the world? Can you not make me funny? This is obviously Ximenqin Rear Admiral killing a celestial dragons. Also, where is Ximenqin Rear Admiral celestial dragons? Sage Riswald scolded angrily, "I'm bullshit, you want to deceive me, go to death." Boom. Sparks flashed from a dark hole at the end of the cane, and a bullet flew out from the hole and passed directly through Ximenqin's head. Really, father and son are both virtues. Ximenqin got a headache and said angrily, "Silly man, put away your thing, or you will be killed later." Huh. Silence again, everyone fell silent again. Ximenqin's words made their hearts full of thoughts. I just slaughtered someone's son, now even he wants to be slaughtered? Ximenqin Rear Admiral, how big is your heart? Ximenqin Rear Admiral, it's too much. Kizaru is a little calmer, which is also determined by his temperament. The people in black nodded in agreement, and said, "His Lord Riswad, Ximenqin Rear Admiral is the husband-in-law of our Princess Molly Tired. Do you have any comments?" A hole, what Jasmine, Molt Yard. Saint Riswald was furious. Whose man is the other party, what does it matter to him? But I feel something is wrong again, it seems, maybe, that's the name that the person just said, right? Holy Lord Rosvard, do you have any opinion on our Princess Melishard? The man in black spoke blankly, and the name he said made the people present feel like the sky is spinning. Molly Tired? Celestial Dragon's Molly Tired? Kizaru's wrinkled and wretched old face is hard to calm down anymore. God, it's really the person who sent it, who committed evil. However, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, it's finally solved. Oh, it's a pleasant thing. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became more comfortable, although his face still had that awkward feeling at first glance. Ximenqin suddenly felt cold. Molly Tired, there are people from Molly Tired here. No, these people are definitely not here originally, they definitely rushed over. He was grief and indignant, his life was under the surveillance of a woman, is there any privacy? Can you still live happily? Molly tired, your power is too cruel. Impossible, how could it be her? Rosvard Saint shook his head and didn't believe this at all. The man in the suit didn't believe what he said, and who knows if he already believes it. Kizaru, the outsider, calmly expressed his opinion at this time. The Lord Rizwad, I heard about it at Naval Headquarters. Zymanchin Rear Admiral is the husband and wife of Princess Mal Lidyad. This is what Princess Mal Lidyard admitted personally. What he said gave Zymanchin an illusion. Wasn't it intentional? Sure enough, this person who doesn't care about anything is too dangerous. Slow and calm words made Saint Rosvard's face stiffen, and it was over, but he had gotten to that one. This is a dying rhythm. The man in the suit secretly breathed a sigh of relief, turned his face serious, and said with a serious face, Your Excellency, Lord Griswold, our master has issued an order to ask you to handle this matter properly and show your sincerity to solve this matter perfectly. Puff. Zymanchin is spraying gorgeously. What is this all about? Killing someone else's son, and asking someone else to show sincerity to solve the problem? This is totally illogical. Zymanchin's face is weird, and his suspicion is swept back and forth on the man in the suit. Isn't this girl's brain burnt out? Meow, don't make a new long at the end. As a result, things were unexpected, and Saint Griswold gritted his teeth and agreed. Help me tell Molly tired, I will give her a satisfactory answer to this matter. Sincerity, there will definitely be. Saint Rosvard was crying in his heart. If he was in his own home now, he would surely faint from the door to the toilet, the one that fainted all the way without waking up. Everyone is speechless, don't know how to look at the things in front of them. All this is incredible and shocking. Celestial dragons, a world nobleman, was actually softened here, even though it was given to him by another celestial dragons. Kizaru, the outsider, finally took the opportunity to speak. Since it is an internal matter of the nobles of the world, then I will leave. After speaking, he turned around and ignored the people behind. The scene fell silent again, and for a while, a voice suddenly sounded. So sturdy, Molly Tired's woman is too sturdy. The man in the suit looked over, but Zymanchin opened his mouth. I saw the emotion on his face. The previous solemn and determined look has disappeared, replaced by a touch of nervousness. Master Zymanchin, Princess Molly Tired asked me to convey to you according to her original words. Zymanchin, be careful and follow the rules in the future, and will not save you every time. P.S. Brothers, today there are 5 chapters, 12:2 chapters, 6:1 chapters in the evening, 8:2 chapters in the evening. I will give back to everyone for your support along the way. Chapter 50, End System A System. Molly Tired commissioned his subordinates to go to Sabayati Archipelago to deal with this matter, and the way it was handled can only be described as Haki's incomparable. As for the last paragraph that his subordinates said, Zymanchin could only say, this young master has always been abiding by the rules. Help me tell Molly Tired that this young master is not her pet, and she doesn't need her to preach to me. However, thank her for her help. With a sullen face, Zymanchin's heart is broken at the moment. That woman, what does she really think of herself as hers, abiding by the rules? Be careful. Meowing, is this ordering my master? A dignified man, how can a woman ride on her head? Even if she is a beauty, she can't be an extremely distinguished beauty. The man in the suit bowed, his attitude was extremely respectful. Master Zymanchin, the villain will help you convey your attitude. Zymanchin still has some uncomfortable feelings in her heart. When did she feel a little bitter? Such a handsome and compelling image, why is it also an offensive character? Okay, remember to tell her clearly, this young master still looks down on her. Speaking and shaking his head, he aimed at the Rizwad Saint, as if this was a big fat sheep. The man in the suit wiped the sweat off his forehead. Master Ximenqin, can we not speak so sturdily? How bad it was for Princess Mollyday to hear. Your old man may be fine, and those of us who are subordinates may have to suffer. Yes, yes, Lord Ximenqin, you can now charge the sincerity you want from the Lord Rosvard. This is what Princess Mollyday meant. Puff. Ximenqin sprayed decisively. What's up with that woman? This guy is his own trophy now, he has the power to distribute it. Okay, there is no need for the woman's instruction at all. With a full stomach of dissatisfaction, Ximenqin walked to Rosvard saying, Hey, your son's disrespect to this young master has been offset. Now it is time to calculate your disrespect to this young master. Rosvard's teeth are tickled with hatred. This girl is just a fake tiger. If it weren't for that woman, he would have f'd you to death. However, the situation is better than that of people, and now Admiral is gone, the woman is also speaking, and he has to recognize the reality. Please speak. Well, 1 billion Bailey's mental damage fee. Oh, and you have to pay for the broken dragon. What is the least lack of money in the world? Celestial dragons. What is the richest? Still celestial dragons. 1 billion Baileys, this is a huge fortune. Only. No problem, it's a trivial matter. Saint Griswold replied very simply, without any hesitation. Ximenqin wanted to slap herself very much. People are so bold about what she owes, so why did she want so little? This fat sheep is absolutely fat and squeezes a lot of oil. It's just that once the words are spoken, it is natural that they can no longer go back. It's cheaper for you. Muttered in a low voice, Ximenqin walked directly into the venue and took out the thunder knife and dragon. Inside the venue, the pirates who ran in before were no longer visible. The pirates who offered tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of rewards, saw Marine Admiral and decisively evacuated, and did not fight against them at all. Hina, let's go, the matter has been resolved, continue sailing. Pulling out a certain woman hiding behind the gate, there is not much thought to continue watching here at this moment, it is better to perform your own task and keep the promise with Sengoku. The masculine man is hard to chase after a word. When it comes to it, we must do it. No matter how many difficulties are in front of us, we must rise to the difficulties and never back down. Hina did not leave the gate under Ximenqin's strong request, and honestly hid inside the gate, waiting for the outside matter to be resolved. Ximenqin, Rear Admiral. When someone held her hand, a red cloud appeared on Hina's face, but her eyes were more moved and determined. Needless to say, you are my subordinate. Ximenqin smiled brightly and didn't care. This caused Hina's mood to fluctuate more drastically. For the first time, I met such a boss. Ximenqin Rear Admiral, Hina will always follow you and repay your kindness. Hina thought silently in her heart. She is a mature, stable, sunny, and confident woman, affirming her strength in all aspects. If her companion came forward during the battle, she might not have much feeling. But in this kind of thing, she was deeply moved. What will celestial dragons do when they get slaves? It is nothing more than abuse, violence, trampling on her dignity, personality, etc. to be worthless. Life and dignity, Hina chooses the latter. When they walked out of the venue, the Rosvard Saint and the man in the suit had disappeared. On the street, there are only countless collapsed buildings and cracked ground. Dealey Rear Admiral and Marine soldiers are cleaning up the mess. The destroyed area requires some effort to restore it to its original state. On the warship blown by the sea breeze, the 3-story balcony. Ximenqin is lying on the beach chair as always, with a drink and a book. Life is so comfortable. Standing by his side was a taishao with a red and black handle, and a simple sheath with 2 lightning-marked gems embedded in it. 1 day has passed since the events of Sabayati Archipelago. During this day, Ximenqin's warship was sailing above the sea, and he did not have much chance to feel the ups and downs of the outside world. Hina is training soldiers and combatants on the deck, and needs regular training every day to ensure that their level will not decrease. But the current training is to improve. More arduous training was carried out under Hina's plan to maximize the potential of the soldiers. The handwriting is vigorous, and there are several illustrations on the notebook of Longfifenguyua, with text annotations beside it. This is a notebook that records Marine 6 styles, a notebook exclusively for Ximenqin. Sure enough, it's too cumbersome to study the moves. Ximenqin closed the notebook, took a few sips of the drink, and relaxed. Marine 6 styles can develop countless moves based on 6 abilities. Combining the 6 styles with each other, plus some special skills, can still play a very good effect and achieve the effect of creating 6 moves. Lu Qi is a good example. He has developed 6 types of diverse abilities. Perhaps the most skilled and perfect person using Marine 6 styles is Lu Qi. Candidate, long time no see. Just as he relaxed, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. P.S. Brothers, the 5 chapters broke out today and will continue tomorrow. The update time will still be as follows: Chapter 12:2, Chapter 6 in the evening, Chapter 2 in the evening, and give back to everyone for your support along the way. What are the flowers? All kinds of support, asterisk.